Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're working our way into week 5 here, and let me tell you, we've got a show prepped for you. Our first series of the night, it's a big one. Two massive entities, Adrian College versus the ESU Warriors, both 4-0, tied at the Navigators yellow bracket, looking to take the lead here today. I'm your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, joined, of course, by the lovely Random Minion as my color.
Glad to be here, Zephyr. And not only are they 4-0 series score, neither team has dropped a game yet. 8-0 game score as well.
Perfect.
So it's been really quick between these two teams. And going into week 5, now that they're clashing, not only is the question who loses the undefeated record, but do both teams lose their undefeated record?
I was about to say the bigger question is who loses whatsoever, because that hasn't happened as of yet. Now, I will make a quick note that it isn't all sunshine and rainbows. It isn't perfect by all means. ESU Warriors did take a few forfeit wins, so maybe that comes up into conversation a little bit, but the last 2 weeks have been perfect 2-0s across the board, so you can't really shy away from that fact.
Yeah, and a win's a win, Zephyr. We take those no matter how we do it. And coming into this as well, both these teams have been so humble. They don't necessarily feel like they're coming in as champions. Adrian College's goal when they came in, I mean, this is their first year as an esports program. So their initial goal was just to make playoffs, see whether they can do it. And now it's no longer just making playoffs. They want to win it all. And I can understand why when you've seen how they performed here. ESU Warriors A, on the other hand, their program started last year, but effectively it's really this year that it's taken off. Last year, with the whole situation about colleges not being open, they only had one team. But since then, since we've reopened this year in fall, they now have multiple teams, 2 teams here in the NECC League of Legends, not to mention in other titles as well. And the ESU Warriors A, they've been practicing a long time since last year. They're coming in. This is one of their first tournaments, their first leagues, and they've been looking really good as well. They just wanted to make a name for ESU because it's a new program, but now they're champions. They're looking for that win as well, looking to go strong into playoffs.
I was about to say, come into it. They've set up the bar for themselves, and they've already managed to surpass it. As for us here, we're going to make our way now into this draft and give you a feel for what they're picking out here. It looks like we've got a setup of a blind pick.
Okay. The setup looks blind, but it's not actually blind pick. They're blind picking for speed here. They've actually already done the pro draft, so they know what they're running into. Nevertheless, some interesting picks coming through. On the blue side, Adrian College Bulldogs here. On the right side, on the red side, it's ESU Warriors A. And ESU Warriors A, with that Heimerdinger for Moose and Juice in the top lane, that is a pick I have not seen in a hot minute.
Yeah, not seen in a hot minute, and for good reason why here. It brings a lot of questions to the table, and both of us had our inquiries as we are now currently seeing it. And the biggest one is, what does it really do for your team here? And I really can't put an answer to that one.
Yeah, generally Heimerdinger, if you're not as familiar with that champion, he's the mad inventor, and he sets up these turrets in lane, which kind of just auto-attack anything in range of them here. He's also got a stun, he's got some rockets for poke, but he's most known for those turrets. And basically, Heimerdinger stops a lot of engages. You set up in a lane with those turrets, and trying to gank that Heimerdinger, trying to fight that Heimerdinger becomes very difficult within range of those turrets. Outside of those turrets, though, he is more vulnerable. He's only effectively got 2 skills. The ultimate buffs up any of the other skills, but it's not an active in and of itself. It's not necessarily a huge game changer by itself here. So can be exposed, can be punished. And when we look how these drafts run, it feels like Adrian College, if they engage on you, they're all going in, and just those 3 little turrets aren't going to be able to stop that tsunami of aggression.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's less than just 3 little turrets. There's nothing to play into there. I think you put it very well before we actually worked our way here onto the desk. What does Orn care? What does he mind? Maybe a little bit for the first 3 minutes, but after that point, he is smooth sailing. So it was a big question, especially since it was the last pick of the draft, I believe. So counter potential was perfectly here in the hands of the ESU Warriors. So I guess the big conundrum is, who knows? Maybe Moose is just the absolute god on the Heimerdinger, and this is just some wild pick that'll carry them to victory. Either way, there's plenty of others to discuss as it will be. So Orn Heimerdinger in that top lane, we're going to shift it down. I know you can't quite see it, but we will do our best to describe here. So Adrian College, they themselves pick out what is that Graves and the Volley Bear secured for ESU Warriors.
Yeah, the jungle matchup's going to be interesting because when we've looked at how these two teams play, Adrian College largely plays their carries in the mid and in the bot lane position, but their jungler Homeless here is usually the one to make the tracks in the early game, likes to get very aggressive. And Graves is a little bit dangerous when you want to get aggressive. Yes, he does a lot of damage, but he's got very little hard crowd control, none really, for himself. And he's kind of squishy. If he does get caught, he can go down. On the other side, ESU Warriors A, their jungler Swiper is also their captain and is one of the big playmakers on the team,
Yes.
especially with that jungle mid synergy with Intellectual Ape in the mid lane. So I'm a little bit worried for Homeless that ESU Warriors might try and exploit this squishier marksman in the jungle. You know, if that Volbear gets a little bit of backup from that Silas just roaming in, punishing, it might set Homeless behind early.
I will say it is the Graves, though, and that can capitalize early to some degree. It's not just a complete wash where they'll work their way in, play around the CC, and just stunt his growth in that jungle there. He still has a lot to work with, especially as he starts breaching some of those early kind of lethality, heavy damage presence items that have made him such a dastardly pick, especially seeing him even up in the top lane as of right now. So it still is kind of that time bomb where if you don't quite find your success, it's going to be tougher because I definitely feel like Bear plays into team fights more appropriately, especially since he is your kind of shout calling main engage tool that you have available. But there's still a realm here for Adrian to easily find their footing in the early game with it. Moving on, though, we look towards that mid lane. You already pinpointed it just a little bit with the Silas and its presence into what will be a Galio. Already a tough matchup here for Adrian.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that the Silas actually got picked first. So for ESU Warriors, Intellectual Ape went into this blind, did not know what he was running into. And Chaganes, on the other hand, actually knew what he was picking, and he still picked the Galio. Traditionally, Silas is considered a counter to Galio. So Chaganes actually picked a harder matchup for himself, and it feels like they're really all-inning with this Galio, a very supportive mid. You pick it to back up another player. And when I look at this draft here, you're backing up Homeless, you're backing up the Englishman, because those are the two with damage on this composition here. And Chaganes, the goal here isn't necessarily to win the lane, it's to go even and then start to make impact in the big team fights.
Right. And you said it in a way, you're kind of just sacking it out here. You already pick into it and you're playing towards that bot side to such a degree that that's all we can really discuss when it comes to it. Now, in terms of the opposite end here, the big man, Ape on that Silas, this is a huge pull for the ESU Warriors if they want to use that towards their win condition, because you already know he's going to have a whole lot of presence against that Galio. What he can do with it in those first 5, 10, 15 to spread the wealth will be a massive thing to look at as we work our way into the game.
Or potentially just be selfish with it. Because when you've got that Silas can just carry the game. If you funnel all your gold into him, he has so much agency. And Silas, the ultimate hijack, stealing away everybody's ultimate, just it's so broken at times because now anything that Chaganes wants to do, well, Intellectual Ape can match you in terms of map pressure. If anything, the cooldown might actually be shorter, I believe, at higher levels than the actual hero's entrance coming through from Chaganes. So definitely a big carry, but bot side's ever. We got to go bot because Adrian's composition is playing around this bot lane. Their very first pick was for the Englishman, Miss Fortune. And if you follow Worlds at all, if you follow League of Legends meta, you'll know that Miss Fortune has become very, very favored by most individuals. Very strong laning phase, very strong team fighting, to the point where she actually got nerfed this patch, 11.21. They've reduced her total mana in the early game, so she might run into some mana issues, but her strength in the mid to late game is still untouched. And when I look at everything else with the team, Galio, Ornn, Thresh, all of that is set up to try and get a perfect bullet time across the entire enemy team.
Right. The setup here is insane for Adrian, and hopefully they'll be able to play to it. This isn't something that they typically do. the Englishman isn't usually that kind of win con that they typically like to play through. We talk a lot about that mid kind of jungle matchup that typically works out in their favor. So to put all their eggs kind of into the one basket here, I know you've got Graves on the side that might be pulling out a little bit, but either way, it really is the misfortune name game here. And at the end of the day, it's not going to be the easiest lane to play into. Thresh gives her a lot of rotation and some easy peel to work with, but you're still working into a Jhin and Rel, which if you step out of place at any given moment, if that rotation does finally come through from that Volibear, it is a quick, easy, done, said death.
Yeah, and a lot of it will rely on Smirkins on this Thresh with that Dark Passage to try and get the Englishman out of any dangerous situations he might find himself in. But on the other side, ESU Warriors bot lane here is a bit of a mystery to me, Zephyr. As we mentioned, ESU Warriors did get 2 forfeit wins in weeks 1 and weeks 2, so we've not really had quite as much time to look at them. And Now Unvoided as well as Zack Attack have largely been overshadowed by Swiper and Intellectual Ape. They've looked good in the wins, but from what I can tell, it's not necessarily leads generated in that bot lane here. And now when you're running up against that Misfortune Thresh, it does feel like the pressure is on ESU Warriors bot lane to step up right now. If you can keep that Misfortune down, Adrian College's draft kind of falls apart a lot because they won't have the damage to win those team fights. But if the Jhin, if this Rel for Now Unvoided and Zack Attack end up giving any early kills over, then you've just gone from hard mode to hell mode.
Right. It's almost unretainable at that point, especially since they lack the diverse setup to really counter what is most of those engage tools that are all across the field from Adrian College, right? You can try to run it back with a little bit of the hijack, maybe push into that back line, but especially since they drafted what was that Heimerdinger, which doesn't have a strong answer, there is no real concrete evidence for how they're going to put a stop to that misfortune if they don't find the appropriate leads and stunt that MF's growth here. So it's a stacked deck, but I can also say the same for Adrian. You know, if you let that Silas go awry, if you let him get to the point where he can 1v5, like you were saying earlier, it's just as bad.
Mm-hmm. And if we look at how the teams want to operate, I mean, Adrian's comp, like we've already touched on, it just revolves around the AD carry, but they've got lots of engage tools, right? Ornn is one of the best engagers in the game. Thresh Hook is a good way to make things happen as well. They don't have good split push. When I look at ESU Warriors, they lack engage. Like you called out, you've got the Volibear, sort of the big shouty engage tool to come in with that ultimate, the Stormbringer there. But other than that, you're relying a little bit on Rel, maybe trying to do that. And Rel is better at disengage or counter engage than she is at true engage here. So it feels like ESU Warriors are wanting Adrian College to go into them. And then once you outplay the initial burst damage coming out, they're going to try and sustain through and re-engage for the win.
Well, either way, we're finally working on to the rift here. Adrian College versus the ESU Warriors. Both teams currently tied in the standings here in Navigator Yellow. For one last time, I'm your play-by-play caster, Zephyr. Of course, going to take you through this game alongside my lovely color, Random Minion.
Zephyr, it's always lovely color. I feel like I want a different adjective from you.
You're not getting one. That's like my call sign at this point. Everyone's lovely in my eyes. Because I love to be here, and I love casting alongside you. There you go.
I mean, I'm a minion. There's so many other adjectives we could use. Gosh. How broken,
my small caster, random minion caster. Measly, pathetic, only worth 30 gold sometimes, even less.
14 actually for caster minions.
Random no, he knows. He knows. Of course he knows.
Of course I do. I'm a minion. Right off the bat, though, level 1, we're not seeing a ton of action coming through so far. Everybody kind of taking it slow, but we do see the aggressive ward coming up from Adrian. I like that. Trying to track Swiper can be very, very useful because if you know where Swiper is, you know whether or not they're going to play aggressively, considering that Swiper is their early playmaker.
For now here, no too heavy on the rotation. You see the reverse start homeless on the top of that blue side, which is quite obvious. You want to see him make his impact towards the Englishman, given that is your primary carry to work with here. I will say there is a slight delay and we're getting a bit of freeze. So we're going to pull this one back to the cameras and hopefully no action will transpire while we make that work for y'all here. But we already see the setup. You see where those junglers are going. Opposite ends. No surprise there. Well, kind
of. Any surprise would be on the side of ESU Warriors, right? They're the ones who
Right.
can choose which way we want to go. Do we want to gank top? Do we want to gank mid?
Gank
Do we
mid.
want to gank bot? Mid would definitely be an option here. I mean, depending on
Gank
how
mid.
far Chaganes pushes up, right? And if Chaganes pushes up as a Galio, if you're using that Justice Punch aggressively, you don't have an escape tool anymore. So definitely an option. Whereas, and I think that's why we're seeing the warding come down as well, because ESU Warriors don't need an aggressive ward to kind of know where Homeless is going. You're looking for that bot lane. Ornn's not got a ton of kill potential. If as much as we kind of ragged on Heimerdinger, if you ever try and gank a Heimerdinger, it's very, very difficult. So I don't expect to see a lot of ganks going up there until Gecko hits level 6 and has that Call of the Forge God to try and insta-clear those turrets on the engage. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty much what we expected here. And the real question is just whether or not Homeless can execute on this Graves and find a way to get into that bot lane, maybe around the vision that we expect to see.
You know, I personally would say I'm less interested about whether or not they can make their, impact, and more interested if these teams are able to read each other. Because we've painted an excellent picture that almost sounds clean, cut, and dry, at least coming out of your mouth. It sounds like it's so obvious what's about to take place here. So with that in mind, we know Homeless is going to make his way bot. So what is the response from ESU? Do they play around effectively? We just discussed the fact that Rel is a good disengage tool, or particularly can make its impact as a re-engage at any given point here. So hopefully Rames might be doing a little bit better, but I don't suppose so.
I guess there's less lagging because we're just completely frozen apparently.
You can't lag if you're completely frozen.
True. Interestingly enough, though, I do want to point this out. Homeless did something completely unexpected. We were expecting bot side. He went and invaded the enemy jungle bot lane.
Whoa.
Smirkins.
As I say, hold the thought. Smirkins here way too far forward. A massive lack of respect there.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't quite get to see the startup of that, why Smirkins and the Englishmen were that far up. One of the good things about this Jhin pick is that you can match the damage of Misfortune in the early game there. So you do have to respect the all-in. Now, Homeless looking top. Turrets?
This is hilarious because this is the exact opposite of what we expected. So nature finds its way even on the Rift here.
Well, partially unexpected. The pathing was unexpected. The result, however, was completely expected.
That is true.
Happens. Those turrets, it's so difficult to gank into them. And that's why I'm very surprised. Even now, Gecko trying to fight there is going to lose that trade unless you can burst out, half of Moon and Juice's health. There's just not enough damage here to finish this off.
At this point, he can just hold his horns, let it go for the time being. Heck, even take a bit of a CS loss. You'll come back around. You'll find what are those stats that make you the behemoth that is just far too difficult to deal with. But for now, Homeless still on this top side, comes back, clears that blue, and he is spotted out by literally the 4-man majority here of the ESU Warriors.
Oh, they're now looking for Chaganes as well here. And I absolutely love the roam out from ESU Warriors. Look how quickly they unlocked Zac attack to confirm that they could get that scuttle. And now they can double scuttle Homeless. They're sacking the bot lane ever so slightly to try and get their jungle ahead.
Which you can do after finding that initial kill there. You've padded the gold here on Null and Void so that even if you run even on your return, you're still sitting in a good place. So an excellent rotation there from ESU Warriors. I love the team play.
Yeah, and good answer from Adrian as well. They recognize the moment that, hey, Zac attacks top side. They secure the scuttle. We've got to fight the other scuttle here. And they're using that level advantage from Smirkins, who stayed in lane to get experience, to contest that, to try and even things out. Now, there is still a bit of a gold lead, but at this point, the gold lead is largely off that first blood and kind of the small advantage they have in the top lane. Other than that, Adrian's kind of managed to even things out for the most part.
So nothing to really build upon there. I will take note that Swiper sitting, ghosting. What is that bot side? Which I like this. This was kind of my discussion when we went to cams there. What do you do knowing that inevitably Homeless will make that rotation at any given point? And even now, look at this. You've got Chaganes sitting in the middle of river there, just waiting for the moment.
Yeah, they're really trying to read this. And for ESU Warriors, because Null and Voided and Zac attack have been shoved in, it would normally look like a good time to try and gank the Englishmen and Smirkins, who are somewhat overextended. But I think the call was just, play safe for a little bit. We're okay down here right now. We're even in CS. and we're okay with that. Maybe look for that mid lane instead. Try and get intellectual ape ahead. If he gets ahead here, I think he'll actually have more impact than just trying to force kills into that bot side for Swiper.
Hands down, easily. I am surprised that Chayens is sitting on that CS lead. That is an interesting thing to note here. For now, though, nothing too crazy. The junglers haven't really had the opportunity to make their impact. Both these teams, respectively, playing very well in terms of making sure that they don't overstep, don't overpush. And if they are doing so, it's because they have that good read, knowing that they're safe. They're good. You see the jungle top side. You can make a hard, aggressive rotation to go as deep as you did say if you're Adrian.
Yeah, and we did get to see some early action, which I liked. A lot of times with teams based around misfortune, it gets a little bit stale because, if they don't get that early action level 3, they kind of just sit and farm till level 6 when you do get that bullet time, and then you start trying to contest for that dragon. Whereas we're still seeing, kind of proactive moves to come out. Solo laners have hit 6, and that is worth noting because that's most of the engaged tools for both of these teams. And now that I think Gecko is 6, Homeless could look for that top lane, especially once he gets 6 and has collateral damage. They actually have enough burst damage at that point to try and kill the Heimer before the turrets kill them.
I will say, Homeless got to step up the pace, though. Sitting now at his 7, yeah, those ultimates are the big kind of turning favor for him to start making impact on these lanes, but already you're kind of losing that really special point of impact on that Graves where you do come into these fights at a better advantage than the volley will ever have the opportunity to. Now, as he continues to scale up, it's going to be even as even gets.
Ooh, a bit of a standoff in the bot lane there. They are fighting for control of that scuttle. Adrian College, really good sense of timing on when all those wards that ESU put down has gone down as well, have secured the scuttle here. And it's difficult for ESU to be the first ones to go for Dragon unless they get a kill. Adrian, on the other hand, can just look to, apply pressure, maybe set up for this. And I want to see if they can force ESU Warriors to funnel into them. If ESU are ever grouped up trying to fight out an objective, bullet time can just ride off with that fight.
That's a big engage from Zactec and does fall through the stun, but look at that. Double Hero's entrance. It's going to get the return slam onto Chagans, but there's Homeless on the back end. The Englishman with this damage is absurd. Bullet time goes wide as Ape goes deep here, but now he's a little bit too far forward, guaranteeing them a double now here on this AD carry.
Zactec, can you get away?
He can get away, but I don't know about Null and Void it.
Oh!
I did not expect that fourth shot to absolutely decimate that man.
Yeah, I mean, fourth shot, you got to count it for when you're playing against a Jhin. And I think it was because Null and Void was running for a while. They lost track that was the fourth TP coming down. Ape wants more here.
Whoa, TP back in, curtain called down, but they don't have the potential to engage. They've already pulled the resets back out.
Yeah, but that TP should allow ESU to be the ones to start up this dragon right here. I don't know if they can really do it. Zactec's kind of low, and Null and Void, it's actually out of mana. So they do pull off. And it's interesting because after all that fighting said and done, Adrian might get their crack at this dragon at the end of the day, despite not winning the end of that fight.
Didn't win the end of it, but no reset was really available for ESU. So they turn around there and they, rotate immediately on a dragon. Notably, it's only Homelessness, so you keep the priority in this bot lane as they rotate back in here. They're going to catch what is Swiper stepping up, and there is no chance that ESU Warriors can make their play.
They're still trying to zone off.
They're going to try.
Yeah, Swiper? Okay, yeah, I think that was enough right there.
Smirkin's good. Smite found the dive there from Swiper with the Stormbringer. Isn't able to find what he wants, but a good bullet time return from Ape almost takes him low. Smirkin's going to go down here as Null and Void picks up that last all. Chagane's trying to run his way out, able to get that last bit on the dash, so it's 1 for the drag.
And you know what? Smirkin's worth right there as the support. For you to dive for someone else, you're going to take that. To dive for a dragon, also worth here. Yes, you're down 1,000 gold, but Infernal Dragon remains, and that attack boost is going to be nice. Now, ESU Warriors roaming up a little bit here. Herald is on the table and available. They could look for this, and because they got the kills, because Gecko's out of mana
they
as well,
have to.
It's free.
I was about to say, it's more than free. You absolutely have to make that trade there, especially if you lose the dragon and most of your priority presence on that bot side. Now, the one guaranteed de facto here is that you've got an excellent engage there from Smirkins, and Just barely. No, we don't catch it, but the last auto from that turret wasn't quite in range to deal the damage there. But hey, that is some presence in the bot to work with.
Yeah, you love to see it. You're trying to answer back a little bit. And the bot lane, actually, despite the fact that Adrian is down 2 kills, is actually fairly even. Both the kills for Adrian College did go into the Englishman. Perfect placement of that gold. And for ESU Warriors, I mean, the kills went over largely to Now and Voided as well. So this bot lane continues to be spicy. Top side is somewhere that we haven't touched on, but I think it's worth looking at because Gecko has been pushed in, shoved in. That's exactly what we expected from the Heimerdinger. Just set up your turrets, play around those. And Gecko's now level 9. He's missed CS, but not experience. And it's fine for your tanks. They can be very low econ to kind of miss out on CS.
Good death sentence into the flay there, straight with the bullet time. And no! Not enough. A sliver of health there on Null and Void. It's going to push him back at least, but maybe this is enough. Ape trying on the rotation, but Homeless is there for good response. Ah, that's gotta hurt.
It does. And there's no good base timing now for Now and Voided here. They're gonna lose at least one wave off this particular back. You can see Now Voided still sticking around. I think Heal is back up, so he's playing with fire a little bit, but he wants to try and make sure he catches the experience.
Yeah, playing with fire definitely is, but that back comes through, and this is going to garner at least those plates over the way of the Englishman. Now, we don't get the full effect of seeing it, but Gecko finally pulled the trigger there. A bit of the forge got a bit of the slam. The turrets, there's still not enough to pull it out, and finally, I know that's that turning point we discussed. This is where Heimer, where's the impact? That's the big question.
Yeah, now, until Heimer picks up something like that Leandri's Torment, he's not going to win this lane against Ornn anymore. He can continue applying the pressure, and he still should have perma-shove, but you've always got to be careful. That was Gecko soloing Heimer as well. Now, imagine if Homeless shows up. We touched on the fact that at level 6, if Homeless showed up, would have been a nice quick kill. Now, anytime Homeless wants a kill, he can look up there. Swiper, dropping Herald in the bot lane.
This is going to get a little bit of the return on the gold there. Some investment for Null and Void as this crashes in. Going to be able to take, I would hope the 2 plates, but it's only going to be or 3. My apologies.
There we go.
That does go down. All right. So those minions did finally find that one there. And I like it. It's a good response knowing that Homeless top side there. You just see the trade go down there onto Moose, and the reset comes back, especially after the initial push from the Englishman. So you've got some time to work with.
Yeah, and I've heard Herald was running out of time as well, so they did have to drop it. You want to drop it before 14 minutes just to get the plates. And I don't think there was a better lane at that point in time really to look for. Now, Homeless looking top again. No call of the Forge God this time, so there's no easy setup. And they're actually calling Shiganes over as well.
Shiganes could make rotation. He does have that heroic entrance. That could be the die potential that you use, but there's no real wave to crash alongside here. Now, you can see Swiper. Don't believe
he's spotted now.
He was spotted. No, yeah, there he is. He is officially spotted. Smirkin's taking a gander of a walk there towards the tri-bush, is able to sniff that one out. And he's got to be careful because Ape is also on his way.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Volibear's ultimate, that Stormbringer, disables turrets. So you're not actually safe under this turret. If they send 4 people there, they can easily burst you down before that turret comes back online here. So they've got to be very aware, tracking where Intellectual Ape is. Gecko, though, roaming down into the mid lane. A bit of an interesting call. And I think they're starting to set up for this dragon in 10 seconds.
Homeless, no vision, unaware, going to be gone here off of that rotation. And that's huge. You don't have the jungler to play around. More than likely, you ain't going to find the dragon either.
Yeah, no smite available as Homeless goes lifeless here. It's going to be another 15 seconds before he comes back up. And by the time we walk the dragon, that's closer to 40 seconds. Can the rest of Adrian try and fight this? I don't really think so. Bullet time is there to dissuade, but you just don't have to set up. And if that's the case, that's fine. You back off. And if anything, I want to see more vision from Smirkins and the Englishmen to make sure they don't get ganked right after this dragon.
I was about to say, the vision doesn't really come through in terms of any setup there. So dragon is taken away, and Ape doing a great job to make sure that they actually couldn't walk up and pressure with, say, something like that bullion time at any given point there. But immediately, there is no gank. The ESU Warriors, they're going to go back to the standard lane-to-lane matchup here and return to homeostasis off their success.
And for both these teams, I think they're actually quite comfortable to scale. Adrian College actually doesn't scale as well. Misfortune does tend to fall off later in the game.
Yep.
Grave scales fairly well. Galio doesn't, but they've got Ornn, and Ornn grants you ornaments. Each ornament or special upgrade to your mythic grants you about 1,000 gold worth of stats. So that largely nullifies the weaker scaling off Adrian College. Whereas ESU Warriors, well, Jin has his weak spot in the mid game where he kind of falls off after 1.5 items. But once you get to 4 or 5 items, he can actually just cut right through even tanks like Ornn here. Whereas Silas, well-known skiller, if you want to be greedy on the Silas, it makes sense because he can and will scale up. Heimerdinger as well has actually pretty good ratios. We rarely see Heimer late game, and he still struggles from not playing forward well. He likes you to play into him.
Yep.
But if you do ever try and play into a late game Heimer, those turrets hurt.
Yeah, I was about to say, more than hurt, you're probably gone. And there is a lot of dive tools available for Adrian if they want to make that work, but I can see it going completely the opposite direction if they're not care. But now, Homeless finally making its impact towards the top side here. There's that call of the Forge God straight into the blind. And even with a flash expended, there's no chance Heimer's coming home.
No, not at all. And you can see just on repeat how quick that kill's gonna be. The only caveat to that is every time Gecko does that, Call of the Forge God is not available for a team fight. And Herald just spawned. So now you don't have that setup necessarily for that big fight. The Englishman also not being there does make this a bit of a tougher fight. They're relying very heavily on Homeless to try and carry this with his damage.
It's going to be a dicey situation if they choose to go in there. Ape can easily find his way forward, but at least the peel from Adrian should be enough. But that teleport on the back end might spell something different here. Big Flay to keep Zack attack off, but the Magnet Storm still coming through. Ape gets launched down. Good response with the heroic entrance to find 3 there for Chagins, but the exhaust in the majority, he's got to step up, but he can't quite find that lantern. So in the face of his sacrifice, he's going to go down, but at least his members survive.
Yeah, and that's going to give ESU Warriors this uncontested Herald. There was a rotate up from Null and Voided as well right now. So despite getting the Herald, first turret might actually go to Adrian in this bot lane.
Yeah, steps up, finds that first turret, and I find it interesting. Null and Void didn't really have a major objective to step into there. Made the rotation and obviously coming all the way from bot lane a little bit too late. So gives that one over. So continuing to pad what is the one major win condition here from Adrian College. But I gotta say, with takes like that and objective control around the map, ESU still more than hold on. I personally think they currently kind of lead in how they're working this one.
Yeah, if you look at the team gold right now, they're pretty much dead even. 500 gold when you're staring at 27,000 team gold. It's pretty much nothing at all. And keep in mind the Eye of the Herald in the pocket of ESU Warrior as well. It can't take a turret by itself. There's no Ziggs to guarantee an instant take, but it is still a lot of power, a lot of pressure you can utilize. And mid lane, Intellectual Ape?
I was about to say, I don't think he's going to be finding any kind of kill pressure there. Smirkin steps up, but Zack attacks in a quick response as well. So nothing too crazy here. I'm more interested in seeing where these sets up from now on because we're past the point of lane. This is when the 5-man kind of win wombo is supposed to really sway towards Adrian College here if they're able to enact upon it, but not with engages like that.
Yeah, and the damage you're seeing not come through from the mid laners right now is telling you a story, right? It's not about the Galio and Silas doing the big damage. It comes down to the AD carries, the Englishman, and now Unvoided as well with that Gale Force right now does hit quite hard on anybody not named Chagains or Echo. If you hit Homeless, if you hit the Englishman, or even Smirkins right now, we've seen that fourth shot pop people before.
Ooh. Looks like there was a bit of a stun engage there. We saw Swiper come in from the jungle, taking advantage a little bit of that vision advantage that you do see in the river currently here. Dragon is up in 20, though, and they have lost priority, which is a bit of a difficult take to have as they're going to have to find a wide rotation if they want to work their way in here because they will kill them. And oh no. Gecko rooted down. He's going to try to work his way out, but the stun comes through from Zack attack, dashes forward, and it's the last auto. Hilariously there from the Heimer return with the call of the Forge God, and immediately the is gone there. Chagains here, the next one to fall as Ape continues his onslaught to work his way towards a double, and now what will be the start of these Mountain Drakes.
Zephyr, they always say vision saves lives, but vision can also take lives. And that was a vision disparity between the two
Huge.
teams. ESU Warriors knew exactly where everybody on Adrian was. So they knew that, oh, everybody's base. Gecko's on his own. And granted, Gecko's really tanky. It took 5 people, what, 3, 4, 5 seconds to kill him there? It took quite long. But they do get it. And because they get it, not only do they get the dragon, I think it's more important to note, they got a whole bunch of kills and got the lead. Herald being dropped as well. They're looking to push in onto this inner turret, and I don't think they can take it, but it's still going to get low and make sure that it's not safe for the Englishmen and Smirkins to try and stick around this bot lane too long.
We'll definitely see how it fares. Shigane's going to step up there as well to make sure that it isn't coming down anytime soon. You even got Gecko coming through here in the bullet time to clear. So that is a lot to pan out on. Not usually what you should expend there on a tier 2 push.
I mean, there's no big fight that I think is on the
on its horizon. Yeah.
Yeah, so the cooldown it's somewhat long. It's an ultimate, but it should be back up here. And for ESU Warriors, there's not a lot of other places they can push either. I do think the bullet time to clear the wave was not a bad call, because if you leave it too long and Null and Voided gets more shots on that turret, you might end up losing your inner turret as well, and then you're exposed to a potential engage. Top side, Moose and Juice has not moved from this top side in a while here. When that bot side fight was going on, Moose was just, moving right back to that top lane, setting this up here, and he's just farming up a storm right now.
Ooh, Death Sentence finally does come through there, but they can't quite capitalize the way they want. Once again, Zach is continuously shadowing this mid, and at this point, I would be more akin to seeing the rotation come through, especially if you want to really funnel gold here onto the Englishman. Put him in the mid lane, switch this up. Chiganes, I understand he has the potential to make rotation with heroic entrance, but I would love to see that gold funneled.
Definitely. It's not only just about the gold funneling either. It's about where your damage is. If your damage is Homeless and the Englishman, and they're nowhere near each other, you don't have kill potential. We've seen the Death Sentence that multiple times on Intellectual Ape, and nothing comes of it because Chiganes doesn't have damage, Smirkins doesn't have damage. You put the Englishman there, and next time that hook lands, you probably don't kill Ape, but you get to half health him. And that gives you kill threat on that second Death Sentence. Or hey, if Homeless just drops by mid, because why not? I'm rotating between top and bot side, then we're cooking.
For now, though, Homeless once again back on that top side. He gets the good call of the Forge God. Gecko trying to work his way forward, but Moose and Juice is far gone there, making actual use here of the flash this time around. But that is a big context to not have available here. Then again, though, how often does the Heimerdinger really need the flash to make his impact? Not often.
Yeah, you'll probably need it in 60 seconds when that call of the Forge God comes back up. But other than that, you're fine, right? Like you're just chilling with your turrets there. And Leandri's completed. So that's why we're seeing Gecko kind of low on health and calling for a bit of jungle backup. But it is going to cost Adrian.
Ooh. Big engage, box into heroic entrance there. It's going to find that triple knockup into the bullet time, but they still don't reap the kills here. Ape going to be that first one to finally go down into the shutdown. This is the Englishman. Zac attack a little bit too far forward here as the curtain call comes back. A double kill secured as now Moose is in the field of play. A big root is done there from the explosive bomb, and Null and Void picks up more coming out of this one.
And in that PowerPoint presentation we had there, Zephyr, it was almost picture perfect on the engage from Adrian College under the turret, which I think was absolutely key, as well as, the picture of the bullet time catching most of ESU under there. The problem is just not enough follow through damage. And I think Homeless got zoned out a little bit early. The collateral damage wasn't maximized in ESU with the lead that they're having here. They win that fight and they transition straight to a 24-minute Baron.
And this is kind of the issue, especially when we look at the composition and how it was drafted out. I think the big takeaway right off the bat is what you pull into that mid lane there. The Galio can be good in its own right, but hasn't had the impact necessary to make it a solid pick. Given that it was one, he counter-picked himself into the Silas there, which has already shown dividends as Ape has been able to pull off much more here in regards in comparison versus what is supposed to be that first 10-15 heroic entrance, and no lead has ever really come of that.
Yeah, and it's also just the low damage coming through from Adrian College right now. They just don't feel like they have enough to finish off a lot of these fights. They're getting so close, and if they just get one kill, it allows them to win out the fight, reduce the damage. They did, but it was really late towards the end of that fight, and by then, ESU Warriors had managed to offload their burst, their damage, and sure, you can look at kills, but you can also look at effective health in a fight. If your effective health is dropping quicker, you get less damage because people are dead at that point, right? They're not outputting damage. But if everybody's low but still alive, they're still outputting damage. Dragon is up. This one's so point for ESU and Adrian. They're just stuck on the outside.
They have no way to work their way in. They're not going to be a fool's fiddle this time around again, knowing that the last time it was their lack of vision that got them killed here. So they give that one away, which continues to stack what is the objective control here from ESU. And I'm a little ashamed because this time around, the one individual who wasn't there in that last fight, who definitely could have turned it in the favor for Adrian, was Gecko. And the Orin was ready. Call the Forge God. That's your big split. That's your tool that can make or break your win condition.
Yeah, and Moose and Juice even actually rotated first. The Heimerdinger, who normally wants to sit in lane. Now Gecko went back top, but you can't do this against a 5-man stack with Baron buff here. Ape threatening on the side.
Could find his way in, but it's just enough to keep them off the tower zone that went out. Lose the tier 1 here, but they're going to keep the pressure applied. Gecko rotating around the back, make sure that I don't think there'll be much more in store here, but once that back comes through from Smirkins, it is a confirmed 4v5. That's when you would pull that trigger.
Yeah, now Voided, you can see, is just hovering the side there. Has the curtain call as well to start laying down the hurt, and Smirkins is back?
No, looks like he did find his way all the way back to base, get the health reset there, but it was at the expense of a lot of poke expended from ESU. They find their engage, and immediately V is gone. So no misfortune on the field means that this fight is just one quick wipe after another. Almost has the damage to portray, and diving it this deep could be risky, but still they managed to secure what is that Graves there. So what is going to be, I believe, 1 for 3 here? Not a big win.
And the turrets as well. Gecko and Smirkins don't have the damage, so they can't save this. Not only is it a 1 for 3, you lost inner turret, you lose inhibitor turret and inhibitor as well on this Baron power push just as it expires. ESU went from roughly a 1,500 gold lead before Baron now to, what is that, a 6,000 gold lead here, plus 4,500 Baron power play.
That is an absolute massive lead to assume here, and you got to give credit to ESU, and it does start, I will say, directly in that draft, because I mean, Englishman's positioning is a question another, but the fact of the matter is when you don't have much else to work with, ESU can just, what is it? They can either go with Ape, they can launch forward, run it through with Null and Void as he comes in to clean up at the end. I mean, they have so many opportunities to make this work if the first blow doesn't go. Adrian, not so much. And most of their comp strengths play around getting massive leads in the early, which they've failed to do. So that isn't an option anymore. So you're looking for those perfection, those beautiful bullet times to turn the fights around. And at the end of the day, when you don't have vision to start things off either, the fact that these maps have been currently constantly lit up by ESU, nothing works out in their favor.
Zephyr, I would argue the almost opposite here with how you're saying, you know, the gold advantage needed to be on the side of Adrian as Homeless is fine. Okay, barely. Flash gets a good blown. I don't think Adrian needed the early gold advantage, but I think giving the early gold advantage to ESU Warriors was the issue, because previously you had to have Swiper initiate, but now, as you pointed out, Ape can initiate, Zack Attack can initiate, and survive. They're not getting burst down immediately, and that's hurting them. Look at Ape just going here.
You know what? I'm going to still counter to you there. I really think that at any given point here that this was going to be the inevitable issue. You needed to find something much, much more grounded in the early game to have presence come later. Because now it's just constant scaling for Ape, constant scaling for Swiper. They're going to be your massive fronts, and Ape, him and himself, is going to be that damage-oriented front that can run down and has shown to run down the Englishman. So either way, that's technically in the past. We're looking at the next 30 and odd here to work with, and I don't know how they work their way into this other than just straight luck.
I mean, they do it the same way that the comp always had to run, which is Gecko needs to initiate, needs to find that 4 or 5 man call of the Forge God into the bullet time. We've seen that, I think, once back at around the 15-minute mark for Asia in college, and that was the last big one fight from them. If that's the game plan that won you the fight, you need to do it again. And there are so many choke points. This is another place they can look for it, but they need to pull the trigger. Even if it doesn't work, you've still got to try.
Well, at this point, pulling the triggers means life or death here for this squad because Nexus falls if you die here. You have an open mid lane with supers crashing. For now, this is that call. The Forge God does only find the one here, and Englishman can't step up. Meanwhile, Smirkins, homeless, low, return from the hijack as curtain comes down. The bullet time comes through, but it doesn't do anything here. It's going to be one last bite for Chiganes as he goes finally down. Ape over the wall is able to secure the Englishman, and now it's one quick walk. Homeless, slowed, null and void. Your next carry to work his damage out secures the full ace here for ESU Warriors.
And while the fighting's happening, Moose and Juice is farming Dragon. They're actually pushing in for the final push right now. They have supers in there. And yes, Adrian College lose the game off that fight, but I think it's the right call. You need a fight there because, as you mentioned, ESU Warriors just outscales you. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for you. You take that fight, you win, you're back in the game. You lose, you're going to lose anyways.
You're going to lose anyways. So, in the face of two Titans here, ESU Warriors take game one in the face of what could have been a devastating defeat. I got to say, man, I am pumped to see this next draft because I really do think the early game was a great synoptic on how well they can actually play in terms of keeping themselves stable in the tools. It was just those small defects in the fact that they don't really have any other option to work with. If you put all your eggs in one basket, well, guess what? That's what you have to deal with.
That's very fair. And one of the nice things about, problems stemming from draft like that, Zephyr, is that they're easy to fix. They don't need to change out the things that didn't work.
They're huge. That's what I'm saying. They didn't look bad in the first 10 minutes. Like, they were doing all right. A few kills go here and there. That's the typical game. That's League of Legends, baby. All right. At the end of the day, it's the fact that those kills going here and there turn into the fact that Silas looking kind of rough, so it's looking the Jin's getting out of his mind, and you only have the Misfortune who isn't able to do anything in their own right. Well, you got nothing.
Yep. So Adrian College, mid lane, just need to swap that out. Chiganes has other champions available as well. Often plays a carry role for the team, and I want to see him back on a carry role. The Galio, I wouldn't say he played it wrong. It's just not that high impact champion you need it to be when you've got such a strong mechanical player. And for ESU Warriors, while they won that game, I will say that Heimerdinger pick, I don't feel like really did
bring much to the table.
Yeah. And it's just the pick. We talked about the fact that Heimerdinger likes to play back, and when you're winning, Heimer doesn't do much when you're winning because he's waiting for people to play into him. You're always moving forward, never moving back. So Moose and Juice, the fact that they could win while Heimer wasn't contributing that much says a lot about the team. And I think you can swap it out for something. Give Moose and Juice, the carries that he likes to play, things like Fiora, Kale, or hey, you can pick the Ornn for him as well. He's played it before, and deny it away from the side of Adrian here because Gecko individually looks pretty good on that Ornn.
Either way, we're going to pull this one to a short break as we get these teams back into lobby and hopefully towards a more eventful draft that can paint a better picture for the both of their win conditions and how they like to play. As for us, though, or my apologies, stay tuned and stick around for what will be hopefully not the last game of this one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NECC. We're still bringing you some excellent games as we work our way through week 5 here. If you're just joining us, we came back from a daunting victory by the ESU Warriors as they took out the also currently undefeated Adrian College. I'm still your play-by-play caster, Zephyr, of course, still alongside Mr. Random Minion Caster.
Well, Zephyr, game 1 was interesting. Mechanically speaking, both teams played up to what we expected. But one fatal flaw in the draft did cost Adrian College that game. And now going into game 2, I'm very curious to see, do we just see small fixes here? Do we still see those heavily team fight oriented compositions? Or are the teams going to switch everything completely up? Personally, I'm hoping for a huge switch up because the more we get to see, the more variants we get to see, the more interesting the series is to me.
I was going to say, it's funny that you say you're looking for a huge switch up because I feel like I can remember you explicitly saying it's just a few little things. It's just the little things that they've got to change. So, you know what? I'll take the kind of, I just leave it for a little bit of switch up, especially if we want to get more specific. Change that mid lane, Adrian College, Galio Silas, didn't quite work out.
Okay, the Anos and me, yes, little switch ups all you need.
Oh, Lord.
Why don't we have some fun here? Big switch-ups are always more fun. The spectator, the caster in me would like to see more from them. And honestly speaking, yeah, team fighting is great and all that. It is a very solid, easy to execute composition. But you guys have carries. I want to see Chicane's carry. I want to see, Moose and Juice get to do something else other than just set up turrets and sit there watching.
Hey, man, team fight sounds good and all, but like, what about the win lane, win game matchup? Ever heard of that?
Yeah.
They run you down in one lane specifically.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more fun. Zephyr, shouldn't you be the one who's bloodthirsty? You're the play-by-play. Why am I the one calling for?
What are you talking? If there's good team fights, that's like the queen of what a play-by-play wants to cast right there, all right? You've got these epic 5v5 skirmishes. How exciting is it for me to say, oh, look at Silas. He's running him down again.
Well, I'm sure you could put it better. I've seen you do better.
Oh, I know I can put it better, but that doesn't mean I want to. You're not getting the connection here, buddy.
No, I'm not, Zephyr. We don't pay you to do what you want. We pay you to do what we want here. I don't pay you at all. But regardless of that, compositionally, I mean, we've touched on how the things go, and regardless of the composition, I just want to see a game 3 between these two teams. I feel like it'd almost be half a letdown to just end it in 2. Not to say that ESU Warriors can't do that; they're looking poised to do that right now. But Adrian College Bulldogs are a very strong team, and I don't think we got to see that last game here. I want to see them fight back, and I want to see their mental here, whether or not game 1 wore on them at all.
I don't personally think it really did, especially since we didn't really get the full flavor profile of what we're used to out of them. Chiganes, especially on what was that Galio. I know I already brought it up, but that is such a huge point that you just can't miss it. He is a carry-oriented mid laner that typically plays through that kind of mid-jungle combo alongside Homeless. That was nowhere to be seen in game 1, and that is one of the best win conditions that you actually usually result in.
Yeah, and when we were talking about this matchup, when we were setting up for it, we looked at jungle mid as the big collision between these two teams, both their junglers, both their mid laners. And we talked a lot about the mid laners, but even in the jungle, Homeless on this Graves did not get going as quick as we would have liked to see. There was lane setup available, CC in every single lane, but Homeless ended up farming, power farming, had a lot of effectiveness later in the game, but early game just kind of let Swiper and Intellectual Ape take off, take over, and then become that duo that they really struggled to kill later on in that series.
And personally, I don't find that very surprising. I don't think there were many opportunities personally for Homeless to get full impact on most of these lanes. The only one that really garnered much success was going up towards that Orin lane when he finally had Call the Forge God and when that Heimerdinger damage wasn't enough anymore. And that was the slight advantage that we did see out of him. But other than that, making his impact towards the bot side, which was supposed to be crucial, never really came through.
Okay, and we're into drafts here, Zephyr. Now, I was hoping for a big change up. So far, the bans that we are seeing on screen are pretty much the same as what we saw last game, and that fills me with a little bit less hope than I had wished for.
Oh, I was about to say the bans may be the same, but it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing much more here. Currently sitting on a bit of that freeze there, and I know we both know we know the draft, but you know, gotta let it play out. Gotta let the slideshow eventually work its way forward.
Oh boy, they're just keeping us in suspense here, Zephyr. They don't want us, to get quick, easy relief here. There's still the potential. There's still the potential for a very different draft to come through, and I might still get my win game bloodbath. Pardon me.
Well, for now, looking like it's frozen. Hopefully, pull back to cameras here so we can maybe discuss for a little bit longer as they try to work that out on their end. Other than that, there's not much to go on, though. Same bans isn't really a start here. Was there anything you would have wanted them to ban?
I mean, after that game, I don't think there was like a particular pick that was huge standout, absolutely couldn't be dealt with. ESU Warriors draft, yes, the Silas took over, but I do feel like a lot of that was the function of Adrian picking a bad lane into it. So I think that's fine.
I think that was bad.
Yeah, I'd say ESU Warriors actually might want to ban the Misfortune potentially to come through. But at the same time, they beat it. So I don't know how, worried they feel about that Misfortune, really. It did feel like the most effective pick, though, for Adrian in game one.
Yeah, I think that would be the strongest thing to work with. If you're on the opposite side here from Adrian, like you said, I don't think the Silas was ever really that much of a presence, nor do we look towards that top jungle combo as well. Mm-hmm. Maybe you look at the Jhin. It looked good, but personally, I never thought they really took the time to stunt the Jhin at any point. And I think with more presence, or at least out of what was like Homeless, that combo rotating down, I don't think he would have gotten to the point that made him as strong as he was. So personally, I can't think of any particular bans off of that first game. If you want to ban Teemo or something, that sounds funny. It would get a laugh out of me if they're listening. I like jokes. Broadcast.
You say that, Zephyr, but I said this in chat and I'll say this again. Teemo is unironically viable.
He's very good right now. That's not even a joke. He's actually good.
Any auto attack based champion is going to struggle so hard into Teemo right now. That cooldown reduction was completely unnecessary. And it's really messing up quite a few things. I've thankfully not had to play against it, but I have seen it played. If I got a choice of something to ban, like out of game one, I'd ban the Heimerdinger. I did not enjoy watching
I would ban the Heimerdinger just so I don't have to see it. Just so it's not picked.
Pretty much.
Man, I'm okay with that.
It did nothing that game. And like I said, I want to see Moose and Juice get to actually play the game because he had some good rotations, especially later in the game. I still remember that mid lane play where he moved before Gecko did. But the thing is, I'm looking at that fight and still thinking, even if Moose didn't move first, as long as he held Gecko top, I think ESU Warriors would have won the fight anyways. So it's kind of like, how much impact did the Heimer really have at the end of the day, right? Like you can replace it. If you're going to do that, pick a Jax, right? Jax would have done perfectly fine into Ornn. He'd skill up.
He's got so many carries, man. As I say, and he got counter pick too. He had perfect top lane counter pick is like the dream for any top laner. Congratulations, you have 5th pick. We've saved it specifically for you, and now you get the opportunity to counter. Chose not to. It blew my mind.
Yeah, a little bit there. It's just it's a little rough to kind of see how that goes, but partially it's champion pools, and you can't argue success, right? Like, sure, we don't like the Heimer, but it won. So it is something you can still opt to pick again if you want here. Now we are just checking in quickly to see what the status is on this this game. For now, it is still unfortunately still an issue. Oh, there we go. Actually, they've completed picks and bans. Okay.
It's going to be frozen for the time being, but at least we get the discussion out here regarding what the picks are currently. I think that's more important.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, we get to see the full thing here, and it is very different, Zephyr. I did get my wish. Interesting to note, they did change up the bans, actually. Jhin got banned, despite us not thinking it was that big an issue. Yeah. They did take it out. Tristana being the other switch-up ban, we didn't see it, but it was something. It is the Englishman's most played AD carry, so I do like the ban there. Now, if we look at the compositions, right away here, you can see it's not about the team fight for either of these teams here. Yes, you've got a couple of team fight ultimates, but it feels like it's a lot more about the pick potential to come through. You see the Syndra, you see the Lucian, Thresh, Viego, all of those pick champions for the side of Adrian. ESU Warriors, Silas is good at pick. Ashe is really good at pick. Braum, team fight, yes, but when you pair it with the Kayn, Ashe, and Silas, again, you're looking for picks.
I was going to say, pick-oriented. I don't know if it's win lane, win game. It's definitely going to be that team fight that I was more particularly working for. So I guess we both got our wishes out of this one. Now, I will say, though, yeah, Adrian College does have that one mono kind of takedown regarding any way they try to pressure this one forward. Throw Lucian out there. That's one-on-one. That's that calling you take Syndra. That's that, my apologies, Unleash Power. That's a single target oriented. Viego, the Heartbreaker. Everything, every tool that they have is looking to capitalize on that one individual out of place here. But that's kind of a struggle when we saw what we did in game one, where they didn't have a good control of the pacing, didn't have a good source of the vision, especially coming in some of these major objectives. A comp like this only works if you know your map and you know the location of everybody.
Well, the other problem to me is that works when you can actually successfully burst a target down. Last game we saw that they didn't have enough damage. Yeah, and I'm looking at this. Okay, so there's one squishy target, Ashe. Ashe, you're always going to be able to kill anytime, anywhere, as long as she's alone. But that's what the problem is for. Unbreakable means that you can't burst that Ashe down as long as we do see Zac attack anywhere near null and voided. And then Kane's the other one who is interesting because patch 11.21, there was a nerf to Gore Drinker. And the ideal Kane build last patch or the last couple of patches was Blue Kane, Assassin Kane with Gore Drinker. And you do damage and you heal, you're hard to burst down. Now that Gore Drinker's been nerfed, you no longer get the added damage. It scales off your base AD rather than your overall AD. So Blue Kane with Gore Drinker, you don't get the damage and you're healing. It's not really worth it.
Not really there.
If it is Red Kane, though, the tankier Kane with Gore Drinker, you don't get to burst him down either. And Silas, well, we saw that last game. He gets pretty tanky as well with the sustain. If you don't have healing cut, you're not killing him. And then Yorick. Yorick. It's just Yorick. Like, you're not going to deal with Yorick. And I'm actually terrified about this Yorick pick. I love seeing it. Moose and Juice plays most played champion in solo queues Yorick. You build a Hellbreaker, and who's going to deal with you? Sion can't effectively lane against you. He's not going to win the duel. You send Lucian up there. Maiden can actually kill Lucian. Yeah, like just a Maiden lifesteal alone. Syndra, same thing. You can't burst him down. So I really like this Yorick pick, and I'm scared that Adrian don't have an answer to it.
I don't think they have a direct answer, especially since Moose tends to stay up towards that top side. But at least they can favor around the idea that the damage here does look shifty. ESU Warriors, they're going to be able to capitalize, hopefully, on the Ashe Kane. If he goes blue, that'll be something to look forward to. Silas as well, if he gets to the point where he's bursting enough. But this time around, that Syndra is going to be much more of an impact. So the big question is, you get to these team fights, yeah, you've got the sustain, you've got the lockdown potential available, but do you have the follow-through? Because I can promise you, Adrian at one point or another will have that burst available.
Yeah, that is true. And if they do get the burst, of course, as you pointed out, once you kill somebody, the game gets so much easier. It's a 5v4 after that. The other big question to me is, we forgot to touch on Viego as well, the jungler. And I think Viego is very important to point out because Viego is repeatable burst, right? We talk about, okay, if you can't finish somebody, you've got a problem. Well, Viego also got buffed on this patch. He's got the 100% crit on the execute as well, and his ultimate Heartbreaker. So he can clean up. And every time he repossesses a soul, his ultimate comes back up again. So if you can get them low, you can just reset those executes. And I think that's going to be key. But a lot of that will come off the back of the Englishman on Lucian. Because once your initial burst is done from Syndra, then you're going to need someone else to take everybody else low. And that's got to be this Lucian. He's rather short range, but has a lot of mobility here. And I actually like giving the Englishman something mobile. The Misfortune was fine. It did a lot, but it wasn't mobile. And if your bullet time didn't land perfectly, it was hard to finish. This time, even if the calling doesn't land, Lucian can still dart around, auto-attacking everybody.
So, you know what? Gives a little bit more presence to the Englishman, which hopefully will give Adrian their own bite back at any given point. But as for us here at the NECC, we are currently running into some production issues trying to avoid what was that Game 1 slideshow. So hopefully, as we go through this break, we'll be able to bring it back to you with the second game here between Adrian College versus the ESU Warriors. Stick around.
Welcome back, everybody, to week 5 here on NECC with some League of Legends action tonight. As the weather gets a little bit cooler, the matches are getting a little bit hotter. Joining you tonight is going to be myself, Mick, joined with RMC as your respective color caster. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Apologies for the technical difficulties here, but yes, we are back, Mick, and we are still in the Navigators Yellow Division, just with different teams. I believe in Game 1, we have Midway University on the blue side and Hood College here on the red side.
Hey, and I'm looking forward to it. I mean, looking at what they both got going through, Hood being 3-1 right now. I mean, I would like to see an upset, honestly, at the end of the day. That'd be very interesting to see. But quite honestly, the way Hood's been going, especially with the standings they got right now, being in this Navigators division, this is usually what we have on the lower end of the spectrum. But quite honestly, when we have these players who are being really impressive, who are showing up week in, week out, we almost look at whether or not they could be promoted in the next season or not. And I would love to see the potential they have as a squad, as a unit, to see what kind of collaborations can come through out of them, what kind of dictations and what kind of plays can be made to really show what their potential is, because I hear they're a fairly recently formed squad. So I'm looking forward to see what exactly they've kind of formulated over these past couple weeks thus far.
Yeah, I'm very curious as well. Unfortunately, I don't think we've caught Hood College on stream before, so all we know is that they're good, but we don't know how good necessarily.
Yeah.
On the other side, of course, Midway University. I mean, they're I guess they've been around for a year or so, but this particular team, this particular roster is fairly new. Only their top laner and their mid come in from the previous iteration of this squad. So also a little bit newer here. And honestly, when I look at how they've been playing, they have been playing a lot through their mid laner, the GOAT. Uh, well, he's a GOAT for a reason, right? He is
Yeah.
the greatest on their team. He has been the carry for their team. And when I look at how Hood likes to play, through their solo lanes, top and mid, I do see an opportunity here. If GOAT can suppress Rainbow Madness in the mid lane, Midway University have a way of potentially coming in this series.
Oh, I'm definitely with you. I mean, when you play into that top lane and that mid lane so much, because there's 6 solo lanes, there's a lot of potential the rest of the map. Make sure to put that pressure on going in the bot lane,
The
especially when you
weak
have
fear the
they're saying,
shadows.
we don't know what to really do
Control
too much. It's a little bit of a concern. Sometimes we may be in our island stranded on our own, and we're going to need that help and open up some new opportunities. But if we're talking about opening, we're already getting right into these champ bans and selects, and we're seeing everyone getting really antsy of what they really want to get off the table so far.
Yeah, Blitzcrank, Kane. That's an interesting combination. Jungle and support, and Hood throwing it to the support position, really trying to pinch that bot lane. And that tells me that rather than focusing on their strong lanes, they might actually just be trying to smash through that bot lane instead, looking through that on the other side midway. Rel, Camille, Fizz. Again, not a lot of mid-centric bans, but at least Camille, Fizz, those are towards the solo lanes.
Oh, I mean, most definitely everything coming through. I mean, when you mentioned that bot lane, that's something I really want to keep an eye on this game because I feel like that may be Hood's biggest downside right now. That could be that crack that they can just really pour some water into and just make it that much larger over the course of the game to really open up the map. And you don't see that exposure too much. You usually find it towards that mid lane. You usually find it towards that top lane of somebody just getting that continuous push going through. But as we already see the picks coming out, everybody loving what they have and everybody feeling confident about it, I'm confident to say that I'm liking what I'm seeing thus far.
Yeah, very interesting compositions coming out. I mean, there's elements of team fighting for both these teams, but I want to touch on Midway's composition first because we're seeing something that we frankly almost never see, and that is a Malphite support coming out for Aaron Ann here. And I'm guessing that support lane pinch was very effective because Malphite, not a lot of impact in the early game. You don't have a lot of ground control till you hit that level 6, and then you've really only got that unstoppable force there. But once you do hit 6, my goodness, you've got Vi, you've got Kennen. Silas can steal away big AoE ultimates as well. So Midway, I suspect what we're going to see from them is a bit more careful play in the beginning, hit level 6, and then they come online.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you on that. 6 is going to be a massive impact when it comes around to this game because Malphite, I mean, he's going to have a little bit of poke potential when it comes around to his early stages to go ahead and get on that field. But you got to make sure to work into those protections, work off that shield, almost as if you were in that top lane scenario to say, I can't go ahead and get dinked up too much. If I'm going to be the engaged tank, especially against a Nautilus, I feel like that's the shakiest part to know that if you had, say, like maybe a mage support, somebody who's going to pick this, that time, and the other, and make sure to go ahead and dwindle your health down, you could go ahead and say, you know what, forget this. I'm going to get in their face and find a way to see if my ADC can pick them off. But when you have another tank like Nautilus in that bot lane, they're going to be looking for engages as well. I mean, it's just going to be constant bloodshed on that bot lane. And honestly, I feel like we may see 2 kills by the time we get to level 6 guaranteed at least.
I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever here. Now, the nice thing about Malphite is that your passive at least does give you tankiness, and
Yep.
Malphite struggles pre-6 with the engage. If Nautilus is willing to hook you in, hey, that brings you closer to that misfortune as well. Maybe that's the free engage you're looking for. And on the side of Hood College, they're more than just their bot lane here. Yes, misfortune usually warps the game around her. You almost always want to give her setup. But when you're looking at Anar, Ziggs, Nocturne, suddenly the game gets very different because Ziggs and Nocturne both carrying global ultimates here. They can swing the other lanes. They don't even have to really be down near that bot side. Nocturne can come in from halfway down the map. Ziggs as well. And in that top lane, Nar into Kennen. That's always a spicy matchup. At professional level, a lot of times Kennen's the answer to Nar. But if you're throwing some ganks early and Nar starts holding his own, that matchup can swing completely the other way. So Hood's got both side lanes they can play through here.
Yeah, and one thing that we really want to mention, not only when it comes to those fights and that impacts there, but is also just lane pressure generally. That's the one thing I feel like Zig has the biggest emphasis of. I mean, the fact he can go ahead and execute towers as well, make sure to open up that space for the rest of his team to really follow through. So, you know what? I went ahead and grabbed a tower. I can buy myself a couple minutes here and there to go ahead and wander where I need to go or go ahead and work on a neutral objective. put some pressure somewhere else to go ahead and alleviate that attention to a different area of the map to go ahead and let my minions push through as well. There's so many considerations there when you have a Ziggs on your field, especially as he only gets better and better and better over the course of the game. It's something where you really got to shut him down early to show that you can buy your team that time to really get yourself back into it.
And Silas isn't the pick you usually use to shut down somebody early. Silas himself needs time to scale. One of the best things I like about this Ziggs into Silas matchup is that a lot of Ziggs power is not loaded necessarily into the ultimate. Yes, the Mega Inferno Bomb, does a lot of damage. It hits everywhere. Silas can steal that. But the wave clear, that push that you were talking about there, Mick, that's not from his ultimate. That's from his basic ability. Silas can't steal that, can't match that either. So I would like to see Rainbow Madness on the Ziggs with the perma push, making sure that the GOAT on the other side can't actually get out of his lane. And if anything, maybe you start calling that jungle pressure in. If Nazi is looking, into that mid lane constantly, it's going to give time for Broncliff H on this Nocturne to hit that 6, because pre-6, Nocturne can't really do anything. He really does need to farm up and get that paranoia as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. I mean, as we see, Silas, he can copy, he can paste, but the things that these guys got to really worry about is cutting out the competition. Everything coming through for them, they need a little bit more. So they got to play off these picks to some extent, because when you have such a tanky bot lane, you're going to be worried about that mid stage game where you find these team fight engagements. You want to go ahead and find to capitalize as much as you can off these players, work as much as you can. And I feel like that's a great start for both these sides to go ahead and be in their respective places. Their early game isn't exactly all that. So let's go ahead and just really buy ourselves out before we can actually get to these respective spots. Because with the Nautilus, you're usually tempted. I'll kind of give it to you. But for them to hold out this time around, I do respect the decision from Midway.
Yeah. When for Midway here, the level 1 gets really dicey because sure, you've got the Nautilus, but they've got the Vi. Yeah. And Vi can afford to start with that Vault Breaker, with that hard CC, and still be able to clear perfectly fine. Whereas what's Nautilus going to do, not Nautilus, sorry, Nocturne going to do on that invade there, he really doesn't bring too much on the table. So both teams know safer starts, and Midway University should have a more favorable time in all their lanes in the early game here. Misfortune and Nautilus, we touched on the Nautilus Malphite matchup, but Ezreal versus Misfortune. Ezreal does take time to scale up. Starting with that tier doesn't have extra combat stats, whereas Misfortune, on the other hand, with that Duran's Blade, will trade harder, whether it be a short trade or an extended one.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, Ezreal going to buy right back into usual mentality of just wanting to poke out the game as best as he can, just trying to survive a little bit, work off of his Malphite, which I feel like is a much tougher task compared to a Nautilus. So that's going to be something to really keep your eye on. But as we already see a little bit going through here, mid lane having a couple hits already. We mentioned that Silas in the early stages. He's already kind of starting to pay for it a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, and we touch on abilities, but there's also just the very basic idea that it's a range versus melee matchup. Yeah. And Silas very rarely takes that abduct abscond at level 1, so you can't actually reach Ziggs, can't trade with Ziggs, whereas Ziggs, in between hitting those minions, just right-click Silas and you start winning out that trade early.
You can already see him just finding a massive way to go ahead and push him forward. He'll obviously provide that pressure for a while here, but I mean, that's going to open up a lot of opportunity for Vi so long as the game goes on long enough, because Goat missing that old rope right there. That's not going to be enough to really work off of, because that trade is not something you want, especially in these early stages, especially with this first blood still being on the table, that 400 gold being up on the table right now. So that's something you don't want to give away so easily. And I feel like everybody has that same mindset to go ahead and play respectively, play slowly, and just try and get as much damage dwindled down before these junglers can come in and actually make some advantage of that gold.
Yeah, now both junglers did start on the bot side. Mid, a bit of a trade as that level 3 comes through, but should be fine. Junglers both started bot side. Broncliff H actually full cleared his bot lane, so he will be a little bit ahead in terms of experience, and I don't expect to see the early gank come through from Hood College in the top lane. If anything, maybe Dinazi can look for it if the stun comes through like so.
Oh, and it does. Oh. We see Dinazi barely missing that dash, able to just go ahead and provide that pressure off, get that flash off. But as great as that may be right now, you got to consider that, I mean, to really make the most of it with how much pressure we saw Slink already putting onto this lane and getting right in true space, you got to go ahead and double down with it here soon. So we do see Dinazi trying to look out for it, want to look for that scuttle, but I mean, you got to make sure to really come back to that top lane if it's that much of a concern, or just say, all right, buddy, I got to go somewhere else. I mean, it was great and all. We got to flash off. You just got to make the most of it at this point.
Yeah, 5 minutes. That's the cooldown on that flash. So I want to see Dinazi back there than 5 minutes, but not right now. Warded. There is a ward in that bush there, making sure that they can see Vi coming in. The last gank worked because Feel the Truth got the stun off. So it really is dependent on Feel the Truth to try and set up this gank if they're going for a repeat now. There's a pretty good chance they are. Nazi's still hovering around up there. There's no more camps to clear. So if you're not looking for the kill, you're wasting time.
Yeah, and even then, Slink's up there towards that top bush. So, I mean, that's something that's a lot of pressure that he doesn't really have to be concerned about. Knowing that Phil the Truth can't get those picks off just yet, go ahead and get that damage and get that CC to come through as well. So, I mean, as we can see Denazi trying to eye it out, I just love this top lane because of how much action is like just lingering in the air right now. But I mean, not any action to fall through just yet. But we will see a little bit on the bot lane. We see somewhat of a trade come through, but not enough to get themselves a kill just yet because Misfortune does not have enough mana to be playing off that. So I'm assuming Alex is going to go ahead and just farm out a little bit more. So try and hold back, knowing that Malphite doesn't have too much pressure to work off of. So long as he can just go ahead and dodge those Ezreal Qs, I think he'll be sitting fine for a little bit longer.
And with that massive wave, it's so difficult for Yogurt Bomb to get any sort of meaningful trade down. Feel the Truth. Oh, almost drops there. Just barely lives, but live he will. Back to base. Bot side, Bubbles did blow the exhaust on that last trade there. And that's important to note because that will not be available should a gank come in or should a land.
May not need it with how we just got Bubbles here with these hooks coming through. But honestly, when you got a Malphite there, you see the bot lane over here for the side of Midway. They're probably going to be looking to just kind of hang out a little bit because, I mean, you see the pressure coming through. You know they had that ward positioned very highly there. So they know that Vi isn't exactly near that dragon right now. They don't know she's towards Krugs, but that's not much of a concern when you know that your team is much more stacked. And if Malphite and Ezreal do have to go ahead and rotate up to go ahead and contest that, if we do see by any means Brunkliff trying to go for it. But honestly, right now, we just have to find a little bit more objectives on the map to provide that pressure and really force a fight to come through.
Yeah, it's only Cloud Drake, and the priority on Cloud Drake's not very high. It reduces your ultimate cooldown ever so slightly, but for Nocturne, before you even care about the cooldown reduction, you need to actually have your ultimate up and available. So Bronklip just power farming as hard as he can. I will note though, the CS discrepancies in the bot and mid lane are getting a little bit concerning here. It's more than double here in the bot lane. And once the first backs come through, Hood College is going to be a perfect position to contest any objective they want. As long as they bring that strength to the fight, Midway University already need more time to scale up. And with an item advantage, they just don't win any big 4v4s or 5v5s.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point to be making. I mean, talking about that CS advantage, just, I mean, we haven't seen any kills come through yet, so we haven't worried about that 400 gold to come through. We will see a Kinnon come out, but it's not going to be enough to really pick off Slink just yet with how much pressure there is, how much going through, and how much reliance there is on this level 6. I mean, that's going to be that biggest factor of whether or not you have the items to back up those ultimates to really be working with. And right now, we don't see too much of it in the top lane out of Slink here because he will be finding something. But honestly, the rest of his squad will be finding a dragon towards that bottom side now that they're having these ultimates to work off of.
I just love the coordination from Hook.
Yeah.
The moment Feel the Truth went in with that sizing Maelstrom, burnt Flash as well. TP burnt earlier. They knew there was literally nothing left in the tank up here. And Slink instantly, the ping started coming down for Dragon because they know they've gotten a numbers advantage. Slink still has teleport and can join the rest of the team and didn't have to use it. Gets to teleport back into lane now with a bit of an item advantage, with that ultimate advantage as well. And Broncliff H now, level 6 Paranoia is available. I cannot wait for that first gank.
Oh, I'm definitely with you there. We haven't seen him get in any lanes just yet. We saw earlier that old Nazi was trying to go for a gank, but I mean, there was just not too much success in it when you don't have that ultimate to double down on your approach or your chase, at least when a character does want to go ahead and burn one of those flashes. So you need that extra resource to be working off of, and we definitely see Paranoia being one of those massive things that just off the start, you have a lot more to play off of. That's something I'm really scared to see be coming through, especially with that chilling smite, because that's another resource that really just locks down a target or a prey at that if you're really looking for those kills.
Yeah, the only caveat to that Chilling Smite is, of course, most of Midway have escapes, which can kind of ignore that, dashes or blinks. It's really only Feel the Truth is to run away, and even then, you have that Lightning Rush to try and dodge out. So not only will you need the Chilling Smite, but I think Braun Cliff H also has to pick his targets a little bit carefully. If they're, if they're not past the halfway mark, the gang's unlikely to succeed without some sort of setup. And speaking of setup here, Bubbles, she's leaving her lane real early here. I like the roam thought. They might be fishing for go.
I mean, honestly, I couldn't blame him because when you look at that bot lane, when you look at Alex and how much items he got off of having all that CS advantage, a Serrated Dirt and a Vampiric Scepter, compared to all Yogurt, he only found himself a Sheen in that last pack. So there's really not too much resource to be working off of. It is going to put some pressure off this Rift Herald for that top side. But I mean, when you look at the rotations coming through, as you said, from Bubbles, and when you know that you have that bot laner that's already feeling very confident, and you can really just stay under that tower so long as you're locking down this objective, you can make that negotiation somewhere else. You can compensate for that and say, all right, I'm gonna head towards top side. Make sure to go ahead and lock down a tower, give you the extra 150, because so long as you don't die and they don't find that, I would say 550 to work off about an assist and a kill, you're really just still chilling.
Yeah, and you can always just use the bullet time to wave clear in that bot. Worst comes to worst as well. Malphite not 6 means they don't have dive pressure, but once Aranan hits 6, I don't like to see Alex being left alone in that bot lane anymore. Sheen is enough to give Ezreal that burst of damage, and when you combine it with the True Shot Barrage, diving becomes very possible. However, that hasn't happened yet, and Herald does get picked up by Hood College. They're actually giving it to Rainbow Madness. I like this because Ziggs can insta-take a turret.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, when you're in that mid lane, you want to
Slink.
go ahead and find that, put the pressure there. But if we're talking about pressure, we see a lot in the top lane. As Slink may be falling as he already gets locked out to give that free 600 over to the likes of old Midway University to be playing off of. But when you got that paranoid to come out, you got Broncos trying to play his own little game here. It's a 1v2 at that stage. And honestly, Denazi has a little bit too much health for you to be picking that fight just yet, buddy. Just hopefully find the compensation somewhere else. Look for a little consolation prize where you can, because that is not the place to be putting it in.
No, and Paranoia has a fairly long ultimate cooldown as well. So Bronklevage first gank, not a success. And surprisingly, for all that Hood College has been dominating their individual lanes, it's Midway picking up first blood here up top. Rainbow Madness, though, that's what I'm talking about. The insta-clear. First thing we see, Herald being dropped. Next thing we know, mid turret's gone down, and we barely catch the tail end of that.
Yeah, and I mean, that's enough to really be working off of, to know that you get that 150 to each one of your team members. Obviously, it was really sinky to go ahead and lose that first blood. That's not really too much to be playing off of, but that lane pressure over the course of the game, we said it earlier, Hood College is going to scale a little bit more so. So it's not too much of a concern. So long as you find that gold, make sure the rest of your team, because Slink, honestly, being that Nari, you're going to get tanky regardless. It's not that big of a concern. So long as you can find those objectives, find the extra gold for the rest of your squad, make sure to buy out that time, because you're always going to be relevant in these fights. It's not that big of a kicker.
Yeah, and Slink doesn't have to be the primary engage for the team. You've got Bubbles in the bot lane with that Nautilus, so you're perfectly fine. It does matter a lot to Midway, though.
Yep.
Right now, we touched on the fact that their lanes are all falling behind, and with the way their composition operates as well, they also want to team fight. And if you're team fighting when you're down in gold, when you're very, very far behind, you're just going to die each and every time. It's like throwing an egg at a rock. Obviously, the egg's not going to end well. So having somebody be ahead, like Fuel the Truth, on this cannon who can bring a lot of upfront bursts to the table is going to be key to them trying to find ways to get back into the game mid-game.
Yeah, and it's just a lot of sustain to come through that you really have to go ahead and work off of. I mean, you got to really make sure to get your establishment in that lane. You got to survive. You got to make sure to also capitalize on that as well. And I feel like we haven't really seen too much of that Midway just yet. They obviously want the team fight. They want a little bit more goal to be playing with, and they want these engages. As we already see Denazi looking to engage there towards the middle, using that ultimate, that ball breaker to get onto Rainbow Madness. He will be fairly close to death. And the GOAT will try and use that ultimate still to go ahead and give him a taste of his own medicine. But with the miss coming through and the pressure moving towards this bot lane for the likes of Hood College, they're going to be looking for something to work with. But when you have Midway's bot lane just sitting so close under the tower, it's going to cross for a trade in the top, oddly enough, with Feel the Truth finally closing out Slink and giving himself that second kill there in the top lane.
And the first time already, Feel the Truth almost found Slink solo the last time. It's got to be in the back of your mind. This is why Kennen is the counter to Gnar, because Gnar in mini form has really bad stats, and you're there to kind of poke down melee champions, but Feel the Truth on the cannon matches you auto for auto. And with that lightning rush right now, with that slicing motion, we're seeing that anytime Slink is in mini form, he's got to be hyper aware that, okay, Kennen can jump on me, he can burst me down to 100 to 0. Now for Midway, the question after that is then, okay, Feel the Truth can win his lane, but can he now win the other lanes? Can he rotate that lead elsewhere to help out? Because the GOAT is not in a good position, and he's usually the primary carry. Yogurt Bomb, down significant CS as well. And when you look across at Alex already has the Eclipse. Yogurt's still sitting on components, not even, or component singular of the Mythic tier is not a component for a Mythic.
Yeah, and I'm definitely with you there. I mean, there's just a lot to come through, because we mentioned sustain earlier, and when you're talking sustain, the GOAT, I mean, being that Silas, you find a lot of it there, but honestly, you're kind of lacking that element, and you do need to go ahead and have it here in this dragon pit, but it's not going to matter, because there's a lot to come through already, as we see Hood College is getting picked apart with Bubbles being the next one to follow with the rest of his team, as Alex is going to be that next trade possibly to come through because Slink's going to try to
He
work
can do it.
himself. I mean, the GOAT having so much to really be working off of, it's
Oh,
not enough to stay alive because the rest of these guys are being chased out. When Slink finally comes down, you have a tank in that battle that isn't Bubbles, who's already been poked out in that bot lane. It gives them enough to work off of, trade out that fight, and put themselves at a 5v4, but Hood still has those 2 dragons to be working with.
oh, Slicing Maelstrom comes out late from Feel the Truth. It's worth noting that Feel the Truth teleported down without Slicing Maelstrom. If he had Slicing Maelstrom, they win the fight. So that was the fight we were worried about, where Midway was down a ton of gold, and they still traded even because Hood was a bit late. So really big for Midway that they did find the kills they managed to find. Granted, yeah, they lost a dragon, but dragon stacking, while it is an issue and it is an infernal soul on this particular map, right now is secondary to the fact that you're falling behind. If you can keep in it, if you can get all this early gold, then you can contest with that third, that fourth Drake. And hey, next thing you know, maybe you 4-stack an infernal soul, and that's way more impactful than just 2.
Exactly. I mean, everything to come through for them. There's a lot of promise. They just got to get that setup coming out right now. And we see a lot of gold on their side just from kills alone, but that first blood really isn't doing too much work for them right now. We saw that first tower fall for the side of Hood College to give them a lot more to work off of. And they had themselves nearly a 5K lead in gold right now, sitting at, I'd say, just a little over 4. So, I mean, that in itself, I mean, we can already see the difference in the items. We see Nocturne having that mythic. We see Ziggs going ahead and getting the Anguish. We see the Eclipse over in Alex. And I mean, that allows a lot more in these team fights right now to go ahead and be working off of that combo to come out and that potential, because the only mythic right now really is the Everfrost and the Night Harvester for the likes of Feel the Truth. And I mean, we talked about it, that top, that mid lane, they may be wanting to buy into it right now with the
Turn off the
coming
lights
through, but Slink getting right out there just in the nick of time, and Bronclith and Bubbles are going to come through, hopefully looking to find one. But we will actually see Bronclip being the first one to fall as bot lane comes up and makes sure to get the whole cleanup crew coming out. Somebody find the janitor because Hood College, they're getting right back into this.
Okay, I know Hood won that fight at all, but I want to praise Feel the Truth because that Slicing Maelstrom was absolutely key. He played that fight the best he could already. I mean, the moment when you're caught that far up and the rest of Hood's rotating, there were no pings. They weren't aware, and that does unfortunately cost them, but you can see how strong he is. The stolen ultimate from GOAT might leave him in trouble, though.
Oh, yeah, most definitely will, because, I mean, Yoga being that only man there, that's not a lot to be working with. He's a very single-target-oriented man, and when you got 3 players on this Rift Herald right now, it's just not to play with. I mean, you just want to go ahead, back out, get everybody back to their respective positions. But I loved what you had going through there. Everybody hopes to have a caster like you to say, I may have lost that fight, but give me my props, man.
I mean, you got to earn it, and Feel the Truth definitely earned it in that one. Hood College, though, they are playing really well right now. Yes, the early game, it felt like they were a little bit slow on the reaction there. Even on that particular gank, I would have liked to see the Paranoia come out earlier just to deny vision, but the follow-up is still very strong. They've equalized the kills now, and while all that was happening, Rainbow Madness in the bot lane took the outer turret. These turrets are stacking up. Slink, not again.
No, man.
Okay, he gets out. He gets out.
Okay. I was about to say, I mean, you can't get overzealous like that. You know that whenever you put down a Rift Herald, you're going to go ahead and cause your jungler to come through, or at least a mid laner to come up. Somebody's going to respond there because Feel the Truth. He may be able to 1v1 Slink, but when you got a Rift Herald, you have another objective in mind, and that's going to alleviate all the attention over from that player over to that objective to make sure you still have something to protect you at the end of the day. So, I mean, that was a great call, great answer, a great way for everybody to get back to their spots, and a great hit for Slink to get himself ahead, or at least back into this lane at least, because as he's sitting at 3-2, we see Feel the Truth sitting at 4-1. So, I mean, the kind of difference in items right now is definitely starting to stack up a little bit more so, but it's evening out at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Slink's done a great job recovering from the rough laning with a lot of team fight participation. That's how they're evening it up. And he's also managed to get better CS almost throughout the entire time. So as long as he's not actively fighting 2 people at the same time, he seems to be fine. The problem is D-Nazi's bottification home in that top lane, and that's got to be in the back of your mind. If you don't have the vision, you don't get to push up. I like that Slink is not over pushing again, and he's just letting the team set up for this dragon instead. It's coming up in 30 seconds. You know the rest of your team very, very strong here. The Leandry's poke right now from Rainbow Madness alone is going to stop Midway from being able to walk in there if they're not already set up for dragon.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a great setup just generally for Midway, because you also see Feel the Truth getting there a whole lot sooner than Slink. Knowing that first tower is already down, he's saying it's not all that big a deal. That's, I mean, and as terrible as it may seem to go ahead and lose that first tier 1, that's totally fine, so long as I have so much space between that first tower and that second. That gives me time to rotate, be here with my team for this dragon, because it's an Infernal Drake. I mean, it may be an Infernal Soul coming through, but this is extra power to compensate for that Mountain Drake that they just grabbed in the last. And Cloud Drake, that may be great and all, but honestly, we got to be looking at to go ahead and counter, get a little bit more power coming through here. So that's why there's a lot of emphasis on this one right now. And we already see a little bit of pokes trying to come through to get
Oh
as
my
much as
goodness.
damage down as possible before we really get an engage. And this gave plenty of time for Slink to come out as well, as we already see him
The
matching up.
hook?
Bubbles trying to go in.
Oh, the lights are on.
Paranoia being absolutely massive, giving everybody else an opportunity to follow through. His hood just absolutely runs that from top to bottom as we see old the GOAT saying, you know what? I know when to go ahead and fold.
Yeah, you know what? That paranoia, I felt that paranoia viscerally when they
Yes.
turned the lights out. When you're under that much damage already, great initiate from Bubbles. You're trying to survive the depth charge bullet time combo there, and all of a sudden the lights go out. You could see the moment of panic there. Really good combo coming through from Hood College. And the scary parts, they can do this on repeat. That first Cloud Drake might not be much, but it does mean their outs will always be up ever so slightly before midway. And with the soul point now in 5 minutes time, midway has to win a fight by that point or at that point, or else they're facing down an Infernal Soul, which could very quickly rapidly snowball into a Baron to boot.
Yeah, and that's massive when you look at the emphasis of every single lane coming through right now. Everyone really going to wherever they want to. You see just Rainbow Madness doubling down on that bot lane, saying we grab one tier two, let's grab another. You know, let's go ahead and double down, grab ourselves a little bit more to play with. But I mean, he actually does manage to get himself out as well. When you grab that satchel charge, you give yourself a little bit more of a bounce to get out of that engagement. You can find that escape. I mean, Hood College just came out absolutely on top, making sure not only when it came around to kills, look at the difference in gold, towers, drakes. Everything is just stacking up for him right now.
Yeah, I mean, both heralds taken by Hood College. It's just Hood College, unfortunately, playing the laning a little bit better here, stacking those leads, and then when they finally get to rotate out of those lanes, it's so difficult for Midway. Midway's way back into the game right now is you need to group up and you need to start forming that roaming gank squad. You've lost your inners in both mid and bot, so you can just kind of shove that out and then leave it. You don't have to sit there and defend it the entire time. You've got time to let it push into your inhibs. And we can see Slink, we can see Rainbow Madness, these two solo laners, the big carries for Hood College, like to over push. Honestly, actually, I call them big carries, but not this game. Alex has been the big carry this game. Alex is bodyguarded though. So you want to go for the vulnerable solo laners, catch them, kill them, and then rotate with the numbers advantage onto this very fed Misfortune.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I mean, it's just these rotations are coming out so much better for the likes of Hood College. I mean, you see them just being across the map. It almost just feels passive to them. Like it's just a subconscious decision. They're not over trying anything. They're not really working too hard for these engagements. They're not really just forcing it out, as we do see, and trying to force an engagement right there. But I mean, with
TP
everybody
as well.
coming in, Slink getting that TP to come down as well. He's going to be a little bit late to the fight because Feel the Truth has already done a little bit of damage. But with everybody else coming out right now, sitting at a 3v4 with the GOAT, barely managing to get out, and will go ahead and fall. And we're going to see right behind him, Feel the Truth to follow suit.
My goodness. Midway's engaged. Yes, the unstoppable force miss, but that aside, the moment Feel the Truth got in there, it looked good for them for a moment. But Hood College, they're just richer at this point. They've got better items. And sure, you killed Alex, but Alex still got the initial upfront damage. 3 members surviving now. They can keep pushing.
I know they're going for yogurt, but actually the GOAT may be the first for the likes of Slink there to just give themselves not only an inhibitor and some super minions in that mid lane of all places, but also a kill to go and hang themselves a little bit more gold to put some salt in that wound.
They can just rotate straight to this top inner here.
Yeah.
I mean, Rainbow Madness wants it. Satchel Charge is available as well. It's a full health turret, though. So I do think they need more than just the Ziggs. The response should be coming swiftly. And now Hood College can just fall back to Baron. Look at the vision or the lack thereof on that top side of the map for Midway here.
Oh, no.
Even if they suspect Baron's being done, they can't actually go and face check it.
And that was actually a completely missed opportunity by the likes of Feel the Truth to know that Rainbow was just on that tower. And he was right there in that bush. I mean, all he had to do was when he was in that mid W, just move over to the left the tiniest bit more when you have Denazi right there to be playing off of. But honestly, it's just little missed things like that that's going to stack up over the course of this game because, I mean, it's been doing a blessing for the likes of Hood College so far to go ahead and get themselves in such a massive lead right now. They're really farming out their jungle as just one big happy family saying, it doesn't matter. We don't need to take theirs. We don't need to do anything. let's just make sure to set up for this drag. We got 50 seconds. We need to get as much warding done as possible. We need to go ahead and make sure that everybody's as healthy as they can be. And that's quite the exact example that they're setting right now.
Yeah, priority straight here. It's not worth losing anybody split pushing. I say that as Slink is split pushing, but Slink has teleport, so he can get to the rest of the team. And this vision setup is key because we saw in the last siege, in the last dragon, that one Q from Rainbow Man is one bouncing bomb is about 1/3 of Midway's health on pretty much anybody because of Leandri's. Hold up, they found Ozzy?
No, that's such a fast engage for likes of Buzzle. Because, I mean, you look at Denazity, that's your smite already gone. That's the first player that's the last player you want dead, but it's the first player they go ahead and find. So, I mean, that's worst case scenario out of everything. When you see these super minions also coming through, you have literally just given up this dragon. I mean, that's all it comes down to. I mean, we see Slink, he doesn't even need to use that TP now. You see the rest of the players following through saying, all right, we are sitting fine now. We got our guys over here stationed towards the dragon. We got a guy stationed towards top, doing his fight, doing his thing. Because now he's stacked him on top of this cannon. He has a lot more gold to be working with, especially with how much our team's been putting into this game so far. The Infernal Soul now to be doubling down with that engagement, with that fight to put in that much more. And as you see the rest of the team rotating, this is going to force a lot into this. And this may be the last stand for the likes of Midway if they can't find anything. But if you see the GOAT going ahead, getting that first stop, looking for Bubbles, that tank, to get him out of the way. Bronco's going to be the target to come through, but we see so much Rainbow Madness able to help out in that squad. But as we see the trades coming out, and Slink and Rainbow Madness doing absolute, just I'd say wops of damage right now. That's going to be a cleanup. And I got to say, with the Ziggs there under that tower, that's going to be the first game here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've got the supers pushing in as well. You can see how slowly those turrets take down the supers. And honestly, that last fight went about as well as Midway University could have asked for. They got in there, they burst everybody out. But like we've said before, it's a 13K gold lead at this point, and it's just those wallets be swinging, and hey, those wallets be real heavy at this point. Really solid statement win from Hood College, and going into game 2, Midway have a really tough question to answer, and that is, how do we not die in our lanes? Because that was really what it came down to.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. I mean, there was so much stacked up against them, and I feel like in that second game, and as you said, they really just slapped them with their wallets by the end of that game. And when it's so heavy, it's going to hurt a little bit more. So when you got Infernal Soul also, I mean, your wallet has like an explosive element to that point. So it's really just not that good a set of shoes to be standing in. And quite honestly, Midway, I feel like when it comes around to this second game, I mean, I feel like in that last team fight, they played as best they could. They definitely got a lot of picks. But when you go ahead and focus out Bubbles, that really isn't the first target you want to be taking care of, quite honestly. I mean, it's great to get that tank out of the way, but once that hook has already come through, I feel like Nautilus just doesn't have as much of an impact as you would expect. When you have Alex, who's done so much as Misfortune over the course of the game, almost a sleeper stimulant. I mean, kind of asleep at the wheel towards the start, but doing great in CS. I mean, a player that you really didn't have at the front of your mind, but by the end of the game, he was at the front of the line. I mean, so there's so much to be working off of that Midway really just needs to go ahead and look for these targets and kind of work off them a little bit better.
And props to Alex as well in a lot of that fight. I mean, his positioning was really solid, which is why we saw a lot of times they just kind of initiated on Bubbles because you couldn't reach Alex, and it was either Bubbles or maybe Broncliff Age. That was really kind of the only two options you had. So props to Hood College for a lot of their positioning at the beginning of fights. And for Midway, there were glimmers of hope. I mean, the top lane, Feel the Truth, that cannon was just solid. Every single team fight, Feel the Truth was finding multi-man stuns with that Slicing Maelstrom. Absolutely beautiful to watch. The other person who actually quite impressed me was Denazi's Vine, the early game. Did ultimately end up significantly behind in CS, but early on, those ganks were on point. And I think if you can leverage those ganks a little bit more into the Goat's lane maybe, and put Goat in something that can pop off a little sooner, doesn't have to sit back and wait to scale like that Silas, you might be able to get 2 winning solo lanes and then try and take over the game from there.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I feel like when it came around to that first blood on the Slink, that also is something that could have really switched things up. Give Denazi that gold. Don't give it over to Truth, because being he's going to be stranded in that top lane for the majority of the game, he still has that advantage. As you said earlier, you're going to have that kinning. You're going to have that pressure on the lane. You're going to know that you're going to be just pinging this man down over the course of that lane and making sure to do your damage and win those engagements. 200 gold is still great to be working off of, but for Denazi to get that 400, probably would have went a lot further because it would have really pressured a lot more engages towards the mid or towards the bot to lock Alex out, to go ahead and get Bubbles down out of the game, to go ahead and get Rainbow off the field because he had a massive shutdown kind of accumulating over time. So there's a lot more that you really got to consider in terms of allocating that gold, or also just really just target compensation.
Yeah, a lot of little things to work on going into game two. And I can't wait to see what, Midway bring to the table. They can afford to run a similar team composition back. But like I said last game as well, or last series, I'd like to see the teams, especially when you lose, just completely flip over the table, pick a brand new composition, something that's going to do vastly different things. And then, force Hood College to kind of say, okay, do we change to try and match this, or do we run the same thing? And, at that point, Midway get a bit of initiative, a bit of advantage in terms of tempo and proactivity.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. And one thing I also looking forward to is these bans to see if they hated any of these chant picks enough to go ahead and get them out. But speaking of getting out, we'll go ahead and get out of here for a little bit. We'll throw it to a quick intermission so we can get set up for this game too, to see whether or not Midway can bring this back or whether Hood College is going to go ahead, double down in this series. So we'll catch y'all here in a bit with some more League of Legends action here on NECC. And welcome back, everybody, to some Friday night action here on NECC. Oh, someone with some League of Legends. Now, the matchup going on tonight is going to be Midway University against Hood College. If you missed the first map, it's going to go ahead and go over to the side of Hood College. Joining you tonight is going to be your play-by-play caster, myself, is Mick. And over to my right is going to be all random minion caster. So we already talked about map 1. We looked in going to map 2. We've already seen a little bit. I feel like we've already kind of accumulated a little bit of knowledge off these picks. But without that being said, what's a little refresher of that map 1 and what we're probably going to expect coming in the second one? Yeah. Yeah, and with that, it was also just established off of objectives. We saw them grab both the Rift Heralds that game. We saw them grab a flawless Dragon Soul. I mean, everything coming through for them, they just really showed up, and they just showed the level of domination they bring, not only just going from those mid stages, but they know how to capitalize on it, go ahead and work with that, and make sure to get themselves an even bigger lead. So coming into the second map, I'm sure that's something they're going to be keeping their eyes on because they definitely want to have a little bit more tankiness for those team fights, allow themselves to have a little bit more survivability, but especially a little bit more lane pressure early. I feel like they wouldn't mind sacrificing some late game pressure so long as they can make sure to get those mid or those early and mid stages a lot more just better. Generally, is what they need.
Yeah, and with the laning too, part of the problem is that when you're down in CS significantly, either you're in a counter matchup or the other side is just mechanically outperforming. And if it is the latter, if that is the issue for Midway here, then one of the ways you can sort of answer that is by not playing in a standard lane, by sort of mixing things up and playing a bit more chaotic, looking for a lot more ganks, a lot more map movements here, constantly making your opponent struggle to CS as much as you are. So that is a potential possibility. We're just going through the bans here. There are 5 bans, but because of speed here, they're doing blind pick. So we only get to see 3 of them. The 2 missing bans on the side of Midway are going to be Fizz and Orianna. And the 2 missing bans on the red side for Hood are going to be Tristana and Ezreal.
And that is something in itself because I feel like to some extent we do see both sides kind of banning to some extent to give a single player off the field because we saw Denazi on that V in the first game. We saw Yogurt on that Ezreal in the first game. And I feel like they didn't really have too much pressure or too much, I would say, just general presence in fights. But honestly, so long as it's enough for Hood to go ahead and call out, there's got to be something they're accumulating here, especially with the picks they already have coming out.
Okay, this is a little interesting here. It's a little bit different from what we saw in Pro Draft. And Midway, once again, on the blue side, Hood on the red side. They did not switch. The reason why this is actually rather interesting, first of all, Aaron and they're still on this Mel fight here. They did not take them off the Mel fight. And only the Leona got banned. Blitzcrank was still available. So despite the fact that the lane didn't go too well, they're still comfortable with this. And it makes sense because they drafted Yasuo for the GOAT. It is one of his most played champions in solo queue. It's the perfect setup. And if Aaron Ann can land the Unstoppable Force on multiple members, it could mean a one fight right off the bat.
Oh, I mean, most definitely. That's a whole composition itself that I'm looking forward to. But that's the thing that I'm worried about is whether or not they can even get to that stage or have enough pressure when it gets around to that area before you go ahead and actually get some use off of it. Because if Yasuo falls behind, he falls behind. Like he falls behind. It's either the wind is going with him or against him, and there's no in between. He can't sit in the eye of the storm. So everything going through for him. We do see Ziggs coming out this time for the side of Midway, which is something that we saw in the last matchup for the side of Hood. So everything coming out right now. And honestly, another thing that we haven't really mentioned yet is the bot lane. Obviously, have a lot of pressure there towards that last map when we saw Alex absolutely go off with that misfortune. But the crazy thing is, we're not seeing him again this time. We're actually going to see his sub come out, and we're going to see another player over on that exact same lineup that we had in the last one.
Yeah, Sharito coming in for Alex, not here. Also, another Misfortune Connoisseur, though, has played quite a bit of Misfortune in solo queue and here in NECC as well. So I have very little doubt whatsoever that the Misfortune level of play is going to be the same. What interests me more is this Ziggs, because the last time we saw it last game, it was for Rainbow Madness in the mid lane.
Yeah.
This time, it's for Yogurt Bomb in the bot lane. And with a name like Yogurt Bomb, I would expect you to know how to pilot the Mad Bomber himself. Ziggs.
Fair
Not to
enough.
mention, it does have a more comfortable matchup into that Misfortune. You still have that range that Ezreal gave you, but you also now have more burst damage, more
Mm.
chaseability. Generally, mages tend to just have more burst damage, more base damage in their kit. So it's less reliant on the items and more reliant on levels here for this bot lane.
Yeah, and with everything coming through for the bot lane, we obviously know it's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath down there. There's going to be just as much pressure. There's going to be just as much influence towards these fights in that area. But I mean, I saw him playing fairly passive to some extent in that last game. I mean, we saw Bubbles do a
Mhm.
great job on that Nautilus, get some engaged going through, get a lot of damage coming out. But we saw Midway really just dipping out a little bit too early to go ahead and say, you know what, last thing we want to do is give them free gold when they really don't deserve it that much. So honestly, we're going to see a lot of gold coming through. What we saw in the last game is going to be this mid and top because we have a lot of influence there. We saw some massive plays when it came around to those two lanes independently. Seeing Rainbow go ahead and get her across that map with his dig. With the also, I don't know how much that could really come through for him, but I mean, another thing is also this top one because when you pick that into that's the thing that we were both confused about, or you at least know what you're talking about with it. I have never really seen it before. Is this Kled in the mid lane? That's something that I feel like is going to be a massive turn, and I don't know how much is really going to bring in the big scheme of things.
So it's not the Kled. That was the big draft problem.
Okay.
When the draft that we saw showed a Kled for Midway, but it is actually the Yasuo for Midway, and then Hood College had the Malzahar in response. So unfortunately, we don't get to see the spicy mid Kled.
Oh,
I will hold on to that. Hopefully, we get to see it another time because I have seen a lot of that casting a specific certain region. But yeah, generally speaking, the Yasuo into Malzahar matchup is interesting as well because
yeah.
Yasuo, as you mentioned, is a little bit weak in the early parts of the game. He needs about 2 items to really start to come online. And as you said, if he falls behind, it gets really rough unless you're a believer in this O10 Yasuo. If so, please stay out of my solo queue games. But against Malzahar specifically, Malzahar takes a lot of time to skill up as well. His strength is in the utility in level 6 getting that nether grasp. If you're looking at Malzahar for damage, oftentimes you're looking at that 3-item power spike, when you've got Liandry's, Rylai's, and Demonic Embrace as well. Against Yasuo, your minions actually work against you because now Yasuo can dash through your minion, stack that flow as well. So I actually think this is a quite favorable lane for Midway University.
Yeah, and that's something they definitely need. And speaking of need,
Oh,
we're going to see
Chirito.
Shirito get out immediately. He's going to need to go ahead and use that flash to get out of that engagement because we saw Feel the Truth just getting right up in his face. Being that top laner, that matchup that we haven't really discussed too much because I feel like we had the most emphasis towards that in the first game. I mean, we saw a lot of presence towards that top. We saw Denazi come through time in, time out. At least have 2 ganks by 5 minutes up there in that top area to go ahead and close out Slink to some extent. But I mean, being the player he was a Gnar at the time. So, I mean, he had a lot more presence. He could stay in the game to such an extent. But Renekton is a much different kind of play of pace now because, I mean, Renekton, he has a very, very good early to mid game. But I feel like once you go ahead and lock that man out, I mean, all that opportunity is thrown out the window. And late, I mean, he just doesn't really have an impact in itself during that time, regardless.
Yeah, and this is another. It's very interesting because the matchup is both similar and very different from last game. Last game,
Yeah.
Gnar Kennen, very volatile, very squishy, but largely, it's about the Kennen trying to get the stun onto Renekton. Onto Gnar, pardon me. Ironically, this time with the Volibear Renekton, they're both super beefy, tanky duelist brawlers. That's the word for brawlers, not really duelists here. But it's still about getting the stun for Volibear onto the Renekton and kind of just playing around Renekton's ability to try and cancel your shield. Once the stun comes out from Renekton, Feel the Truth should be able to win the rest of that fight. And the other concern I have with Renekton, he was already struggling a little bit on the last couple of patches.
Yeah.
11.21, Gore Drinker got nerfed. That was Renekton's go-to build item. And this time it doesn't give you the additional damage. And it's not quite as effective at sustain either.
Yeah, I mean, Gore Drinker being a massive, massive just nerf generator. I feel like all top laners. Heck, I'm a Fiora main, and it even impacted us to such an extent. I mean, it's just crazy the amount of impact that one item alone had in the top lane. For that to go ahead and be negated creates a much different playstyle for a lot of champions and a lot of players who've just gotten so accustomed to it over the past year. So with that coming through, we're going to have to go ahead and see how this can really pan out in Slink's favor to see whether or not he can really stay in this game. But with Feel the Truth already having that shield come down, that lightning strike coming down onto his face directly, that's going to be a lot of damage to come through and a really good trade, I'd say, for these early stages.
Yeah, and like I said, if Slink can't cancel the shield,
No.
he's almost always going to lose those trades. And it only gets worse because Volibear does do, one of its skills does damage based on your missing health. So the lower health Slink is at, the worse those trades go for him there. Has to be very, very careful about that. Ooh, that's AP Volibear. I didn't even catch that. He built the Duran's ring. So he's going for poke in lane right away here. You love to see it. Usually you start with a bit of AP and then you transition back to your usual tanky build, but it's enough to get you that early lane dominance.
Yeah, and I actually really like that. I mean, everything coming through, Feel the Truth, going ahead and saying, you know what, you focus on my lane a lot, you give me a lot of health there, but quite honestly, I feel like for us, that's where we really fell off because me being in this top lane, there's not really too much to be working off of. I need to make this sacrifice, go ahead and find a way to sustain myself in this lane more so. So as we kind of go over the course of the game, make sure to be keeping an eye on that mid because Denazi's not running a Vi anymore. He's running a Kha'Zix. So there has to be a lot more direct targeting coming through as we see Bubbles trying to target and there towards that bot lane. An old, I'd say, rivalry to some extent now as we're sitting at game 2. But, I mean, there's a lot coming out for it. And quite honestly, I love that call.
Yeah, and the other thing that that works out really well for them is the fact that Denazi now is freed up to jungle a little bit more, not fall too far behind, already securing that first scuttle top side. And Broncliffe H on this Sejuani is actually slower, ended up showing up to that scuttle a little bit later, and now has to race to this bot side to make sure that he does not get double scuttled by Denazi.
Yeah, and that's a fair play to go ahead and make. You want to go ahead and make sure as a Sejuani, you're going to have a lot of trade-offs. You're not going to have as much clear as you would expect without of a Kha'Zix sometimes, especially as the game kind of goes later and later. But, I mean, being that tank, you're not going to have as much of an impact when it comes to damage in these team fights. You got to get those ganks to come through, which honestly, Feel the Truth may need in this top lane as he's going to go ahead and possibly fall. And the shield is only a second too late to go ahead and give himself that little second win to be playing off of. But as we do see that first blood going over to Slink, that's a great start because we mentioned that's what Renekton needs, but we could find a little bit more salt in the wound towards this bot lane so long as we see anyone else fall with Ann and Yogurt not really coming out with the best set of shoes to be walking in.
Yeah, I mean, the kill doesn't happen in the bot lane, but you can see what a rough position they're in right now. The poke relentless right now. And Hood College is set up for a really nice early dragon here. It's Ocean Dragon. Last time, Cloud, I understand if they don't want to fight over that early, but for Ocean, the sooner you take it, the better. It benefits all your lanes, giving you so much more sustain, especially when you're up against something like a Ziggs, which has so much poke as well. Ocean Dragon, pardon me, is super efficient.
Yeah, and that in itself, already just kind of considering, you can already see the emphasis towards it, saying, all right, you know what? It looks like they're moving towards it to some extent. Denazi's just really been farming this entire time, and even though I feel like there's been a lot more impact over from Broncliffe, he's really just kind of been struggling with it, and we see that he didn't have as much health to play off of. So seeing that team fight possibly coming through, you can pick off that bot lane, but there are so many circumstances that have to go into your favor when you're looking at that fight. And if we're speaking of fights and looking at favor, Slink is doing himself a really good one, already having the ultimate come down. We see both ultimates coming through. Feel the Truth, almost winning that out again. Saucy just keeps the basic. Come on, man. Basic attack, basic attack. Let that lightning chain come through. Give yourself a little bit more to play off of. But with no kills to come through just yet, we just see everybody kind of going back to farming, getting back to their healthy stages, and just looking for a neutral objective here as soon as we see Broncliffe looking towards Ocean Soul, or Dragon, excuse me, one more time.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was a little bit surprised by the teleport from Slink into the top lane. I thought with that death, they were going to start up the dragon and then hold that teleport should they need the extra body, because Feel the Truth already used his to get back to top lane, but they don't need to. They just brute force this. And I don't think Midway knows yet. There's no pings whatsoever. Now they will. And Denazi actually trying to invade, take the camps away from Broncliffe H. It feels like that's a good second prize, as it were, but really the eye should have been on the main prize, which was just denying away that dragon. You don't have to take it.
Yeah.
You just don't want Hood to take it.
Yeah, and there's so much there that really just played into the favor of Hood. I mean, you see them doing a great job rotating for it. The only player, I mean, you have that smite to go ahead and counter that to try and take it if you do opt for that. But Denazi was worried about Raptors. He was trying to go ahead and invade the enemy jungle to go ahead and not even give him really that much to work off of, because now you see Broncliffe not only has that CS advantage, but also has a dragon to be playing off of as well. So there's so much stacked up for him to go ahead and say, I'm going to go ahead and bind to this tanky ideology, and I'm going to do that. But if we're talking about tanks, we see a little bit more of a scuffle going to the top lane as we see Feel the Truth trying to get himself back into it as he missed out that kill in the last go around.
Slink has to know that Denazi was here. Denazi ran over that ward the first time, and he still pushed up really, really far. a bit concerned for Denazi that the window is closing very fast here. Generally, Kha'Zix pre-6 has a lot of damage, but hold up. Okay, good disengage. Going back to the point about Denazi on Kha'Zix, usually Kha'Zix pre-6 has a lot of burst damage, especially in the solo lanes or the jungle. We've not seen Denazi make those early plays. And now that you're looking at a very late level 6, Renekton has the ultimate up and available as well, that dominance to try and get tanky. You can't burst him down as quickly. If you go for Rainbow Madness, Nether Grasp is available, and in a 2v2, that's going to put the squishy Yasuo Kha'Zix at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, and speaking of those wards and having that vision across the map, I'm actually quite curious of why Denazi hasn't switched over to that sweeper drone yet. I mean, you want to go ahead, give yourself a little bit more to play off of. You want to look for any targets that you can. And especially if you're invading, as we saw him do earlier, trying to go ahead and buff out that dragon as best they can that they didn't know was getting taken under their nose. You want to know what camps are up. You want to have a better idea. So I feel like that's a lot of misintelligence that they're really just kind of not working with.
Yeah. Ideally, if you're aggressive, you want that sweeper's top side. Feel the truth?
Oh, you mentioned aggression, and Slink heard the call. He tried to go ahead and get in there, get a little bit antsy, and find himself a kill. But quite honestly, feel the truth saying, I'll go ahead and use my own ultimate to get out of here. Make sure not to give this man any more kills than he needs. And honestly, with the way that he's stacked up in this lane right now, not too much regeneration to be working with. And as you said earlier, it's great to go ahead and have that extra damage to be playing off of when you have less health, but buddy, you are not in a stage where you can really fight this.
Oh!
But he may still be forced out as we see Slink getting right under tower, and the GOAT trying to make his own opportunity to play off of us. He wants to go ahead and ultimate that all Rainbow Madness, but there's not going to be enough to play with there to find another kill as Hood College comes out on top once again. Slink with his second.
Yeah, and that's on Feel the Truth. When you're that low, it's worth noting that Feel the Truth got that low because he was helping out with the Herald. They did get the Eye of the Herald there, but no, that's under turret already.
Oh.
Close.
No
heal.
way.
Summoner heal. Summoner heal just saved Yogurt's Bomb's life here. But now, again, you can't stick around. Don't pull the truth right here. Yogurt, no, don't do this.
He's not going to, quite honestly. You have N right there under tower saying, I'm going to back up as far as I can. Get out of here. And they take a plating. I mean, I'd say 80 for each of them. That's completely fine, so long as I don't give them 450 to play with, which is a heck of a lot better.
Exactly. You just don't die. It's the lesson here in League of Legends. You can afford to fall behind, but you can't die. And speaking of falling behind, actually, Hood College is doing better and worse in some aspects. The bot lane differential is massive right now. Yogurt Bomb on the Ziggs didn't quite have the right damage threshold, so it was really struggling to last hit, especially when they were perma-shoved under turret. But mid lane, the GOAT is up CS, which is a massive difference. We said that the GOAT generally is the big damage carry for midway, so seeing him up CS right now gives hope to me that come the team fights, he can still carry.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a great thing to go ahead and have with the Yasuo, but the CS advantage isn't just too massive yet. You really got to consider the rest of these lanes, what's really coming through. We see Feel the Truth grabbing a lot of gold to be playing off of as a little consolation prize for it. All those engagements that he lost off of Slink so far, because, I mean, the man, he's getting stacked. You know how Renekton is in these early and mid stages. Last thing you want is to let him ramp up more so, and I'm quite surprised Slink hasn't TP'd anywhere else yet for any other engagements, because we haven't really seen too many come through just yet. But, I mean, looking at the rotations coming through, everybody I feel like is getting a little bit antsy, a little bit energetic, saying, all right, there's only 2 kills on the board. Midway's got to look for a couple here soon.
Yeah, and now might be the time. Not top lane, though. Let's Feel the Truth again.
Oh, you just don't win those. I mean, quite honestly, you go ahead and get the ultimate out. That's going to be great to work off of, and a little bit of health off the likes of Slink, but you've invested so much into this fight already that Slinky's going to look to kind of just buy out the time, make sure that Feel the Truth doesn't get too much of an advantage, but the TP coming through from Rainbow Madness gets interrupted. And we actually see the ultimate coming down as well, the suppression to come through, but it won't be enough to save him. The GOAT getting into the game.
the attempt at TP in front of a Yasuo was an invitation to just get slice and dice there. Even with the Malzahar passive, that gets insta-popped, and Midway really answering back really well. I want to point out Snake tried to flash away as well from Feel the Truth Stormbringer. If he had successfully done it, I do think he might have survived the engage, but unfortunately it did cost him a lot. Well, he did survive, but it cost Rainbow Madness his life. And Snake now looking to try and do this. No dominance, but the trades, at least the short ones, happen going in Renekton's favor.
Yeah, and that in itself is going to be great. When you're looking at Renekton, we see Slink just doing a great job saying, I'm just going to go ahead and double dash, stun, do it, rinse, repeat, do a great job, and to go ahead and dwindle down that health as much as possible. But honestly, you need to be a little bit more impactful because for Slink right there,
Mhm.
shutdown goals can be great for the likes of Feel the Truth, but to go ahead and give the rest of your lanes a little bit of a disadvantage as a trade-off when we see Rainbow Madness go ahead and get picked off right there, I feel like that's just not good enough of a trade. I mean, just in the big scheme of things. I mean, you go ahead, nobody dies in the top, but now you've given up mid to some extent. And so, I mean, that's just not all that good. But honestly, Hood College, they're not really worried about it because they're going to find themselves a second dragon to come out, and we're going to see what Soul's going to be coming through here. And that's really what I'm looking forward to, is to see whether or not the mountains rise or whether the entire arena just wants to open up a little bit, whether we see a little bit more bushes and the cloud winds quicken. And that, I feel like, great for a Yasuo, but the rest of the team, I feel like Cloud Soul really isn't that impactful.
I don't even think it's good for Yasuo. Last breath cooldown's already so short. Rainbow Madness getting caught out again.
Oh, maybe? Denazi looking for it. Looking for it.
Oh,
And
the
Ignite will actually find Rainbow Madness getting himself a kill to shut down Yasuo.
And Goat did not take that last breath. If he had, I do think they could have secured the kill. It was up and available. We were just talking about the fact that the cooldown on that ultimate is so short here. And Rainbow Madness, that gift of a kill might be enough to get him online. Leandri's coming up does mean that the lane dynamic has now shifted. Before this, it's all about the Yasuo, the kill threat. Now, Malzahar has a lot of poke threat. You need to kill him quickly, or as the lane runs on, that Leandri's poke will burn you down. It sets up for Sejuani, who, by the way, we've pretty much not seen all game besides taking dragons.
Yeah, and honestly, that's all you really need one for, right? I mean, you got the rest of your squad finding enough kills on its own. You see Slink in the top lane doing a great job, putting pressure of his own respect up there, getting a level advantage, getting a CS advantage, getting gold. I mean, having so much to work off, but we still see the Gorge Ringer come out because regardless of nerfs, it's still just going to be an amazing item. But you need to go ahead and give yourself a little bit more to work with. And we see Hood just doing a great job of that, is saying no matter what happens, we have dragons at the end of the day. We have ourselves almost a 3K lead in terms of gold. So, I mean, we're chilling to some extent. So what if they find ourselves a couple kills here and there? If we get a fall off, so long as we get a dragon, it's going to go ahead and buff it out. But maybe we'll see a fight in the top because Feel the Truth looking for this lightning strike, looking for the shield to play off of. Denazi being there to fall through as well. Using that ultimate a little bit too shy of that tower, but it's not going to matter because Slink may not die here.
The turret!
Feel the Truth will go ahead and fall as well. The assists will come out from the rest of the squad, but they're a little bit too late. As Slink says, I got this all by my lonesome buddies. I'm now sitting at 4-0.
Yeah, though, that 2-0 lead already earlier, gonna net them the Herald to boot as well. And this right here, Mick, was why I was worried that Denazi wasn't ganking earlier. Because now you can't kill the Renekton. He just turns you down and squishes you incidentally. You're literally, this time, a bug to him. This is not the alien bug. This is just the bug that you're going to fly swat. Same thing in the mid lane and the bot lane, which we haven't touched on. There's just so much CC provided by Bubbles here. Sharito as well. Once again, on that Eclipse when Yogurt Bomb is still on components. Just so much strength for Hood College.
Yeah, and I feel like we really didn't mention too much because of the CS advantage they already had playing into him. You can see it just capitalizing off of it. You see the rest of the team trying to come through, and the GOAT actually managed to pick off Rainbow Madness right there. So that's going to be great for this engagement when you got so many players still alive towards this mid. A lot of damage still coming through from that tower alone. Denazi's going to go ahead and be fairly close.
He's going to die!
He's going to go ahead and die, as you say. Knowing exactly what's going to go down. And Feel the Truth also feeling an impact of his own, saying, I got to go ahead and help out, and it's not going to matter because in the top, Slink's going to take that top tower, give the rest of his team gold to play off of. Hood College really just saying, this was the point where we are going to run away with this game.
Yeah, they have a lead. They've been looking for some sort of action here. And when they decided to go, they really decided to go. They didn't care what the odds were. Never tell this team the odds. I mean, Rainbow Madness under a turret. You can't nethergraph somebody under the turret. You're going to take more damage from that turret than you're actually going to deal out there. And that was what ended up costing Rainbow Madness's life. But Broncliff's power farming had come to fruition. You could see the burst, surprising amounts of damage from that Sejuani there. And once again, Denazi, you don't get to make your own solo plays anymore. You've got to play janitor a little bit, catch up before you get to be that proactive and actually look to make your own independent moves.
Yeah, and we just see a gear shift coming through right here. And maybe for the likes of the GOAT, who can look for possibly Rainbow Madness, that Ignite, not exactly what you need to go ahead and close out that kill. But I mean, Hood, with the rest of the team, they're not really worried about these rotations. They're just going to look for these engagements. We may go ahead and see Yogurt to fall so long as he doesn't have that South Stars to help him get out of that engagement. But there's so much really going into him. It's almost like a car. You go ahead or a manual transmission at least. You get these first 3 gears, not really too much to work with. You're kind of in mid-city area. You're going ahead, slowing you down. You're speeding up so much. But once you hit that 4, 5, 6, where we see Hood getting on right now, they're on the interstate, man, and they're looking to speed up.
Yeah, and for Midway, the biggest roadblock you can chuck at them right now is actually Aaron Ann on this Mel fight, who we haven't talked too much about, because the bot lane's been fairly quiet. But now that the GOAT has the first mythic here and has started flexing himself a little bit, flexing his muscles a little bit, you need to get that strength into the bot lane. Dragon's coming up, and the GOAT's looking for Slink here. I don't know if this is the right call.
I'm kind of with you, man. I really don't know if it is. You see the presence around the Dragon Pit. You see the engagement. You see possibly the pings coming through saying, all right, they're going to be there, but can we really fight this? When Feel the Truth is up top, we could go ahead and look to go ahead and get this pick if we need it, but Slink's all good by himself. I mean, everybody's really just trying to help each other out, keep players alive, but there's going to be no action to go down as we see Old Hood College grab themselves another Dragon.
And you could see Aaron and they were waiting in the wings, just ready to go. They just needed GOAT to say, here, I'm here. As it stands, Feel the Truth had to burn the ult to escape. This is diveable.
It most definitely is, but I think in that 1v1 scenario, when you get that lightning bolt to come up with an extra shield, I don't feel like Slink is really going to dive in for that just yet.
I feel like if he was more confident, if he was feeling more aggressive, yes, it's risky, but the potential was there. You do have enough burst damage. You've got Gore Drinker as well and Dominus, so you have the extra health. Playing it carefully, though, I respect that. And now it looks like Hood College starting to siege up this mid lane a little bit here. Slink actually sat on top of a ward.
Yeah, and he wasn't aware of it because you now see the situation they're put into. They're going ahead, being forced up towards that top river, and there's a lot to go down. As you see here in the bot lane, Rainbow Madness is going to get nearly picked off almost instantaneously by the GOAT, but that doesn't matter when we got a lot more kills coming up in this top river with Slink already picking off the Nazi. That's a Kha'Zix that you're not concerned about. I mean, we already talked about this mid lane connected, man. Just absolutely mowing through, and Shirito has so much CS, so many items. A shutdown purely off of just CS alone, and now with these kills to really play off of it, I feel like Hakala, they're saying that was a fair trade, quite honestly. I mean, Rainbow Madness, it sucks to suck, but I mean, we're sitting fine up here, buddy.
Yeah, I could definitely imagine that in comms, right? Like, and unfortunately for Midway, the pot at the end of the rainbow is just madness in this case. It's not worth it. GOAT, your people need you.
Yeah.
When you build an entire team around this Yasuo, you need to play around this Yasuo. Yasuo cannot be the one to split push. Yes, he gets the solo kill, but what happens to everybody else? They don't have the damage. That was literally two people, Slink and Bronclevage, just tanking for days before Shirito finally joined them.
Yeah, and you see that, I mean, just being a massive kind of hindrance to him. When you know that the GOAT's now going to be in this fight, but you have so many players here, the GOAT's not aware of this, so he's going to be caught out to some extent, and May could be in this fight to go ahead and get that ultimate to come through, but it's not enough to play off of. But Feel the Truth will find himself one. That's going to be Volibear getting back online, but there's so much more to come out. We're going to see this win come out.
GOAT!
And we're going to see GOAT finally being in this fight, but not to stay alive long enough for the likes of Rainbow as he goes ahead, has the edge in that fight, and Slink being alive still, going to look for his own consolation prize.
Gotta say, though, that was the closest fight we've seen coming out of Midway so far. And GOAT almost managed to do it. He's trying right now. He's hit that 2-item power spike. Phantom Dancer picked up as well right now. And if they just had a little bit more damage, they could turn it. But maybe it might be too little too late here, Mick. It's an 8.6 thousand gold lead. And that was as good a fight as they could look for. So it really feels like at this point, Midway's back to where they were in game one, where you need to find some picks of your own. Straight up fights no longer flowing in your favor.
Yeah, and there was so much there on the line, I feel like, when you're especially so close to that Baron. I mean, so long as you left the GOAT alive with two other players in that jungler, that could have been most definitely doable as a Baron. I mean, having the GOAT there with all that life steal, a lot to go off of, let him take that to some extent, Feel the Truth there as well as being a tank to some extent. There's a lot to work with there, but I feel like the GOAT, the only reason they lost that fight was because he didn't find those initial hits. He wasn't aware of those players in those bushes, and he couldn't get the hits on them as well until they went ahead and engaged out. Already had abilities at the go to go ahead and dwindle that health pool down.
Yeah, now Executioner's Calling did get picked up by the GOAT, and maybe that was part of the problem. Honestly, I'm not seeing a ton of healing on anybody except for Slink, but hey, every little bit helps here. And with Dragon coming up in a minute, this is the time for Midway University to just hard farm for this next minute. I'd like to see all the resources being funneled into GOAT to try and help him buy whatever items he can. Worth noting as well, Yogurt Bomb did finally complete the Luden's Tempest, so a little bit more poke damage to come through. And then Midway you fight that dragon or Baron, as Hood College has called for Baron here.
Honestly, I'm really not against this. You see the rest of the squad. You see all of
Yeah.
Midway University towards this bot side, so it looks definitely doable for him when you got Shirito there. So much damage to just work with that man alone. And I mean, honestly, with 2 tanks up there in the top, you're not going to have a lot of damage to do off of. But with Rainbow
It's so
Madness
slow,
now
though.
showing up to the party, it's going to cause at least a team fight to come through. You know that's going to come out when you see Yogurt Bomb already throwing out the bomb. You see him miss ultimate, but Shirito with his as well. It doesn't matter when it's a cone and it's so close oriented. That's going to cause for a TP to come through, the rest of the team to rotate out up to this top air to say, all right, we already looking at it. We going ahead and force the team fight. Now we can just finish it. We just grabbed ourselves a little double whammy, brother.
Yeah, they're so low. If only Aaron and Goat could actually get there, I think the two of them could stall it out. But
Yeah.
Slink, the one person who wasn't at that fight, had rotated up. And look at this. This is peak efficiency right here. You get Baron. Dragon's coming up. It's Soul Point on this cloud here. And they're just sending Slink to do it. Everybody else is just shoving down with this Baron buff. And Yogurt Bomb is up. Denazi's up. So it's a little bit risky to shove. But you can just escort those minions and let them do the work.
Yeah, I love this too, to go ahead and have your jungler kind of towards that mid lane and make them think for a while to say, okay, they're going to go ahead and push off this. They got Baron. No, we're not. We're going over here for Dragon, and we're going to grab ourselves a little bit more gold, and we're going to get this soul that's on the board, baby. We're going to make sure to close this out at as much as we can to go ahead and get an Elder Dragon here on the field in another 5 minutes. So, I mean, that's another big double whammy to come through later on. We see more efficiency that could come out. And that's going to be a large checkpoint that Midway has to go ahead. They're on the clock now. I feel like they only have 5 seconds. Or not 5 seconds, 5 minutes to still be in this game because they know they're going to force another Baron fight. They're going to force an Elder Dragon fight. They're going to want to meet these guys in these pits. And being they know how much tankiness they got now and how much more gold they have to work with, they're probably going to have an edge to play with as well.
Well, slow down there, Mick. Step by step. I think Midway's clock is a little shorter than that. The first clock they need to beat is 1:40. That's how much time Baron has left on Hood College here. And if Hood College can break your base in 1:40, Midway doesn't get to leave it to even contest the mix.
Fair enough.
Yeah. There was a lot of gold going to Hood College's pocket. Everybody completing items, Black Cleaver for Slink, Warmogs for Broncliff. I think I saw Last Whisper for Shirito as well. A lot of more damage to potentially come through. And when Midway University already has been losing the last couple of fights here, I don't think they get to push up. Or if they do push up, they need to just go immediately. It's a 5v4 in the mid lane right now, but Slink is applying pressure in that split push.
Yeah, and I feel like that in itself is something to really go ahead and keep an eye on because I was hoping to give Midway at least a little bit more credit. When you know that you have 4 players now in this team fight, they've been very isolated, I feel like, over the course of the game. And that one team fight engagement we saw earlier, that was their best chance. That was when they had the most players there. And was a little bit too late to the cut. You see everybody spreading out, and that's going to be the last stone to go ahead and fall to get a lot more to work with. You already see the only man alive still is going to be Denazi and the GOAT towards this bot side, looking to go ahead and find as many side as he can. And he will go ahead and finesse a kill with that ultimate. But, I mean, how much is it? Shirito, that's a great to go ahead and get your ADC done with, but you got to have a little bit more when Slink is still alive. Bubbles has a lot of health to be working with, and the rest of the team still on this Baron buff. Quite honestly, I think they could end this year.
Yeah, no, they definitely end this year. Yeah. 10 seconds on Yogurt Bomb, Fuel the Truth, and Aaron. And within that 10 seconds, sure, your AD carry's dead, but Slink is doing a ton of damage, and Rainbow Madness can just spawn minions for days. You have Baron buff as well. It's an attempt.
Hands up. They're up. They're up. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They could. They could. We got to sit there. There's still a lot of theoreticals to come through, whether or not Phil the Truth can win this fight, and he will go ahead and find that jungler out of Broncliff, and you see the rest of the team rotating towards the bottom saying, we grabbed ourselves 2 inhibitors and a Nexus tower. Okay, you know what? That's fine. Now we sit and get in the stage where, I mean, that Baron buff is already expired now. And once again, we're in the stage where I gave them the credit, and now it's starting to pay off. They at least survived till then. But now they only have 2.5 minutes for another Baron to come up, which I don't feel like they really have all the materials for.
Fair enough. Baby steps here, but you are right, Mick. Your faith was rewarded. They don't get closed out on. They still have actually 1 Nexus turret remaining, and that's going to be super important when you've got supers pushing down mid and bot. If that last Nexus turret is down, you're exposed, and Midway not only has to leave 1 person with 2 sets of super minions, you probably actually have to leave 2 people behind to clear the waves fast enough. Hood, yes, it's 2 minutes to Baron, 2.5 to Elder, but you actually don't have to wait for those. If you just group up and push in that top lane, You don't have to fight. You just have to draw away enough members that they can't hold off the super minions in either lane. And we've seen it before as well. The Nethergrass instantly picks somebody down. If anybody leaves and it becomes a 5v4, Hood College, pull the trigger, dive that turret.
Yeah, with you. With how many tanks you have on your squad when you have Bronklin, you have Bubbles. I mean, you got Slink. I mean, go ahead and make use of Slink. He's gone ahead, and he has run away with this game. Sitting at 9-0-5 right now, this man is a monster. I mean, Halloween has come early. He is the one guy to be scared of to go ahead and be the boogeyman. As he's already getting engaged with that ultimate. Find himself a kill. You got Shirito coming through with the ultimate as well. We see the GOAT trying to go ahead and stay alive, but the last man to stay standing is to be Feel the Truth, which, quite honestly, he doesn't even make it either. And Ace to go ahead and close out the game. Hood College taking this series 2-0.
Man, that last bullet time was obscene. Step aside, Neo. Step aside, Matrix, because bullet time ain't about you no more. It's all about this misfortune and Shirito's MF here. Nick, we had questions. Hey, Alex not moving out, Shirito coming in. Would Shirito be able to perform? Answer is yes. Yes, he can.
Yeah, he most definitely can. I feel like that's just generally when it comes around to this misfortune nowadays. I feel like she's such a solid pick, but quite honestly, it also comes down to the players, because to go into a Ziggs matchup and still finesse yourself a win, not only when it comes around to kills in the later stages, in the early games, we were considering that. We were saying, will Ziggs go ahead and be this counter pressure you need to keep yourself in this game? Provide any kind of counter pressure, keep yourself in that matchup, have that pressure, and possibly grab yourself a tower or two. And honestly, with the way Shirito played MF and Bubbles on that Nautilus, just really doubling down, saying, I'm already in my comfort pick and y'all didn't ban it. Let me do it again. And then honestly, they just ran away with it at that point.
Yeah, if anything, the CS discrepancy this time was even bigger in that bot lane. And sure, yeah, it took a long time before we saw Shirito join the team fights, but that's because he was enjoying that bot lane, right? That isolated 2v2. And with Slink taking over the top side as well, Slink having an amazing game this time on the Renekton, much better than the Gnar game one as well. You know, just drawing so much pressure that Hood could afford to just isolate that bot side. That said, I do want to give some credit over to Midway as well. We did get to see the GOAT try and carry. The Yasuo did look very good. I did enjoy that pickup here. And Midway, I mean, still some tweaks needed, I think, in terms of what they're doing. But their goal is just to improve game by game. And honestly, I think the goals are fairly clear. I think they can improve. They didn't look terrible in this game. Just had areas they needed to patch up.
Yeah, and I feel like that also comes down to neutral objectives a lot. I mean, they don't have too much set up for it. We saw that first dragon really just absolutely be handed over for free. They had no pings towards it. They have no wards around the area. It was literally free. When you saw the rest of the team, Denazi on that Kha'Zix, I even mentioned it, I know with you, at least in our conversation, looking at the pro draft, I didn't feel like it was going to be all that impactful unless he just absolutely did run away with that early stage. Go ahead and get that Kha'Zix to be such a nuisance and such a threat that we're saying, we cannot split up at all. Otherwise, Kha'Zix will just be in our jungle. He doesn't even need to worry about CS anymore. He has so much gold to be playing off of from these kills that he's going to be just sitting in our jungle, taking what he can, and really just getting us to only be working with scraps. But we never saw that stage of the game come through. We never saw that advantage come out for him to really be playing off of. And I feel like, I mean, Vi was a great pick, but this, I feel like, I mean, as much lackluster as it was, I feel like this was even worse.
Little bit, unfortunately, and we'll never know if, hey, maybe there could have been alternatives. Unfortunately, it really didn't work out this particular game, and this one is the one that counts here. And with that said, Midway now moving down to 1-3. I don't believe they're out of the running yet. We still have quite a few more weeks here in the regular season, but Hood College moving up to 4-1 are going to find themselves in a very comfortable spot. Hey, moved up to the same position as Adrian College that we did get to see game one, and maybe we get to see them play further down the road. Would be an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you. So either we see Midway go ahead and just play like the GOAT. Either get that advantage to go against the win or go along with it. But until then, we got another couple games to come up tonight to also determine the rest of the entire series when it comes around to League of Legends. So that will be it for us tonight, sadly enough. But doesn't go anywhere just yet because we got some more games to come through here with NECC. To myself, Mick, to go ahead and have the pleasure of casting a random minion caster tonight. We'll see y'all here in a little while. Welcome back into the NECC Week 5 League of Legends. It has been a crazy day, especially for the man to my right. Man, the Minion Caster has been here all day long, turning into nighttime. I don't know how you do it, Random Minion Caster. We've got one game left, though. Challengers Cyan Division, New Mexico Tech, who's sitting at 2-2, taking on Sac State Green, Sac State Gold, who's sitting at 0-3. And I think the really interesting thing to note is Sac State's other team, who I got confused with, played New Mexico Tech last week. So there might be some inside scouting that maybe Sac State has that on paper looks like a matchup they might not win. They might have more knowledge than you and I know of.
Yeah, and on top of that, not only did Sac State Green play against New Mexico last week, they won. So
Yes.
Sac State Gold theoretically have a winning formula if they got it from Sac State Green. And my question then becomes, how is New Mexico Tech Miners going to respond to this? My goodness, that's a mouthful. But they have a lot of very strong players. I've been particularly impressed with their top laner, Borrowed Bagel's gameplay. He almost always wins his lane and is almost always a threat, especially on the carries. But I have been told by their mid laner, Maume here, that no. Borrowed Bagel isn't where you want to watch. You want to watch me in the mid lane. He's going to be the carry. And you know what? If you're going to tell me that, you better carry. I'm looking forward to that one.
I love the confidence, and on paper, that mid lane matchup is something that I want to watch. Maume, as you mentioned, coming in as one of the higher ranked players in solo queue, taking on XPNX, who is almost actually the same rank. Who knows if they've run each other in solo queue? They have two very unique styles. XPNX loves those hard carry assassins. You'll probably see bands like Yasuo, like Yone, like maybe even LeBlanc. Very curious to see what they want to have if those are taken away. And meanwhile, you look at Maume, it's more of those traditional mid laners, the mid laners you see at Worlds, Orianna, Twisted Fate, been spamming a lot of Syndra recently as well. That is a matchup that I want to see in that top lane. You mentioned it. Borrow Bagels look like a carry. Meanwhile, for Sac State, Tsundere hasn't had a lot of top lane in their match history. And when it is, it's all-out aggressive. Fiora, Camille, Gwen. How is that matchup of two guys who maybe want to get very aggressive in that top lane going to go? The top and mid could be an absolute fireworks show here. We hop into our draft. We've already done the pro draft, so we'll just see everything and how it plays out.
Yeah, the draft order, unfortunately, at least what we're going to see on stream here will be just done by position, so you won't get to see first picks, etc., draft positions. But I do want an extra note on Cinderella Ice Cream here. At least if you look at their OPGG, they look like they're auto-filled into top for this team right now. They've not necessarily been much of a top lane player before this, so I'm a bit concerned about this top lane mismatch to come through and what's going to happen here. If we do see sort of two carry style players both picking carries, often it can snowball very quickly to the side that starts getting mechanical leads. Small advantages becomes big advantages, becomes a destroyed Nexus.
One other note for Sac State, they are going to have a sub in that support role. Bamo going to be forced to come in after their main support had some issues to take care of. So I'll be very curious how that Ricardo Bamo lane goes. On paper, Bamo looks like a very quality player, but not someone we have seen so far in the NECC. Don't know how much practice him and his AD carry partner have had outside. We'll be keeping an eye on that as we start to lock everything in here. That Poppy Scion matchup pretty much going to be a wash. I don't think we'll see a lot of action there, so we focus in on that mid lane. The Corky versus the Rise is the matchup we both have our eyes on, randomly.
No. Go back to the top lane pitch. Go back to... Where are my carries? We're talking about carry.
We were hyped.
Scion, Poppy? You know, okay, to be fair to Cinderella Ice Cream, he has played Poppy before, so that wasn't out of the realm of possibility. But come on, Bagel! Scion, it is a favorable matchup for the Scion. Poppy's not going to punish you too much, and you get free skill and become an engage. And based on what we're seeing so far already, I already suspect we're going to see a lot more engage-heavy bot lane coming out from the side of New Mexico Tech. But the MF goes to Sac State.
I really like that MF pick for Ricardo. It's just such a strong AD carry, but look at the counter. You get the Samira and the Amumu. Licious E is undefeated in the NECC, 4-0 in matches where he gets that Amumu. Of course, you get that Morgana. It's sort of a counter pick. The Black Shield could stop the first bandage toss, but with the changes, of course, there is that second bandage toss you have to watch out for. So if you are curious, it wasn't a Mumu first pick. I really like that from Licious D. Immediately taking that in on the blue side, saying, hey, we're going to play maybe my best support, at least in the NECC. Also has played some Enchantresses as well. But this team comp, I think, for New Mexico Tech on our blue side here, Random Minion, they look very, very strong and very, very coordinated.
Yeah, very scary as well. The pop-off potential of this team, if they just win one big team fight, they're just absolutely going to take off, snowball throughout this game here. And also a little bit of a difference, I think, from what I was expecting from them. New Mexico Tech usually picks sort of scaling mid, scaling AD carry. They've got scaling mid and scaling top, but J4 Amumu Samira, that ain't scaling. That's looking for a mid-game fight to just take over. Sac State Gold, their composition, though, worries me. I'm looking at a lot of the pieces they have, and I'm not sure how they fit together. You've got the popping the top lane. I thought that was fine. Disengage, just general protection. But when you pick that, you want to pair it with a hyperscaling carry of some sort. Rise, not really that safe hyperscaling carry. Yes, he does a lot of damage, but Poppy can't protect him. He has to step up as well. And Misfortune, not what I'd have paired it with either. But Poppy Misfortune still is a combo if you've got some other setup for Misfortune, some other form of AoE CC. Lee Sin, Morgana, that ain't it. I'm not seeing the setup here for bullet time unless somehow miraculously Bamo gets in and gets a 5-man soul shackles to go off. But barring that here, it just feels like a very split, independent, almost solo queue-esque draft coming through from Sac State Gold.
Yeah, I think Sac State's gold key is going to have to be almost run this like a pick comp. You have that Realm Warp. Can you maybe Realm Warp Bamo and their mid laner XPNX up into the top lane? Maybe you start to farm Borrowed Bagel. You allow Tsundere Ice Cream to keep pushing. Or maybe you go down to the bot lane. You bring the Lee Sin with you. You get a great tower dive going on because I think you're totally right. There's no setup for the MF. I mean, we were sort of joking as well, besides the 5-man Oriana or Morgana ult, if maybe Realm Warp the bullet time behind the enemy lines and you plan that sort of just crazy Hail Mary. But you're right. It feels like it's sort of everybody just took, this is my champ. This is what I'm going to want to play. And I think the one downside here, and it's a big discussion, that Rise pick could have easily been a Zed. It's something that XPNX plays, but then it's, well, you don't have any AP damage. And I think maybe you fall into that curse of, well, we drafted for a great phase 1 draft, and now we maybe messed our mid laner up because he can't play something he'd be very, very comfortable on. So that mid lane matchup, I think, very much favors the Corki. I think the one thing we want to watch out for, you and I talked about Ricardo on that Lee Sin, top lane, no, probably not going to be able to pull anything off. Maybe he starts red, goes red to blue on that top side, tries to gank bot lane as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I think for Sac State here, because of what they've drafted, when we look in isolation at the individual lanes, they're not terrible matchups. Popping to Sion, not a ton of kill threat for either side. It is a free scaling lane for Poppy as well. Rise into Corki is the rough one that we kind of touched on. Now, early levels, Rise has a chance. Rise can push waves incredibly fast. Corki has the Gatling gun, has the Phosphorus Bomb, but will usually run out of mana before the Rise will, and doesn't push quite as fast. So in the early levels, there's an opportunity for the Rise to try and push on Rome, and or if you can ever snag him with the Rune Prison, that is perfect setup for Lee Sin, but highly conditional. As the game goes on, Corki scales up, will outrange the Rise as well. That's when Corki Rise starts to fall in the favor heavily of Corki. Bot lane, Morgana Misfortune, kind of picked as a bit of a counter to the Amumu initially. I still think there is a chance to win that lane. It's very dependent on Samira on this Blade Whirl for, I believe it's Swan G here. Swan G as the AD carry. If he can block out with the Blade Whirl, they win those trades. But if he ever gets hit by that Dark Binding, trades will start to go in favor of Misfortune Morgana here. So Sac State, I think I would like to see them play towards this bot lane, which I think is the one lane they can really try and take off. And then, hey, maybe your Misfortune gets fed enough. You don't have to set up the bullet time alone. Doesn't need the full duration to just decimate the entirety of New Mexico Tech.
Yeah, great point there. I think that the one thing I'm going to keep an eye on is that Misfortune, as you said, and really how much of a precaution Misfortune is going to take. Because you look at the side of New Mexico Tech, you're going to have that Cataclysm. Well, then you're forced to flash away from that. The Black Shield maybe blocks one bandage toss. Can it block the second? Can it block the Curse of the Sad Mummy? There's going to be a lot of pressure on perfect positioning from Misfortune. Maybe you can use the Realm Warp. Maybe you end up having to go Gale Force to just have that extra dash. There's a lot of pressure on this bot lane, especially Misfortune, to be in a perfect position. And cooldown track, because someone's going to tell you, hold on, Blade World hasn't come out yet, because if you just bullet time into a Blade Whirl, you basically are standing still and you're not doing any damage.
Yeah, and that's my concern in this bot lane at level 6 there is Black Shield ain't going to do nothing against this Samira either. Blade Roll doesn't require you to stand in place. Neither does the ultimate either. So the Inferno Trigger and Blade Roll, you can dance circles around Ricardo while he's just sitting there doing the damage. Surprisingly, it's Ricardo as AD carry and Keybladed coming in as their jungler here. So a bit more of a switch up than I expected.
Yeah, very interesting there. Keybladed in a jungle main as we get a great bandage toss already onto Ricardo in this new role. Just getting body blocked left and right. First blood goes over to New Mexico Tech.
Okay, I will say it's not the worst possible situation. There is still heal for Ricardo. Ricardo still gets the lane in time. And first blood goes over to Mwanwei here. Worst case would have been going over to Swanjay with this Samira, and then the Samira just crushes the lane. Mwanwei will take a bit more time to come online. Oh, as I say that, went back, purchased I believe he already had the Duran's Blade, so he's picking up the tier now as well to get the tier stacking going. It's probably the least worst scenario for the early game, but Sac State needs to make something happen early before we start hitting the mid game and that gold lead starts to snowball a little bit more.
Yeah, very interesting. As you mentioned, we were talking about in the middle of base. They say Ricardo had been the jungler for Sac State. Gets moved down to that 80 carrier role. Keybladed, one of their subs, comes in as a jungle main. Does start at that red buff for the Lee Sin. But now it's going to be even harder to gank because everyone except the Scion did pick up an assist. You can see that gold lead and Licious D on the Amumu. Already making a name for himself, looking for a bandage toss onto a minion. Not able to find it. Ricardo, though, able to retreat. But that Amumu already being a pain in the Sac State gold bot lane.
And you have to be careful as a Amumu. The nerf did hit his mana cost, so you don't get as many bandage tosses in lane. And with a Amumu too, you're melee. You're fighting in the minion wave here. Still somehow winning out the trades despite the minions aiding Sac State Gold's bot lane.
And I like Ricardo's choice here. You start with the Make It Raid. You start with the Comet to maybe try and whittle down Licious D, as you mentioned. Has to fight in the minions. Gets that extra poke as we soon see Sundere Ice Cream. Not quite able to make it out of that one. Borrowed Bagel winning that matchup by quite a bit. But again, it's a tank lane matchup. I don't think we'll see too much. Looks like Jarvan also did start maybe on his top side as well. So we might actually get a jungler showdown here over this bot lane Scuttlecrab, or maybe over in the bot lane. I'll be curious to see if they both take it fast enough to get to that crab in time, or if they'll maybe just full clear and wait for a game.
Yeah, generally speaking, Keybladed should get there a little bit faster because he skipped Krugs here, and that is if JFS doesn't do his own. But with the bot lane wave state, I actually favor New Mexico Tech Miners here to move there first. They've got the backup, and that Misfortune Morgana, they've got to walk further up with the threat of the turnaround at any moment here.
Sundere Ice Cream taking a ton of damage. Borrowed Bagel looking for the tower dive. Has to be careful. Wait, going for the buckler. Okay. Where are you going? Oh my goodness. Got the teleport. You've got the grass. Looks like JFS maybe seeing how dire top lane is going to just take that top lane Rift Scuttle, so there will not be a fight over the crabs. Both junglers will both just pick up one, but this Poppy is playing with fire. This feels like you've got it back, surrender the wave, and teleport, because you were just waiting to get tower dive by Jarvan at the moment he gets up there.
Yeah, and Keybladed did get that bot side Scuttle. JFS start roaming top immediately here. I think that's probably the call that, hey, this Poppy's kind of low. And interestingly enough, JFS actually not immediately running, was still checking for Raptors here. I kind of like the call a little bit because you know that if Keybladed shows up, Borrowed Bagel can back you up, and Sundere Ice Cream can't do squat right now.
Here we go. The Jarvan sees its prey. Gonna wait for that Buckler shield to fade. Unfortunately, doesn't quite have a minion wave, so looks like JFS will just walk over to the Krugs. Going to see if Borrowed Bagel can push that wave. Now they potentially want to go for the dive. Their Ice Cream has done some healing. Gets the ward out. Knows he's in danger. Does not have any assistance. It's still just staying here.
He's trying to clear the wave the best he can, but that's the shield expended now. Not available here. And JFS actually walks away from this. I'm honestly quite surprised that they're not pulling the trigger.
Borrowed Bagel out of mana, doesn't have maybe as much health. Yeah, you're totally right, random minion caster. I'm like, that's an easy first blood. Just take the kill, take the kill. But instead, both jugglers just want to farm things up. We really haven't seen too much action at all. We haven't even seen Lee Sin. As I say that, here comes Keybladed. Black Shield already going to be extended. Licious D gets an escape with the first bandage toss. Blade World first to be used, but the Q will land. Keybladed going to have to get away. Oh, they have to use the heal. They maybe could have saved that, but they do get the kill.
Worth, you know what? You take that heal right away, and Kwanje tried to get out of that, but the patience waiting out the Blade Roll before throwing down that Sonic Wave was what rewarded them. The Blade Roll will actually interfere with that Sonic Wave there. So Sac State Gold's bot lane doing good right now. Bamo roaming up to the mid lane here. If they land the binding, this might be a kill.
Binding is going to land, but XPNX
No!
is back farming minions. Just a miscommunication there. The Rise is low on mana as well, so it would have been kind of tough for how far back that Corki was. But I like the play there for Bamo, trying to get his mid laner ahead, because as you mentioned, as soon as that Corki hits 6, everything starts to go in the direction of New Mexico Tech.
Yeah, and even before 6 right now, we're already starting to see a bit of a CS discrepancy develop in this mid lane. Malme up 2 waves roughly against XPNX here. And that's only going to grow as the game goes on. Everywhere else has actually been surprisingly even. And I think that's a win for Sac State Gold if their bot lane isn't falling behind early. The NECC test for both these teams comes at level 6. That's when New Mexico Tech miners should be coming online, should be dominating. And for Sac State Gold, you don't have quite as strong a team fight, and you need to be able to survive the initial engage before you can turn.
Top laners duking it out. Tsundere Ice Cream does get a bit of a push, but it's taking quite a bit of poke damage. Keyblade maybe looking to roam up, but now that Sion has hit level 6, that will make it a lot harder. But they're still going to maybe try for the tower dive here. Sonic Wave is going to land. They'll let the tower aggro reset. Does he want to take the Q? I guess not. He just said, hey, how you doing? All right, we'll walk away.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Sion was considered the strongest topside weak laner, even more so than Ornn. And it's because of the safety, the way he can just clear a wave instantly. And if you try and dive him, he's still got that Pain Train ultimate ready to go as well on you. The sheer amount of CC he can put out, and the zombie as well. So even if you kill him, you might not get out alive. It's so difficult to gang this, and that's why I didn't want to see Keyblade look at the top lane, look mid, look bot instead.
The moment he went top lane, you saw it flash on your screen. That his first dragon of the game, the Infernal Dragon, over to New Mexico Tech. A great job by JFS realizing Keyblade its top. He cannot contest this dragon. I will take this one for free. And now they're going to catch JFS. He's been very aggressive counter jungling. Gets hit by the Dark Binding. Getting to look for the flag and drag over the wall to safety. They get some chip damage, but nothing more for Sac State.
Worth for New Mexico Tech miners there. They also pulled Sac State out of lane a little bit. I'm not sure Kwanje and Licious D can make best use of that, but if they hit level 6, maybe we get to see trigger pulled topside fight. But oh wow, okay.
Ice Cream wins that. There's the zombie form you're talking about. Eyes are on mid lane. You see the Jarvan is setting up there, but unfortunately Bamo and Ricardo get just forced too far back, and without the Cataclysm there's no dive available. And that Poppy winning early on, that was the lane we expected. The carries, we got the wet noodle fight random minion caster, but Tsundere Ice Cream gets the first kill there. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I am very impressed. I did not expect the kill to go down. I was still watching for that bot lane setup here, but speaking of bot lane, it's mid lane.
XPNX has to flash away. Keyblade comes in time. Lands the Sonic Wave right after the ult. It gets the kill onto Mwaume. Great positioning there for Keybladed, and now Sac State starting to build an early kill lead. Got this gold lead up to about 1,000.
And we said that's exactly what they needed to do, Fish, is find these early kills, find these early leads. And if they can get Keyplated off to this flying start that he has right now, he can now look to try and continue snowballing into the various lanes. Maybe look for the objectives as well, because first Dragon Infernal, as you mentioned, did go over to New Mexico. But the Herald is still up and available here. And if you can take that, that's another way. That's probably the most effective way to snowball your gold lead.
Oh, Ricardo barely dodges that bandage shot. Malicious D wants the second one. The Black Shield will stop it, but will not stop the curse of the sad mummy. Ricardo forced to flash away. The jungler's going to run into each other. Sonic Wave will miss, though, and everyone will just simply retreat. And we see that Morgana utility against the Amumu paying off there.
Mwaume is roaming down as well here, cutting off Keybladed, but I want to see XPNX roam down on this as well, collapse on this Corki.
Oh, they're going to do exactly that. XPNX is going to jump on him. They'll get the dash over the wall. Sonic Wave lands on the JFS. Now he tries to go in, looking for a Cataclysm, forced to flash away.
Where's
but he's just out of health. And that is another great pick for Sac State.
Kwanje and Licious D just late on the roam back here. Realm Warp being used into the back, but Mwaume.
Oh, Mwaume going to be forced to dash away, but does get rooted there. There's the bullet time that comes out. Corki is taken down. Samira is still in an interesting spot, but it doesn't look like Sac State wants to tower dive as we see the two top laners duking it out with grass, healing them more for really the damage they're doing. The pings are coming out bot lane. They want to dive this Samira. We'll keep an eye on that as Borrowed Bagel forced to flash away. Now Swanjay sees that he is not in a good spot. XPNX starts it off with a great route. They're clearing out the back minion wave. The dive is going to be here. How long can they hold on? They're going to dash right on top of XPNX, trying to at least get a kill, but Keybladed will deny that. They play the dive perfectly. And Sac State has a huge lead. Unfortunately, they'll lose Sundere in the top lane. Maybe gets the flash away. JFS waiting for cooldowns. How does the Poppy live there?
Sac State Gold, we said it was a solo queue draft, but if they're playing solo queue, these guys are playing at like the challenger level right now. Sundere Ice Cream did not draw turret aggro, so the Cataclysm didn't actually cause any damage. It was just the base damage. Now they're looking for XPNX, but Everfrost, after all that chaos, Sac State Gold's coming out with their mythics first, and that Everfrost just saved XPNX's bacon.
XPNX is playing this mid lane matchup so well. The CS still favoring Waume by quite a bit. Hasn't really shrunk, but hasn't gotten much bigger as well. But when you pick up 2 kills and 2 assists, you don't really have to worry too much about CSing. As we see, Dragon up in 30 seconds will be a Cloud Drake, so we'll either get an Ocean or Mountain Soul. Curious to see. We haven't seen either team. I mean, there's no wards over on Rift Herald. Really, no interest has been given to Shelly at all at this point.
No, it's just been about killing people. Sac State Gold has blood on their minds, and honestly, it's been working out for them. I'm okay with that. I would strongly recommend them to head towards the Dragon, though. They are stronger right now. They have mythics on their side, and teleport is available for both top laners. New Mexico Tech Miners have the better comp for the fight, but none of them have their mythics yet. And before that first mythic, especially for AD carries like Corki and Samira, they feel so weak.
Bandage Josh going to land onto Keybladed. He will simply dash away, but will get the Black Shield cooldown used as well. Both top laners do have the teleport should they choose to start the fight, but right now it is the 4 members of New Mexico Tech just zoning them off this Dragon. Package going to be used there by Waume to try and separate the team. Everfrost not going to land either with a Sonic Wave. He finally will get rooted, but that might have been enough time for them to secure the Dragon. I don't know if that was worth it. Delicious D now going to get caught, kicked over the Dragon wall. Does not have flash, so that is a dead Amumu. And I don't know if trading 2 for a Dragon is worth it in that situation if you're New Mexico Tech.
Yeah, I think Waume's sort of escapade in the back line, that was worth it. Trading 1 for that is okay, especially if you're the Corki right now. You're not going to catch the farm anyway, so that's perfectly fine. But the second one, Licious D going down, that makes it not worth here. And like I said earlier, I want to see Sac State Gold compound this by going for that Herald. Getting the plates in the bot lane is nice, but they're only going to get 1. You get Herald, that's 2 plates pretty much guaranteed in your pocket, maybe first turret as well.
Charge from Rift Herald should be enough to take out that bot lane turret, but Keybladed really not paying any attention to it. Just farming up here, and we have seen a great start from Sac State Gold. Again, as we talked about, the Sac State Green team played New Mexico Tech last week, won that game. It's hard to say how much of this early start is due to that, but with the swap over to Keybladed that you and I weren't expecting, Ricardo on the ADC, you have to wonder if they had some sort of plan that maybe they learned from their varsity team at Sac State because they get to play the same opponent 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, and even if they had gotten secret intel here from Sac State Green, I think the execution that we've seen individually from Sac State Gold has been on point here, especially from Keybladed and Tsundere Ice Cream as well as XPNX. These 3, the top side trinity here has just been absolutely popping off. They've been dodging things left and right. I mean, you can see in this top lane trade, Tsundere Ice Cream just dodges everything that Borrowed Bagel is trying to throw out, literally dancing circles around the wave, and Keybladed in a lot of those ganks has been spot on as well. Herald did finally get taken, and they're not giving it to Keybladed. They give it to XPNX. I like that a lot here. You get faster recalls. It helps a little bit with your isolated push as well. Something I think a lot of people forget is that Eye of the Herald actually gives you buffs when you're alone as well, pushing a wave. So I do absolutely love to see it on this mid laner.
And of course, we are playing on the most recent patch with those Gore Drinker nerfs for the most part. Still a strong item to build on Lee Sin, and usually the item to go for on Jarvan, but it looks like early on, JFS going for more of a tank Jarvan build, has the Bombi Cinder, hasn't really worked towards that Gore Drinker at all, and you have to wonder if JFS is maybe trying to go a bit more tanky for their team, as Ricardo does not see them in the bush. playing with fire right now is that misfortune. But it looks like they're just going to hold on to their engage for Licious D and Swanjay as Whelme forced to run away from that ride.
Oh no, they didn't pull the trigger. They didn't have vision on Bamo at first, I think, and that was the issue. But the moment they saw Bamo mid, they needed to go. Now the binding lands.
Everfrost going to be used. Look at that damage from Rise. Would expect the Rift Herald here. It is going to come out, and Sac State gets another kill. They're going to get first tower, and they might not even need the charge here, which means they're going to get a chunk of damage on that tier 2 mid lane tower.
Yeah, potentially, maybe even the turret itself. Licious D has ultimate coming to look here. But where's the damage? Whelme is dead, and Quanjay isn't here.
They are able to kill the Rift Herald, at least saving their tower, but the next wave should be enough. As you say, yeah, Amumu has the ult. Everfrost isn't going to find it, but there's no damage. Finally, Whelme here. Finally, Swanjay's here, but it's way too late. Sac State won't hedge their bets. They'll retreat on a 5K gold lead 15 minutes into game 1.
And a lot of that 5,000 gold lead just came about on that series of plays there. 2 turrets kills as well. My goodness, they go back, they spend, they buy, and taking down the mid-inner this early is actually super important because now you split the map for New Mexico Tech Miners. They no longer have an easy rotation between their top and bot side. And if you keep that mid wave pushed out, New Mexico Tech Miners almost have to ward it or they have to travel blind across there. You've really caused them to not be able to have to decide which objective they want to go for and exactly how they want to set up.
See the double shield bows coming out for the carries there on New Mexico Tech for Quanjay and Whelme. So they're going to be a little bit harder to kill with this pick comp that Sac State has been playing so far. But you have to wonder if that's really going to stop them because, yeah, Immortal Shield Bow is great in a 1v1 random minion caster. It doesn't really do too much in a 3v1 or a 4v1 as we've seen Sac State pull off across the map.
Yeah, all it does is lets you enjoy the Rift for that 1 second longer it takes for them to burst through the shield. That's it. I think for Quanjay on this Samira, it is a massive pickup buy. This is when Samira starts to get really strong with just the 1 item. But Whelme, unfortunately, needs more time. He needs that mirror mana on this Corki before he really starts to become that carry. Realm Warp, looking for the pinch.
Trying to get a pick onto Quanjay and Licious D. Ricardo dodges the first man toss. There's the bullet time. They pick up the first elimination. Borrow Bagel has teleported in, but immediately runs away. Package going to be used by Whelme. Here comes Sundere Ice Cream. Can he get here in time? Corky just forced to run away, but still gets taken out. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Bamo goes down. JFS and Borrow Bagel to realize they have no hope. They see the low health bars, but they cannot get to the back line of Sac State. And Sac State's going to pick up a pair and get this free dragon. Maybe JFS looking to go over the wall. Now. Has the flash, has the smite, forced to use the stopwatch. Can't get over in time, fails to jump over. Keybladed healing up off that smite, gets another helpful kill. It goes over to XPNX at the end. And Sac State Gold with an amazing trade. They get their first dragon and they get kills in the process as well.
I want to point out, it wasn't a JFS failed the flag and drag. Steadfast presence from Sundere denies it. He just sits there. And Sundere is starting to take over this game. He's 1-0-1. It doesn't look impressive, but look at what he's doing to Whelme. Look at what he's doing in these fights right now. And Sac State Gold, despite not having a teamfight composition, are always seeming to find key members. If you take out Quanjay, New Mexico Tech Miners don't have a teamfight composition either.
And they have played this Realm Warp from XPNX to perfection, setting up incredible pinches, setting up incredible picks, and running this comp, as we said, that felt solo QE to perfection. And really, you can't have a team fight random minion caster when you don't have a team because it's a 4v3 or a 5v4 before everybody even gets there.
Yeah, and even now, you can still see that Sac State Gold are still struggling to really push for the most part. They are ending up with a de facto split push composition because of their leads. Bamo,
the first real misplay here, going to get taken out. Now the rest of the team has to try and save him. Bandage Toss comes out. They'll just blast Cone to safety. It's a scary spot for Quanjay in the bot lane against this Fed Rise 7-0-4, but XPNX, without any vision, will just simply back away for now, but I think he could easily win that 1v1 if he wanted to.
Definitely. Quanjay, though, is healing up quite a bit. So every time you poke down this Samira here, if you're not following up, it just takes about a wave and a half to go back to full health here. They're trying to funnel gold and resources into Quanjay. And for me, it feels like New Mexico Tech Miners have decided, okay, We got the 2 early dragons. We don't have to worry about dragon stacking. Let's take this slow, buy ourselves time to scale up. And I do think that is the winning formula. They like to play for the late game normally. So even if their comp isn't the perfect comp for it, it's still going to be comfort. And they still have that Corki.
It is interesting that JFS has gone this more tanky Jarvan build, so that's going to put a lot of pressure on Wowmate. It makes sense why they're trying to scale Quan J up. They're basically limiting themselves to 2 carries at this point, both, of the AD. I know Corki's a bit more of the mixed variety, but that puts a lot of pressure on Wowmate, who has been self-proclaimed best player on the team, but has been very, very aggressive with these packages, trying to split the team up, and it's usually resulted in his death, why he's 1-5-1 right now.
Sure. And unfortunately, Corki does not get the 110 power spike, so you don't want to be dying too much here on this Corki. You do want to just be able to farm up and get to that level. If we take stock of the game right now, Sac State go 4 turrets down, and that means all the lanes right now are significantly longer. That actually favors New Mexico Tech miners in terms of being able to farm. The one major downside for New Mexico Tech miners is your access to the objectives. And with Baron up and available right now, we see Sac State Gold just clearing all the vision. They're starting it up, and New Mexico Tech miners, they need to send somebody in to check this. When you see all those wards going down, it's got to be on the back of your mind that, hey, maybe they're going to go for this.
Yeah, I would have liked to see Sac State bait it and clear the wards, because you said as soon as they all went down, everyone rotated up. Tsundere Ice Cream's going to get the knockaway onto Sion. Baron's health dropping lower and lower. Black Shield going to be used. Can JFS get in for the smite? No, he cannot. Now on the back line is Borrowed Bagel right on top of XPNX and Ricardo, Curse of the Sad Mummy. They're going to be able to take down Keyblade. It's a 1-for-1, but what can the Rise do? Try to chunk down the health bars. Has to be careful. Look at that damage that comes out. The Realm Warp to safety leaves the rest of his team, but Ricardo gets a trade there. It's a quadra kill for the MF. Borrowed Bagel in the zombie form. It's a 5-for-3, but Sac State barely comes out on top, and they can start shoving with this Baron.
That fight was really good for New Mexico Tech miners. Yes, they did end up losing, I believe it was Alicious D right off the start there. But other than that, they blew so many ultimates. And theoretically, the way New Mexico Tech miners comp works is as long as Mame is alive, as long as Quan J is alive, they can turn it. But they are so far behind that Quan J's Inferno Trigger went off, and it immediately you saw him get deleted there. That was the problem. Wame as well. The poke, the rockets were really solid. Miramana now completed as well. But it's just that if you ever get caught, you miss position once, the fight's over. And now suddenly the gold lead, we're staring down the barrel of just shy of, what is that, an 8,500 gold lead right now as Dragon spawning. New Mexico Tech miners, honestly, I think they just give this one up. Go for Dragon instead. This is really risky for them.
They do have XPNX with teleport for Sac State if they want to take this fight. For now, Rift Scuttle will belong to New Mexico Tech. The Miners looking for a play. Wowmate barely dodges that binding. Keyblade is just going to heal up off the minion camp. And right now, they're just killing time. They will start the Dragon. XPNX will maybe look to teleport, or actually just looks like Sac State's willing to trade lane push with Baron. They're just going to let New Mexico Tech get on Soul Point.
Yeah, if that was just any old Dragon, I'm fine with that call. Fight kicks off, though.
Wowmate gonna use the package and eliminates Ricardo. XPNX can't get in time, and when he teleports, it's right into the Cataclysm. Gonna be forced to use that stopwatch. It's a triple kill for Wowmate. The self-proclaimed best player is forcing New Mexico Tech miners back into the game, and maybe he didn't lie to us, random minion caster.
After a play like that, it ain't self-proclaimed no more. Moe actually also deleted the remaining Baron buffs. It was in Tsundere Ice Cream and XPNX. That's off. And New Mexico Tech miners, not only do they put themselves at Soul Point, which I already think was absolutely critical and key, but they also find kills. They find bounties, and they're pretty much on even footing. XPNX didn't even get that top lane inner turret either. So Sac State Gold, one misstep has made things a little bit less easy. I won't say it's harder. They still have the goal lead, but in 5 minutes time or 4 minutes time when the Dragon's up, things get a lot more complicated decision-making wise.
And I really want to credit Malmay. I mean, I've been very critical of their package usage because it usually has been to the death. But what that did is it didn't allow XPNX to position in time. Sac State Gold, I think you and I both disagree with how they handled that Dragon. but they weren't ready for a fight. They're like, okay, we'll
Yep.
let them go to Soul Point. We'll just kind of farm up. No one's going to engage on us. We have this huge gold lead. We're unstoppable. I like Meowmei saying, you know what? I'm going to force this fight. Rise just simply can't finish that teleport channel in time. And that was a very huge reason why they're able to eliminate Ricardo without that 8-1 and 8 Rise having any sort of agency in that fight. I love that play by Meowmei, taking agency, which you usually don't see when the gold lead is still 6K. It was probably 7 or 8K deficit for New Mexico Tech when they took that fight.
Yeah, roughly about 8,500 goal deficit when they started that fight there, to be specific. But yeah, definitely really good call. It takes 4 seconds for teleport to complete its channel, and if you find Ricardo or Bamo, they're instantly dead. It was just the wall play as well. Meowmei once again hiding over that wall, making it hard. Cinderella Ice Cream now in the 1v1 is getting absolutely wrecked. Essence Reaver came out from all those bounties. That was a straight up buy by Meowmei here, and it's showing its strength.
Cinderella Ice Cream learning they have no chance 1v1ing this Corki. The bot lane tier 1 will fall. Actually, the first tower of the game for New Mexico Tech, the Miners, and they might have to trade it out for a tier 2 top lane, but Borrowed Bagel has some great wave clear, but it looks like Ricardo will just simply face tank the one shot from the turret. And you look objective, it's another minute and a half for the next Baron, and Sac State Gold probably has to find a pick the way they were using that Realm Warp for XPNX, but the way that New Mexico Tech is playing, they're not opening themselves up like they did in the early game.
Yeah, the way they had somebody shadow Meowmei on that bot side so he wasn't alone, and top side, they were going to lose that inner anyways. Normally, you'd say inner for outer. Obviously, the inner's worth more and therefore a better trade. But for New Mexico Tech Miners at this point, since they were going to lose it, I do think they've managed to salvage what they can out of that particular play. And now, as we are getting to later and later, keep in mind, Sion scales infinitely on health. He's got that ability where when he kills minions, he does gain permanent health. And Meowmei is starting to come online. That poke that we saw in that previous fight, when we watched that bot lane turret take, it was a pretty healthy turret. And that was onto the tank that was Tsundere. Just in that short lane distance, Meowmei almost killed Tsundere. If that is XPNX or Ricardo tanking that, both of them will go down much, much faster.
The pings for Baron. It spawns in 39 seconds. This time I like what Sac State's doing. They're going to maybe bait vision. But Bamo does not find the Dark Binding, and everyone will just have to retreat, and the Baron dance will begin. No real lane pressure from either side, and it looks like New Mexico Tech will just simply take this time. They'll siege down this tier 1 mid lane tower. XPNX, you got to be careful frontlining on the Rise. Meowmei gets a great chunk of damage, and Sac State's not healthy enough to take this Baron, and New Mexico Tech knows it.
Yeah, and that was all about timing there. Yes, Sac State Gold had all the vision, but they put themselves on the outside track for their own turret, and now their vision is getting cleared out, getting denied, and it's a lot scarier for them because of the poke, which can come out for anywhere, because of the potential engage from Sion and a Mumu that is available. Sac State Gold almost need to find Meowmei at the beginning of the fight, or I don't see how they win this.
Black Shield just got used on the Keybladed. Would have liked to maybe see Licious D capitalize on that cooldown, but unfortunately could not get in range of anyone worth bandage tossing, and does look like XPNX did sneak a back off there, so everyone should be at about full health. The wave slightly pushing now on that top side. That's why they wanted that inner turret. Will force a reset from everybody, and instead it looks like Sac State Gold realizing this, knowing they have to get this dragon. It would be a mountain soul for New Mexico Tech. Will start to position. They're going to hop right onto it. Dark Binding is going to land on Licious D. Over the wall goes JFS. Can't land the smite. The package into the backline. Bamo's got to be careful. Ricardo gets chunked down to 25%. Forced to use that heal. Meowmei going to flash on top. 2 eliminations already for New Mexico Tech, and the rest of Sac State is running for the hills. Keybladed getting chased down. Bamo gets taken out, and unfortunately, they get the dragon, but at what cost? The lack of towers will keep the game going, but New Mexico Tech is in full control of Game 1.
And Baron, you can sack the dragon for Baron. This was because New Mexico got all the dragons early. They can afford to sack this. I love the setup. They didn't care whether they got dragon or not. It was about the perfect setup, the cataclysm into the package. Meowmei had teleport. Didn't even want to burn it there. And now with Baron buff for New Mexico Tech Miners, Baron itself is worth a significant chunk of gold. All the turrets that they didn't get before, that's standing gold, and New Mexico Tech Miners have effectively nullified the gold lead. Their comp is coming online, and it feels like all the hard work Sac State Gold put in early is starting to come undone.
Baron damage for New Mexico Tech, not too high, because Maume's trying to get a
no.
pick, gets caught up by the Dark Binding and the Everfrost, and cannot get away. Licious D will go down, but Baron will go down just in the nick of time for JFS, Quanjay, and Borrowed Bagel. I saw the attempt with Keybladed up. You have to try and force that Lee Sin to not be allowed into the pit. But trading Maume and not getting that Baron buff on the Corki, very risky for New Mexico Tech.
Pain right now, Fish, watching Maume go down there. There wasn't a need to do that. If Corki had just stayed with the team, they burned the Baron down quicker as well, and they would have been able to get out. That one was not a worthwhile sacrifice, but Maume gives and he takes away. Now, Dark Binding lands here, and despite getting the Baron buff, New Mexico Tech Miners are trying to fend off a base siege.
Corki up in 5 seconds. We'll see if the Miners hit the go key as soon as Corki is online. Cinderay Ice Cream. It's a great stun. There's the bullet time. Quanjay will go down, and they'll take the turret down as well. Mid inhibitor should fall, but they're going to pry over the side of New Mexico Tech. Scion goes down, but Maume is alive. Gets one. Bambo's going to make it a triple kill for the Corki. Can they stay alive? They cannot. It's up to XPNX.
No!
Ricardo stays alive, and that could be the difference now because they should be able to win this with the MF alive. It's the second quad of the game for Ricardo.
18 seconds before Quanjay comes up, and I don't think you have anything to come up to right now. The damage is too good. 10 seconds and one turret's gone down.
Oh my goodness. Sac State dominates early. They lose in the mid-game, but who cares? They take down the Nexus. The GGs go out, and Sac State Gold has won game 1 in an absolutely crazy performance that saw double quad kills, double triple kills, and just about nothing that you and I predicted.
Sac State Gold defied all expectations, Fish. Every last expectation. Should this composition have worked? No, it shouldn't. And we saw why it shouldn't. They were losing towards the end there, but mechanically they made it work. It feels like these are comfort champions. They're champions where like, okay, we know we can play these to the best of our abilities, and we're trusting that it overcomes. If it comes down to that last fight again, I don't trust that Sac State Gold wins that. It literally just came down to the Dark Binding landing on Maume at the very end there. And for New Mexico Tech Miners, this has got to sting. They've lost the last 2 weeks here, and in game 1, this should have been their game. They clawed back from a massive deficit, and then this is the way it ends.
We talked about solo queue. I'll be honest, the solo queue felt like Maume. It was all over the place. It was so good and so just head-scratching. Where are we going? What are we doing? If the Corki takes Baron, we're still in this game, and I think New Mexico Tech is minutes away from winning. Instead, we're going to go to a short break, Random Midgetcaster. It's game 2 on our final game of the night. Challenger Cyan, can New Mexico Tech force a game 3, or will Sac State have the upset of the night? Don't go anywhere. You'll find out after the break. Welcome back in NECC Week 5 Challenger Cyan Division. Fish and Random Minion Caster here, about ready to go for Game 2 for New Mexico's Tech Sac State Gold. We saw a wild Game 1 Random Minion Caster all over the place. Sac State just takes a huge 8.5K gold lead, but kind of has some issues taking dragons, putting themselves in very awkward fights. Meowmei has some great packages in towards the mid game. And then everything just blew up in their face off of one bad Baron play where they even got Baron. And now they find themselves facing a third straight loss potentially. They're back on the blue side. They have some very interesting picks that we're going to see here in a little bit.
So, Fish, what I'm hearing is the first half an hour of that last match completely didn't matter. It just came down to the end.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. I think that's a fairly, definitely a fair synopsis. But the first half an hour does have potential ramifications on this games in terms of what we've seen performance-wise from both of these teams. For one, Sac State Green got off to a roaring start here, and a lot of it came off Keybladed in that jungle as well as XPNX in that mid lane. We knew XPNX was supposed to be their big carry, but he certainly delivered. And I think the biggest surprise for us was Sundera Ice Cream. So I'm curious to see if they put Sundera on a carry this time, something that can actually, make things happen rather than something super defensive.
Yeah, I thought they were phenomenal on that, Poppy. As you see there, it is going to be banned away. I do like that respect ban for the side of New Mexico Tech, because you and I were kind of like, we haven't seen too much. They feel like a fill player, and they played that Poppy to perfection. I like the MF ban as well. So a couple of respect bans did come out for New Mexico Tech. Meanwhile, Sac State, we didn't lose that game. They'll keep everything the same, and I think in the top lane, the Ornn, it's an interesting one. You hyped me up. You said Bagel's the carry, and instead we get Ornn and Sejuani.
Oh, no. Okay, so this is particularly bad. So we did get to see the pro draft. Sejuani got blind picked, and basically what Sac State Gold did, which I absolutely love, is they're playing the Sejuani as a flex. When it got picked, it could go jungle or top, and usually you think Sejuani jungle. But Sejuani top is actually a hard counter to most tanks. You do % health damage, you run teleport, ignite here, and then you just dominate that lane. You've got the tankiness to survive as well. You tend to trade quite well. So I absolutely adore this Sejuani pick coming through from Sundera Ice Cream, especially given what we've seen last game. It's not quite the carry I would have preferred to see, but it can still dominate that lane up against Borrowed Bagel.
I'm very interested to see what Meowmei will do on the Rise. As we mentioned, we saw the pro draft, so no, they're not banning Corki after the Rise was picked. The Rise was actually the final pick for New Mexico Tech on the blue side. And we were kind of debating what was Meowmei going to play, because they were so good on that Corki. Of course, their Orianna taken away, the Vex taken away, the Corki, and then that Cassiopeia. We were debating maybe Syndra, which is something we've seen a lot of in solo queue. I think maybe one game so far in the NECC. And I'm really interested to see what Meowmei does on those Realm Warps. We'll get into a little bit as we get an interesting bot lane matchup. The Xayah versus the Aphelios, and we get Licious D on that Thresh, which I know is something that he has been very strong on. Hasn't played a lot of it. I'm curious how it goes into that Morgana as well.
Yeah, actually, the Thresh almost constantly banned away from Licious D here, so he's not really had the chance to play it, not by his own choice, but more because it's just permabanned. Now, Xayah Aphelios is an interesting one as well, because Xayah did also get a bit of a buff on this particular patch. The base movement speed up by 5. It doesn't sound very significant, but if you recall back to the end of Season 10, that was the exact same buff that propelled Caitlyn into pro meta and became the most dominant AD carry, this time with Xayah having that, as well as the cooldown reduction on her Q. It's now dropped to 4 seconds at level 5 from 6, so it's very spammable in team fights. And when you look at this composition from New Mexico here, New Mexico Tech wants to play front to back. This is a fairly short-range composition except for the Aphelios, and so they're just going to try and walk in from the front with that Call of the Forge God. Sac State Gold don't have the best disengage for it. They do have the Sejuani, the Glacial Prison, to try and stop that, but it allows Xayah to get her favorite type of fight, which is the kite back fight. When they're walking into you, keep throwing out feather after feather after feather, your blade call, and suddenly everybody just gets popped, and they get caught by surprise because of all those feathers left in the ground. It's a great pickup for this composition. I think it's much better for Sac State Gold overall this time. Their comp actually has an identity, and it's sort of a counter-engage, disengage composition.
I think the wild card for this has to be Meowmei, because we talked about it early on in that Corki struggled at 1 and 5, was just kind of trying to make the hero play with the package, recovered. I think all the way got to 7 and 7, ended up having some bad positioning on that final fight, and now on that Realm Warp, because we saw XPNX use that Realm Warp to absolute perfection. Realm Warp behind somebody, get a tower dive. Realm Warp to start a fight so you immediately get a pick. I'm curious what Wowway is going to do. Are they going to try and get the Ornn on that back line for the Call of the Forge God from behind so that Xayah can't kite away? Or are we going to see Malway Realm Warp right in top of the enemy team all by himself like we kind of saw there on that Corki? That Realm Warp in particular is the wild card for me. We've seen what Malway could do really well, and we've seen what Malway could do maybe when they're a little too overconfident in their ability.
I feel like the Realm Warp should work a little bit better. When you take that Valkyrie, you're alone. You can't take somebody with you. This time, if Malmei goes in alone, you blame the rest of his team because Realm Warp has a time. You can bring some buddies with you. Or maybe the team blames Malmei and says, hey, there's a reason why nobody wants to go with you on those particular trips. We'll have to see how that one turns out. I do like the Rise, though, the counter pick into Sylas. It is one of the hardest counter picks you can pick into Sylas. You have the range advantage. Anytime Sylas tries to aggress into you, he moves into you, it's a free rune prison. So then you can just pop that on, disengage. You wave clear incredibly fast as Rise, and that was something we saw a little bit last game in terms of enabling XP and X to start roaming a little bit earlier. But against the Sylas, it's even worse because now Sylas can't wave clear to save his life. He can pretty much never roam, or if he does, he's going to be losing wave after wave of minions of CS of experience as well to this Rise. So I love this counter pickup, and it comes down a lot to the jungles now and what they can do. Keyblade last time on Lee Sin felt omnipresent in the early game, was absolutely everywhere. But this time on the Kindred, you're not quite as strong in the early ganks. You're still very mobile, but you can't make as much happen. And for JFS on this Trundle here, interesting because Trundle usually considered a bit of a counter to Kindred, but JFS didn't really gank very much last game, at least in the early game here. And I want to see JFS take advantage of the Trundle early, look for the Kindred, because that's how that matchup's supposed to go. If Trundle can find Kindred, he almost always wins those early duels. You keep that Kindred down, you contest every single mark.
Yeah, I think the Kindred is a very interesting pick. It is very feast or famine, as you alluded, because the Keybladed plays like he played on that Lee Sin, gets ahead, is able to stack those marks up, which does make it a little harder to gank on that Kindred because you're kind of signaling where you want to go. You could absolutely pop off, and late game, you're going to have just infinitely more damage than a Lee Sin. But as you said, if that Trundle can kind of play hide and go seek, and that first mark fight over a river scuttle is going to be very interesting. Oh, once it gets into those enemy jungle camps, how does New Mexico Tech handle that? That Realm Warp can get you right to where that Kindred wants to go, and that's going to be where I'm watching out for. How does Keybladed and the rest of his team help get those marks? Because if you don't get marks on Kindred, you're basically playing an 80 carry in the jungle, and that's never something you want to have happen.
For sure. And we've been talking a lot about the possible drawbacks of this Kindred pick, but you pick Kindred for one very specific reason, and that is partially that ultimate, Lamb's Respite there. And I do like that particular ultimate into what New Mexico have. We talked about the fact that New Mexico, they've got a lot of front to back fighting, and you've only really got one disengage tool in the form of that Glacial Prison. But at the same time, that Lamb's Respite can buy you the time you need to start stacking that Blade Call. If you time everything right together, as soon as Lamb's Respite drops, when New Mexico Tech miners are left without that invulnerability, sure, Keybladed might die, but at the same time, it might be the setup that Ricardo needs to just absolutely slaughter everyone and take over that fight.
Got a game there, had a brief pause. The one thing that you and I were discussing when the pro draft was going on was that Aphelios for Quanjay and whether or not they bring the cleanse, because I think that cleanse into Dark Binding as well as the feathers would be huge. Just going to be the plain old-fashioned heal. So Quanjay's positioning going to have to be very alert of where Bamo was and where Bamo is going to be in team fights, because those Dark Bindings started a lot of great ganks, and as you mentioned, the very end of game one, won them the game by a sliver of HP. So not having a way to cleanse those later in the game means Quanjay is going to have to make sure he tracks that cooldown. Otherwise, he could immediately get caught out, because that's exactly what Sac State wants to do. Get picks and turn that into a winning team fight where you don't have a chance for New Mexico Tech to get their key players on board.
For Quanjay, though, it's not just the Dark Binding you got to worry about. Literally every single person except for Keybladed has some sort of hard CC. And for Aphelios here, you're not going to have, I don't think, a ton of PO. Everybody wants to go forward here. And for Sac State Gold, they don't necessarily want to play front to back. You can leave Ricardo alone in these fights to try and kite back. While I'm expecting to see XPNX look to dive that backline, look to try and find and take out Quanjay in these fights. Malway is not his problem. Malway is Keybladed and Ricardo's problem here. So Quanjay, I'm very worried for him. Let's see how it goes. I mean, last game on the Samira, he was just getting absolutely popped right away. I hope that we don't see the same this game.
Interesting to note that Tsundere Ice Cream bringing the Flash teleport. You and I had a big discussion about the
Okay.
teleport ignite. It's something he's played a lot on Sejuani and solo queue. You even mentioned it being more of the meta standard. So the fact to go with that Flash when you have the charge probably says they want to get a Glacial Prison onto the backline. They want to line it up particularly well as opposed to going that lane winning ignite that you usually see when you see that teleport ignite.
And perhaps this is partially influenced by game one there, where Sac State Gold did find the lead multiple times, multiple lanes in the early game, but really it wasn't about the early game. It did come down to team fights. Sundara Ice Cream might just feel like, okay, I'm comfortable in the lane anyways. Let's play for those team fights. We'll have to see how it goes. But for now, tracking where junglers are starting, opposite sides this time, both of them starting on their blue buffs. And Keybladed, with the way the lane states go in topside, might come up top just in time to try and catch Borrowed Bagel overextended here.
And you mentioned this during the draft. The one thing for JFS is we just got to see ganks. There's so many times where he left Tsundere Ice Cream at like 1 HP, didn't want to dive on the Jarvan. Trundle doesn't have as good of diving under towers as that Jarvan does. I just want to see JFS early game. Because we actually going to get a gank or at least an attempt here from Keybladed in the mid. Wowmay able to dodge the pullback in from XPNX. Should just be able to outrange the Kindred. You see the pings come out. We are going to see Licious D roaming over. Keybladed wanted that ward and now is in a very precarious position. Doesn't have to flash, but a gank gone wrong early on for Sac State Gold.
This is a little bit troubling for Keybladed because Scuttle's just spawned and luck was not on his side. Scuttle is going to be, or the mark, pardon me, is going to be on the bot side. Scuttle, Keybladed can't even contest this because he's not healthy. He's low on health. And we've already seen Quanjay and Licious D. They forced out that bot lane very quickly. They had the roam advantage as well. And Walmway having movement a priority as well just means that you don't get that first mark. You can't contest it.
First mark does get claimed by JFS. We saw the pings try and come out from Keybladed, letting his team know that he did not win the 50-50 battle on the Rift Scuttle. Instead, he'll have to settle for the Rift Scuttle on that top side. And those marks, something to keep an eye on. What could Keybladed do here? Just going to have to go back to farming, and JFS will do the same. And so far, both these junglers playing a much more passive game, or at least for Keybladed, that is, in game number 2 here. But on that Kindred, talked about it, you can't make early ganks happen unless you have some team support.
Yeah, Sundara Ice Cream actually roaming all the way down after that first back here. And top lane's actually been incredibly balanced. Bot side, Quanjay up CS right now, and that is a little bit troubling for the side of Sac State Gold. If you're not finding an advantage top, if your mid lane is expected to lose priority and to lose out in trades, you're hoping that at least your bot lane can try and, turn things in your favor here. But as it stands, New Mexico Tech Miners should have free reign over all the early objectives. First, maybe even second Drake as well as first Herald.
First dragon spawning in 10 seconds will be an Ocean Dragon, their first appearance on the Rift here tonight, as we see Tsundere Ice Cream a ton of damage, but this feels like deja vu from game 1. Random minion caster Tsundere Ice Cream was just always low health, has to not run away. Flash this time. Keybladed's coming in.
The junglers?
So is JFS. We're gonna get a jungler battle. Pillar is going to go up. Tsundere Ice Cream will survive. Keybladed now just getting run down by this Trundle. Where is the Sejuani?
There we go.
Picks up first blood, and I don't think they're done yet. Sejuani with no flash is not going to be able to get away. Teleport from XPNX going to try and save his top laner. It's going to be matched by Mao. Can they make a play? They'll trade XPNX? 1 for 1. XPNX didn't even see the teleport. Now going to probably get run down by Maomei. There's a ward there, so they're not going to break vision. Just trying to avoid giving an assist over, but they're not able to. Or gets it in a crazy battle in the top lane. 3 for 1 in New Mexico Tech's favor.
TP in from Tsundere Ice Cream right here, and Borrowed Bagel's got his as well. So I expect to actually, no, the wave's pushing out. So Borrowed Bagel doesn't need to teleport. He can walk this back, and a 2-for-1 trade in that top side there. New Mexico off to a flying start. And a lot of it, I feel like, coming off the early strength we talked about. Trundle should go in aggressively. You do win those early trades when your mid laners both TP. Rise as well, just stronger in these early phases. Now with the lost chapter, XPNX has very little chance of winning this lane on his own now. It requires Keybladed to come and help out. If not, Malme is unassailable here.
And that just was a very weird play because Tsundere Ice Cream was already so low in the top lane. They expected Keybladed to make a play. Keybladed now trying to get a mark, has to run away. Did not get that one either. So now this Kindred, you could see the mark was on Maume as well. Really struggling here in this early game, and that's going to make it harder and harder for Sac State Gold, who has had some issues in the mid game as we saw in game 1, and you do not want to play this. How long do we have to wait for Kindred to be online game style right now?
Yeah, and you can't always rely on Malme to make mistakes in terms of the late game here, especially on the rise. Realm Warper side is actually going to be quite difficult for Malme to necessarily miss position here topside. Continues to trade, and I really don't think topside's where it should be focused. Dragon is up and available here.
They are going to get a root. Black Shield will come out onto Bamo, force the flash away. JFS has Keybladed stuck in a corner, but now that Trundle gets picked off. Keybladed going to get one. See the ult stolen there by Silas, used onto Maume, but still not able to get in range. So JFS gets a little bit too aggro. Should hand Dragon priority over to the side of Sac State. We'll see if New Mexico Tech looks to contest this, but I think without Smite, there's really not too much they can do.
Without Smite and without Borrowed Bagel. Borrowed Bagel not even teleporting down to try and contest that 2 health Bamo barely. I think it was the Tormented Shadow that actually ended up taking that one there. Really clutch from Sac State Gold. Not ideal, but they do secure the Dragon. And I wanted to point out that Borrowed Bagel teleported into the top lane instead of helping out the team. I think if Borrowed Bagel did show up bot, they could have at least attempted to contest that one.
I was fully expecting, as you mentioned, Borrowed Bagel did have to teleport earlier because the lane was pushing his style. I expected Ornn to be down there. I guess the call was as soon as JFS goes down, they didn't want to have to battle against Smite, but as we saw, it was a little closer than maybe it needed to be. The Dark Bite, he does land, and at least Keybladed gets back in the game just a little bit. But here comes JFS with the Lantern. Black Shield going to be used on Ricardo. Dark Branding will land. The Thresh Hook not able to break the shield, but will go in. Looking for a flay. Ignite's going to come out, and Quan J picks up 1 kill. Licious D forced to walk away. What a play by the New Mexico Tech bot lane to be able to turn that in their favor.
And I want to highlight how patient JFS was on that pillar. Waited out the entire duration of the Black Shield before popping it up there. In fact, Licious D ended up throwing the death sentence a little bit early, but it doesn't matter. You just needed one of the CC to land to find that early kill. New Mexico, I love that they're taking advantage of their strengths here, and it's only going to get worse for Sac State Gold. This isn't going to change anytime soon. Aphelios skills up, Rise skills up very, very nicely, and it feels like they're just waiting for Keybladed to really start to come online, get, that first mythic before they can even start to look for any sort of skirmishing contest.
I want to make a play in this top side. You see Keybladed has marked the Ornn. They have 4 members sitting in this top river for Sac State Gold, and all of them ended up leaving Tsundere Ice Cream all by his lonesome. Instead, they'll just simply steal JFS's blue buff, maybe set up for the Rift Herald that was mostly ignored in game number 1. But for all of that rotation, just simply to get a Rift Herald is probably not worth it, as they're going to also have to be forced to run away as we get Call of the Forge God going to be used. Sejuani's been left all alone for so long. The rest of the team was up there, never even showed their face, and Borrowed Bagel, he'll take that trade, a kill for a Rift Herald for New Mexico Tech.
To be fair, and I don't know if this makes it better or worse, Sac State Gold didn't just take the Herald, they took blue buff, and that's actually what took them so long. Bamo walking right into Maume here, but with that phase rush, Maume was just trying to get out of a hairy situation. Yeah, Sac State Gold, they took blue. If they had just taken Herald and backed up Tsundere, I think Tsundere would have been fine, even maybe finding the kill on Borrowed Bagel, but they got the blue buff onto XPNX, and it had better be worth it. I just don't see how it's going to work. Rise just going to perma push you, and he's got tier, lost chapter. He doesn't care if you've got mana. He's got mana.
We saw Keybladed, like a brief appearance on the map. He had the Ornn marked, which is always the worst thing when you play with a Kindred, and they're like, oh, they've marked my lane. They're going to come up. They're going to come up. They're, where are they? Where are you? Please, why aren't you here? That's what got me. It's like, okay, you marked the Ornn, you cleared the ward, like you're going to go in, right? But as you said, they took the blue buff. That took them so long. They didn't get the Rift Herald. Now the question is, where will they drop that Rift Herald? It's only going to secure them 2 plates. There's no tower, maybe top lane with some extra damage from Tsundere Ice Cream there with that Demolish can maybe pick you up first tower. But I don't know if putting that extra gold on a Sejuani is really going to be worth it.
No, you definitely want it on either the Silas or the Xayah here. Ideally, I actually think you want it on the Silas. I just don't think XPNX ever gets enough shove that it's kind of worth it. TP coming down. They found Maume.
NECC get a TP in there. They get a great CC combo onto Maume. And they pick up the first kill. Bamo Looking for a dark binding, gonna blindly toss it over the wall. Does not look like it landed onto anyone, as they got some great layered CC, but Sundari Ice Cream, who I thought played phenomenal in game 1 with that Poppy band away, really struggling on this Sejuani into the Ornn matchup.
Should have taken Ignite, and actually,
I think he Permafrost saves it for now. There's the charge,
Oh!
though. Another stun, but Bagel comes out on top. Meanwhile, Rift Herald is going to get dropped in that mid lane, so they do want XPNX to have that gold. They will force out the teleport from Wowmei, so they're not able to get really more than the charge off. And now they're going to fight here in the river. They're going to get a death sentence onto Ricardo's. The Black Shield used on Bamo. Stopwatch going to be used there. The Trundle pulled to safety. What a great lantern. And great job making sure you find that. That can be a trouble when there's everyone stacked up. Keybladed is not done yet. Flash forward. They're going to land the stun and the root on Delicious D. They'll still pick up a kill for their efforts. That could have been so much worse for New Mexico Tech.
I was sweating for Sac State gold there. If they didn't get at least one kill, we said that they wanted to get gold onto XPNX. Herald gave nothing to him. They're looking for Wowmei again.
XPNX, 2 levels down, does not care. Gets the Black Shield to immune the Everfrost. D-Bladed still has that Lamb's Respite. Would be able to keep the team alive. Of course, anyone who stands in it would be kept alive as well. And now this dragon is very interesting. Everyone's coming down except Tsundere Ice Cream, but they do have that teleport online. The Glacial Prison is not available, however, and will not be available if New Mexico Tech forces this dragon like they're going to do. We saw this before. I think Sac State gives this up. Keyblade almost gets caught. Sejuani's nowhere to be found. A great death sentence over the wall. Black Shield and Lamb's Respite forced to be used there. Keybladed flashing out of it. Does not get the heal. Gets taken down. Sejuani, where are you? The teleport finally channeled, but the Realm Warp on the back end for Wowmei is going to get a double kill. Sejuani can do nothing but look for a pick and get eliminated. It is a full ace for New Mexico Tech and the Dragon.
Fish, you ask where Cinderella was. Well, Ice Cream is dessert, and they saved it for last there on that teleport. 4-second channel. You have to keep that in mind when you use it. It has to be at the beginning or not at all. You come in late, you're sitting in the middle of 4, and New Mexico Tech Miners, they get Dragon, they get an ace, and they could potentially even get 2 turrets depending on how this goes.
And the Lamb's Respite there for Keyblader, of course, had to use it to stay alive, but most of the time you'll see the Kindreds try and hang in as long as possible, get that heal, then maybe flash to safety. He immediately flashes out and just gets caught on the other end. So that Lamb's Respite really had no value for anyone on Sac State, and we're seeing the issues with Kindred. It really is sort of a weird 80 carry style in the jungle without any marks. He's just not having an impact on this game right now.
My biggest concern isn't even Keybladed falling behind right now, Fish. It's Tsundere Ice Cream falling behind. He's 1-4, and Boral Bagel is becoming an absolute menace. Even if Keybladed completes Kraken Slayer, I'm not sure they find this.
Wowmei's 2 levels up on Bamo and XPNX, and I think he might win this one. He gets 1. Bamo has to get the kill with the Tormented Shadows, but Boral Bagel's gonna flash charge, gets the knockup. And will take down the Morgana. And now Tsundere Ice Cream has to be careful. Keybladed will come in, but they didn't know Licious D was on the other side. The death sentence will barely miss. Rise they're so far ahead on Wowmei. You can't take that. Look at the CS. It is 2-1 in favor of Wowmei in this mid lane over this Silent.
Yeah, more than double for Wowmei. And the thing is, actually, they could have killed Wowmei. The problem is you can't do it under turret. And just by a pixel, just by a Teemo there, XPNX was too close to that turret, and it did ultimately cost him his life. The advantages of killing the Rise were worth the attempt, at least. And the 1-for-2 trade, it's going to hurt. Bagel continue to get even further and further ahead. Yet another kill. Tsundere Ice Cream going to be probably the unhappiest at that particular turn of events. You're behind so much in terms of items right here.
Let's get a decent bit of damage. And Borrowed Bagel could just turn this around. As you mentioned, the huge item discrepancy. Call the Forge God going to be used. And here comes Trundle as well. Tsundere Ice Cream forced to flash and try and dash to safety. And it might actually be enough. We talked about the teleport ignite, but I guess that's why you bring flash sometimes, in case your lane just really isn't going your way.
Hey man, if you had the ignite and you're winning, you don't need that flash. But it does go down. Tsundere Ice Cream now going to be vulnerable again. And you have to keep in mind too, it's not just about the kills, it's more about the objectives. And with Tsundere Ice Cream out of the picture, JFS gets to pick up a free Herald, and Boral Bagel gets himself a free turret.
Wow, May looking
Surely
for
this
another
time.
turret. Gonna get caught. It's a repeat, but there's no turret damage this time. Bammo barely lives. XPNX has to be careful. Should be able to finish them off. As you mentioned, random minion caster, no turret, and it's a little bit easier to at least get a kill on a Rise who's got a few levels on you.
Oh boy, I was actually scared that Bamo would go down in that trade because then it doesn't become worth it at that point. There's no bounty on Huawei there, so it's just the kill and the threat removed off the map while that was happening. Of course, JFS, who started up the Herald, does pick that one up, and bot side, Quan J managed to push that bot lane. So it's only the mid outer turret still standing right now for Sac State Gold, depending on how they utilize this Herald. New Mexico Tech Miners could take 2 turrets off that mid lane push.
Look at the CS discrepancy. We hit on the mid lane where we have seen XPNX at least catch up a bit to say that it's only double, but we just saw the first members of Sac State hit 100 CS, and this is something that kind of reared its head, especially in the mid lane in game 1 random minion caster, but when you had 8 kills to 1, it didn't affect you. But this gold lead, the kills, yes, but when you're that far behind in almost every lane, the CS adds up after a while. Everyone hates to admit that CSing is the most important part of the league, but it really does add up, and I think that's a huge reason why Malmay just feels unstoppable right now.
So, Fish, what I'm hearing is that minions are the most important thing on the map, right? Thank you.
Yeah, of course, as we see a fight come out here, XPNX forced to flash away, but Sundere Ice Cream gets death sentence in. The charge will go nowhere, and here's what you talked about, potentially, maybe we even get a charge.
Wow.
Okay. All right, I was expecting, you get a charge here. As Malmay gets...
They're still going to get a charge.
There. It's a nice root. Dark Shield going to be first used. There's the Lamb's Respite. On to Keyblade. It does get knocked out by the small amount of area of effect damage that the Rift Herald does. Scarier than it needed to be. And Dragons, which is something that New Mexico Tech played perfectly in game 1. They get another Dragon here. They are going to get the first Cloud Soul of many this game. That sentence is going to land onto Bamo. Flashes out of the range of the Flay. Call the Forge God going to be used. But unfortunately, Barrow Bagel missed the second part of it. It does not matter for Bamo's life, though. Another death sentence lands. And everyone else for Sac State will just run back to the base.
Really good Dark Binding from Bamo to stop the Call of the Forge God. But it, like you said, didn't matter. There's too many people here. And now the death sentences, they're still fishing here, zoning them out. Look at this continued sustained push from Sac State Gold. And I don't know where Sundere Ice Cream is going. I feel like you need to respond to this right now. It's a 3v5 situation in the bot side. And if New Mexico Tech Miners didn't decide to give this one up to start going back to base, Sac State Gold couldn't do anything to protect their inhibitor turret.
PNX wants to try and catch them back. Little as you know, the rest of the team was there. That, boys and girls, is why you always sync your backs. You don't just back at random times because you can catch people out trying to get greedy.
Yeah, and just as people respawned as well, Sac State Gold just hemorrhaging kills left and right here. Baron coming up in 20 seconds. And with this lead that New Mexico Tech Miners have right now, they can just go right to that Baron. There's no vision from Sac State Gold. If New Mexico Tech Miners just set up the vision, they can look for a pick. Sundere Ice Cream hard pushing right now. If he ends up going down right here, Sac State, yeah, they're going to have problems.
Ice Cream will get the first turret of the game, a minor side of joy for Sac State in what has been a very lopsided game number 2. You see the kills there. The gold lead had ballooned to almost 10K. It's been shrunk a little bit down as Sac State tries to catch up on CS. But now the Baron dance begins. Dark Shield will stop the death sentence at least.
I honestly thought Licious D was just going to go in on that anyways. Look for the Flay, the box, and set up. And then you try and find the kill. After all, Lamb's Respite is still down from that last time in the bot lane. But, Sundere Ice Cream.
Another death sentence will be used. There is the Flay. Everfrost going to be used as well. Keyblade and company try to come up, but the box will cut off Sejuani for the rest of the team. What a death sentence landing there. The Glacial Prison comes out. Featherstorm used as well, but JFS is in on the back line. Call the Forge God going to be used to save the Trundle. It's another ace, and I don't know if they'll be able to win off this, but they're going to realm warp to mid, and they're definitely going to try.
they don't have to win off of this. You can take all the turrets and then fall back to the Baron as well. That is an option. And Sac State Gold, they just have to kind of sit in base and deal with all the minions flooding in. It's 10 seconds for Bamo and Keybladed and Tsundere Ice Cream. No Glacial Prison up and available here. And the only out is that Lamb's Respite. That's not the one you want to use when defending your Nexus.
See how long they want to stay. They'll jump on Nexus turret number 1, and then as you predicted, Random Minion Caster, they will just simply back away. We'll see if they go to the Baron. We'll see if they just look for a reset. You do have another Dragon up in about 2 minutes, but this has been a masterful performance by New Mexico Tech as they're going to look for a pick right onto JFS. Keybladed's going to hop in there. No. The Trundle Pillar's not going to be enough. They kill the jungler, and now Baron's a lot more spicy.
Fish, remember when you said this is why you need to sync your backs?
Yep.
Do you also remember when I said New Mexico Tech Miners gets Baron?
Yeah, I do remember that as well, yeah.
Yeah, none of that's happening right now. And Sac State Gold with that pick, they get to go on this. They have double marksman, one of which has a Kraken Slayer. So look how quickly that Baron is going down right now. New Mexico Tech Miners, no smite. So if they want to stop this, they have to fight.
They're going to pull off. They're going to challenge New Mexico Tech. Call the Forge God gets a 4-man knockup. Lamb's Respite forced to be used. Baron's just helping out. They'll get the healing. They're going to jump on the back like Kwanje. Shield Bow will proc and keep him alive. Ult is going to take everybody low. Bamo will go down. Keybladed looking for a last-second play. Cannot find it. Ricardo goes down as well. And you have to wonder if they should have just finished off the Baron because, as you mentioned, it was already at 5,000 health before they opted for a reset and a fight. And now this should potentially be Baron, except maybe Mexico Tech will simply reset. There's no contesting.
What? Okay, I'm confused. New Mexico Tech Miners has 2 options here, neither of which they took. They can end. They have double supers in the base. Literally, if Kwanje just walked in, it would have been a free end. Baron was also up, and granted, Kwanje was a little bit low, but JFS was there. You guys could have just ended right there. As it stands, New Mexico Tech Miners, they want to finish this clean. They want the photo finish. They want everybody to be in it. So now I think we see the Baron start it up, please, and then we see the shove in. Probably one more team fight just for the fireworks.
Baron is going to be started up, as you said. Sac State holding on to some hope. They're pinging the Dragon. Dragon's a Cloud Drake at that is not going to find you much value. Down 11k gold, down almost 20 kills, but they'll try for it anyway. The Baron will be slain. They'll get the notification. And New Mexico Tech's just going to look to end while half of Sac State is trying to fight a Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, they're just going to push in. They've got Baron buff right now. They don't need to wait for the minions. Small fact, if you have Baron buff, it actually speeds your minions up. So I would have liked to see one of them go back just to, hurry those minions along. You're kidding me. They're not even going for the end. They're taking the top lane turret first. That is excessive.
They really, really want to let Sac State know. Or maybe if you're New Mexico Tech, you're a little angered you lost last week to Sac State Green. You're a little angry about how Game 1 went, and you really want to put the foot on the throat of Sac State League of Legends teams. But come on, just look for the end. You have Baron, as you said, we'll probably get one last team fight, you would assume, for formality's sake here. Death Sentence going to land, as it has all night, on to Tsundere Ice Cream. There is no chance for that, says Wani. They will be forced back to base at a 4v5 without a tank. I don't know what Sac State could really do.
Nope, and Lamb's Respite wasn't even up for Keyblade to keep Tsundere Ice Cream alive at that point. Now it's up, but it might be too little too late here. Searing Charge doesn't quite land, but the Death Sentence does.
There goes Ricardo. Use of the Feather Sword for a brief moment of immortality into the Lamb's Respite, but as soon as it fades, 2 members will go down. It's a triple kill for Kwanje, and I don't think New Mexico Tech can delay this game any longer. We are heading to a Game 3, Random Minion Caster.
Fish, when we first met earlier this evening, you told me that you were cursed to go the full 3 games, and I doubted it. I was like, no, we got this. Tonight's been all quick 2-0s. Well, it turns out your curse is still running strong, buddy. We are getting ourselves a game. No, don't be sorry, man. These games have been pretty fun so far here. Game 2, yes, a little bit stompy. New Mexico Tech, I do think they got themselves a really strong draft, and they played it to perfection pretty much. But Sac State Gold, they've still got gas left in the tank. I mean, yes, top lane struggled. Tsundere Ice Cream's Sejuani didn't work out. I like the idea, though. I do think it has merit. If anything, I think it's the Kindred that's a bit of a worry here. I don't think you can afford to pick Kindred when your mid lane got counterpicked and you don't have priority. The entire first half of the game couldn't find a mark to save his life there. Very unfortunate for Keyblade, and it's just because you didn't have the prio. So if you want to go that Kindred, I think you need to save your mid lane pick for the counter pick.
Yeah, I think we assume Sac State would pick blue because of how much priority it gives you in that early draft. It's going to be really questioned. Do you ban the Poppy? Do you ban the Lee Sin? There's more likely a chance that one of those gets through. I'd like to maybe see Sundari Ice Cream hopefully get that Poppy because the Sejuani game just didn't feel like it was all of that. I think there's other junglers Keyblade could play that aren't Lee Sin, but also aren't Kindred, as you kind of alluded to. I don't think that Kindred worked out. I think they went for if we get ahead really early, we can't throw with the Kindred as hard as we can with the Lee Sin play, maybe. But that's kind of what I felt like they were going for.
Perhaps, but it's contingent on getting ahead early, and Kindred getting ahead early. Those two things don't really quite go together for me here. And if we're looking at other champions he can play, I mean, Olaf, if you want to get a lead early, that's a champion you can pick. Hecarim, those are champions in Keybladed's champ pool here. There's plenty of options here. The biggest question to me going into game 3, though, Fish, is will we, for tonight, through all 3 series, see the first time that the teams opt to swap sides?
I would assume so. I would think you have to pick blue if you're Sac State. We will find out. We will take a short break. We'll be back with game 3, our final series of the night. So of course it goes 3 games. Who's going to come out on top? New Mexico Tech, Sac State Gold. It's all coming up after this short break. Welcome back, NECC. We know one thing, Random Minion Caster alongside Fish. This is going to be the last game of the night. We know that is the case. Outside of that, everything else is unknown. Maybe they'll find a way to tie. This has been a wild series. Challenger Cyan Division, New Mexico Tech, Sac State Gold. Game 3, nothing that we expected has happened so far tonight. So why will it happen 3? They'll find the way to first ever get the League of Legends tie. Maybe everyone will just lose when the Nexus explodes. I have no idea.
They'll just wait for 30 minutes. All 10 players leave the room. That's what's going to happen at this. We won't have a conclusion. It's been that crazy a series. And honestly, game 2 shouldn't have come as a surprise. I think anybody coming into the match tonight would have probably pegged New Mexico Tech Miners as the team to win it. They looked stronger in their game. Sac State Gold, they've really been struggling. 0-3 record. They've only won one game. 1-6 is their game score record. But if you watch the way they play, you definitely not know it. They've been incredibly scrappy. And in game 1, sure, we can say that they won the game off Maomei's mistakes. But let's not forget the early game where they accrued an 8,500 gold lead. Here in game 2, they kind of put themselves in some bad positions by counterpicking themselves in some spots. The Kindred, the Silas, that came back to bite them. But if we have an even draft, which I'm really hoping we see here, Fish, game 3, it's hard to call. I think I'd still give the edge to New Mexico Tech Miners in terms of the mechanics, but the decision-making has been very solid from Sac State Gold.
Yeah, I think everything for Sac State Gold, we have been told they are going to be on blue side, so they'll kind of get that first pick priority. I'll see where they go with it. Is going to be around Tsundere Ice Cream, right? Because game 1 was so great. Game 2 was so poor. And as you and I kind of talked about in the break, they know how to play with a lead. That is for sure. We saw that on the Poppy that I would not expect to get through. Can they play when the lane's even? Can they play if Borrowed Bagel gets a slight lead? That is something that they really need to find a way to do, because I'm not going to say it was all on Tsundere Ice Cream that they lost that game as they end up banning that Ord away, but they just kept running in and running in and running in and saying, oh, I'll get them next time. I just want to see them play like 5% more passive, and I think that could change everything for Sac State Gold in the top.
Yeah, and when you're on tanks, in the first place, I was surprised by how aggressive the Poppy was in game 1. It shouldn't work, and it didn't work in game 2. Notably, right now, one ban that is not on the list that we were discussing about, Fish, was that Camille pick. Both these top laners play quite a bit of Camille, and it's blue side for Sac State Gold. They did not pick the Camille. Borrowed Bagel got his hands on that jab.
Yeah, I think you and I were all ready for it. Like, okay, you get blue side, you're probably, especially when we see the bans, you see the Orin get subbed in, you're gonna first pick the You're gonna use it to put Tsundere Ice Cream on something they play a ton of. I like this Kane pick for Keybladed. I think it's a great mix, but the Rise was the first pick for XPNX. They were so great in game 1, but not first pick when Camille's on the board. Great, in my opinion.
And Fish, behind the scenes, I've been facepalming about a lot of the early picks for solo laners. It's kind of tipping your hand right off the bat. Rise is great, but Rise isn't first pick worthy. You can see immediately the Cassiopeia counter came out, and you can tell from the bans at Sac State Gold, this Cassiopeia was picked much, much later in the draft. Orianna, Syndra, Corki all got banned out after the Rise kind of showed its hand there, and there's still the Cassiopeia counter. So I'm worried for XPNX here. He's been huge in their wins, but if he's down, if he's locked out, Maomei has shown that he can really be that best player in hard carry 1v5.
I like the Jinx picks for Ricardo, especially with the changes, especially on that passive. You get an assist, your attack speed absolutely pops through the roof. You also have a slight cooldown reduction on the ult, maybe get some cross-map snipes, and I think the one matchup outside of mid lane, as you picked, the first pick Rise into the counter pick Cassiopeia. That was our last pick on the red side. Again, I feel like I've been a broken record, but it's that top lane. Because when you let the Camille through, that to me tells you that Sundari Ice Cream has told this team, I have a counter. Because you know that is going to be picked up by Borrowed Bagel. It's his most played champion. I think a few seasons ago, over 500 ranked games on that Camille. So that puts a lot of pressure on Shen, not only for the cast, not only for the game, but I would assume in comms as well. Because if Sundari Ice Cream falls behind early, the team's got to be looking at you like, and you let Camille through for what reason exactly? So I really am going to see some pinpoint Shen plays, maybe some crazy Stand United cross-map taunts have got to go on for that Shen to get the value that letting Camille through justifies it needing to be.
So here's my problem with Shen as the counter to Camille. How does that function? Shen usually is a counter that you taunt people if they've got some sort of channel.
Yeah.
Camille doesn't have any channel. At best, you taunt her, when she's using that hook shot, but big whoop. If she's using it on the wall and you catch her on the way in, she's still attached to that wall. If you catch her on the way out, she's probably trying to auto you anyways or trying to run away. And if your taunt can reach her, it's more the gap closing portion than the taunt. The other thing is that Spirit's Refuge for Shen, when you use that circle of denial for any auto attacks, Camille doesn't have to auto attack you. The Q, the tactical sweep, doesn't get blocked by that. She can wait it out, re-engage on you with that hook shot as well. I'm just not seeing how this acts as a counter. And instead, I think what they might be trying to do with the Shen is just have a lane that can try and split push, try and match the Camille a little bit, not win it, just match it, and then have the Stand United to come down on that Jinx, that hyper carry, or on that Rise who might just stand in the front and try and shotgun his way through this fight.
The one thing I do think the Shen brings to the table that I do think maybe complements Sundari Ice Cream's playstyle that we saw in game 2, we saw in a team fight around Dragon, they were pushing on that Sejuani. We were waiting for them to come in. With the Shen, we would assume teleport flash, but crazy things have been happening so far tonight. I don't know if I'm really sold on that yet. You can at least Stand United into a fight, teleport back, get some lane pushing going on, because it seems like that's how Sundari Ice Cream wants to get ahead, is push, take a fight, push. So maybe that's why you pick the Shen, so you can get to a fight. Camille either has to choose to go to a fight or not, and maybe that's where the Shen's getting value. But I agree. It doesn't feel like a counter, but I guess it's what they had as their counter, because I don't know how. You and I were both almost speechless when that Camille was not first pick. Everything set up perfectly, and then it just like the air came out from under the balloon, and we're like, huh? It was Rice? Really? Which XPNX is good on. Again, I don't think first pick good on is the problem.
Yeah, and we saw the rise in game 1 for XPNX. It did go 8-1-8, but hey, the counters exist, and Malmay does know how to play them. Now, looking at the way the comps want to run, we talked a lot about the individual picks and their individual power, but Sac State Gold here, they have cross-map potential with the Realm Warp, with the Stand United here, and I think you do want to focus on that bot lane for them. Ricardo on the AD carry position has actually been doing pretty well this series so far. A little bit under the radar because he's not been throwing, and maybe the plays haven't been quite as exciting, but still solid. And when you put him on a hyper carry like Jinx, I like that you're kind of looking to own on that. So I expect to see the ganks thrown bot. New Mexico Tech, they've still got a very strong front to back with the Cassiopeia, with the Aphelios, with the Trundle to create that space as well. But Camille, that pick we keep harping on here, it is that split push threat. And when I'm comparing these two compositions, since they're both good at team fighting, they both want to front to back, the difference becomes scaling for the two teams. And Rise, Jinx scales great. Shen, average. Kane, not so much. New Mexico Tech, Camille scales great. Aphelios scales great. Cassiopeia scales great. Trundle, debatably scales great, especially when he can steal the stats from Shen or just subjugate Rise to just make him that much squishier and easier to take down. So it feels like New Mexico Tech just have better insurance in the late game here. And Sac State, they don't have a great early game either. So I do think the drop slightly favors New Mexico Tech here.
As we hop into game, the other thing that you and I have been talking about is clearly Sac State feels like Morgana, especially for Bamo, is a counter to Licious D on that Thresh because it does stop the stun portion and the pull-in portion of that death sentence. Licious D is landing so many death sentences, it doesn't matter because he just breaks the CC immunity either for the Trundle or can just go in and then land a flay on you as we see a full, at least attempted invade for New Mexico Tech. They can't find anything. They will back, but Black Shield's great, except for the fact when it doesn't really stop Thresh from actually getting to you, it just stops one of his many CC opportunities.
Yeah, there's just so many other options available, and this game's no different here. You look at everybody has things that you kind of need to black shield, and you can only black shield one person. I will say though, I do like the fact that this time there's only really one person that you're going to be throwing that black shield on, or you should be keeping that black shield for, and that is Ricardo. If XPNX gets caught out, that's his problem at this point. You keep that Jinx alive, and she will win that fight for you after the aggressive invade from New Mexico Tech Miners here. They're just kind of going back to their own jungle here. I don't think we're going to see an invade come out. Trundle into Kane. Not exactly the best matchup. Kane can just sort of run away and disengage, doesn't want to interact with you. And if you stick around too long, Rise, Jinx, Morgana Shen, all of them can collapse and help out.
You see, once again, Keyblade is going to start on the top side of his map, kind of work his way down, probably try and set Ricardo up with a early start. As you mentioned, that's where that Black Shield has got to go. And you do have the Stand United to kind of help out XPNX if he does get caught. But this top lane matchup has been so controversial, not only because from the start of it, we were hyping up it's going to be a carry versus carry bloodbath in the top lane. And Camille is the first time out of 6 picks that we're actually seeing that carry mentality from either of these players. And that's where I'm going to see Tsundere Ice Cream play from behind. Because if you go on Shen and you get behind a Camille, it's not going to be a very fun lane for you.
No, the only go you'll be doing is going back to the fountain there. And for the sake of my predictions, I'm supporting Bro Bagel on this Camille here. Come on, make my predictions right. But I don't think that's where we might see the early action come through. Interestingly enough, I didn't think JFS was going to invade to try and hunt down Keybladed, but he did invade to try and clear out the buffs, and he's going to be able to take everything on that top side quadrant there.
Yeah, interesting for Keybladed to start at the Raptors and then not move down to the blue and give away that blue buff. Now, maybe he can go for some vertical jungling if he so chooses, because he is going to have that blue buff available for New Mexico Tech. But a very interesting play here for Keybladed on this Kayn, who is so good on the Lee Sin, not so much on that Kindred, and now on this Kayn, at least giving a lot of agency to JFS, who is looking for a gank on that top side of the map. Tsundere Ice Cream has no idea, but pull the trigger, man! Pull the trigger! You had no idea he was there! He's nearly tower diving your Camille, and you're going to prio a River Scuttle instead.
Okay, I don't hate that because there's a absolutely hideously massive wave pushing into New Mexico Tech Miners. And I know everybody underestimates minions, but early game when there's that many, they can absolutely kill you. Both junglers mid lane right now.
Already a flash from XPNX. Keybladed has to be careful now himself. He's going to flash away. The early flash from XPNX kind of baited Keybladed. They're both making it out alive, but they will take a chunk of damage. Now Bamo not going to have a Dark Binding up in time to catch out Licious D. Really no action across the map for either side, and we'll just continue our farming battle, which in the past has favored New Mexico Tech by large margins when we hit that 10-minute mark.
But so far, at least at the 4-minute mark, they are dead even. No one really falling behind. Keybladed only now realizing that, hey, my top side got taken. I don't have a blue buff, and JFS is going to be more than happy to go back to his jungle, which was completely left untouched, to maybe start creating the first significant CS lead we see this game.
May with some great pushes onto XPNX on that Rise, who, again, maybe use that Realm Warp to set up some early kills. They did that so well in Game 1, getting Bamo behind people, setting up great Dark Bindings. But Keybladed has been very silent. We knew JFS just wanted to farm. That's what we've seen the first 2 series. But Keybladed has made a name and gotten Saxate this 1-1 game by ganking a lot. And we've only seen this Kayn one time. As you mentioned, a 3-buff start for that Trundle is going to put that Kayn even further behind.
And that's the thing with Kayn. Your early ganks are very potent, but once you kind of hit 6, you're actually kind of weak till you do get your form here. So Keybladed not able to find the early ganks is going to put him behind JFS when we start contesting for, those first dragons, those first heralds. And speaking of first dragon, there's a lot of congregation down here. Let's just tanking this one up.
So Pink Ward did go down. The Control Lord for Sac State at least forced him off. Here comes Ricardo. You cannot lead the flank as the AD carry. It's a death sentence flank combo.
TP as well.
Teleport's going to come out for Borrowed Bagel. Tsundere Ice Cream just sitting there. Going to eventually force this whole team to fall back. Dragon will momentarily reset, but it will go over to New Mexico Tech. They have controlled the Dragon Pit in this series, and they do it again in Game 3 for the first one.
Now, Boar Bagel's teleport is down. Sundara Ice Cream still has his, and Stand United soon to become available as well. I will note, though, that Boar Bagel didn't lose out too much for teleporting down to that bot lane. He did get the shove, so I think he's only going to miss about half a wave, and that's mostly just from minions killing minions there. They won't actually reach his turret. So really solid TP, and Licious, he actually had to flash from that. I don't know if it was necessary to flash, but certainly keeps him safe. And you're the Thresh, you're the aggressor, you're probably okay with that.
That's sort of a desperation play for Bamo, trying to get Ricardo back into it. It's Borrowed Bagel, not yet level 6. But we see the chunk of damage that Camille can do onto Shen, even with 2 cloth armor. Keyblade is there, and we talked about no ganks. Kane's a champion that has to gank because that's how you get your blue or your red form. So by not ganking, it's just delaying the power spike that Kane gets even longer.
Yeah, that's a little bit rough for Keybladed here, unfortunately. And I'm worried for Sundara Ice Cream because the Sheen purchase that Boar Bagel had is one of the big sort of power spikes until Sundara Ice Cream gets something like the Bramble Vest. Okay, there he goes. He picks it up right away. Until he gets that, he's going to be on the losing end of a lot of those trades. It's interesting to notice as well, Boar Bagel did go Conqueror, not the Grasp of the Undying. So he's not looking for just short trades here. He does want to extend those trades, which is why that Bramble Vest becomes so important.
So far, the CS has stayed relatively even. We do see Sundere Ice Cream falling a little bit behind, and we just have not seen Keybladed. It feels like we're almost watching 2 JFS clones go at it where they just are content farming, but you can't do that on a Kane, because now you're not going to have your blue form or your red form, whichever he opts for, until you kind of get it by default. Because I think he's only had that one gank mid. I don't know if he's attacked another champion besides Cassiopeia for just a few moments.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I mean, even at that dragon fight, it didn't feel like Keybladed really got into the meat of it. Ricardo getting picked that early, unfortunately, just put a very premature end to that. Well, maybe as Herald's coming up, just as we speak pretty much here, you can try and look to contest that one a little bit. Sundara Ice Cream, oh, never mind. I was going to say, was doing pretty well, but not so much. Half health with 1 trade.
Did see the pings come out. Looked like for a moment JFS wanted to contest that blue buff. Instead, we'll just simply hand it over. And interesting that XPNX came over to help. I don't know if they maybe predicted the invade and they still did not opt for that blue buff to go to that rise. We see here, Rift Herald's going to be a fight. Borrow Bagel's going to jump right on XPNX. Stand United comes out, and Keybladed forced to ult for those few brief moments of immunity. But XPNX eats the ult to the face. Will get taken out. Keybladed has to run away, looking for a smite. Doesn't even have one. JFS does go down to Sundere Ice Cream, but overall, a 2-for-1 trade, and the Rift Herald will still be, 3-for-1 trade, and the Rift Herald will still be picked up by New Mexico Tech.
Bot side, more action here as Ricardo getting traded on. Licious D taking a lot of damage.
Knight does come out. Here's the teleport going to be used by NXPNX. He wants to get in range, but a great lantern to safety. Here comes the Realm Warp, though. Licious D realizes that it's a great death sentence onto Bamo. Can't quite take him out. XPNX will at least save New Sac State from having everything go wrong. But my goodness, New Mexico Tech, I think they know they have the advantage, and they're just trying to shove it in every single lane.
Yeah, and this is what we expected. I mean, this was what they kind of did in game 2 as well. Once they start to get a lead, they do start to pressure it. And Licious D on that particular play, left for it. You got to feel bad for him. He bailed Quanjay out from that initial fight, and then the Realm Warp came in. Quanjay was like, nope, peace out. You got this. You're on your own, buddy. I'm saving myself. Flash and heal over the wall. It's what you got to do, though. You're the AD carry. You're the one looking to carry the game, and your support's just there to enable you.
Well, XPNX was making those plays. Maume will pick up our first mythic of the game. The Leandry's there. Just going to give that Cassiopeia even more bird damage. That CS lead is starting to build. The Sundere Ice Cream now does not have the Shen safety zone, just taking a ton of damage. Borrow Bagel has the level lead and just is chunking him down with that Sheen.
He's got the Eye of the Herald as well here. And it feels like if ever Sundere Ice Cream goes down in that 1v1, his turret's going to take an absolute beating hit, maybe even soon to follow here. But keep your eyes on the clock. 20 seconds before Dragon comes up. Stand United down. Teleport still up for Sundere Ice Cream.
Keybladed going to take a bit of damage. Maume just chunking everybody down. Grounds that Kane, and that is death for Keybladed. Great use there on the Cassiopeia that is getting further and further ahead. Dragon is up, and I don't think they can contest it. I don't think Tsundere Ice Cream's going to make it there. Forced to taunt just to create some distance. JFS and company are going to pick up the second Dragon of the game for New Mexico Tech.
So I think it was back in game 1 where I was saying that Sac State Gold can try and contest when they're behind on the Dragon, even when their jungler is dead. That's when you've got a team fighting composition. When you don't have a team fighting composition that is online, such as this case where Ryze is still scaling, Jinx is still scaling, your jungler's dead, you can't contest. You immediately just walk away. So I'm glad to see Sac State Gold didn't try and sacrifice anything. You can give up the first 2 Drakes. It's the latter ones that you're more worried about. And honestly, because it is a Cloud Soul as well, if Sac State Gold just want to give every Dragon up for map pressure, for gold, for turrets, for Herald instead, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I was just about to say, bailed out by the 50-50. That's Infernal. That is a totally different story, but you get the Cloud Soul. You don't have to worry. And I mean, maybe there's some backward logic where if New Mexico Tech gets 4 Dragons immediately, Elder's on the map sooner, and we know that the game-changing potential Elder Dragon can have, that can also be in the back pocket, potentially for Sac State, because these Dragons have been owned by New Mexico Tech. I think they've only dropped 2 or 3 all series. Even when they were behind in game 1, they were still picking up a majority of the Dragons. Is Bamo going to land the Dark Binding, going to use that Black Shield, but Ricardo doesn't even see. Quan J is just burning him down, forced to push away. Bamo's now stuck on the wrong side of things, going to get rooted up there by the Aphelios, who will ult the Morgana, but will barely live. And that bit of tunnel vision there from Ricardo. Just trying to focus down a support with an AD carry on the back line. Unfortunately for Tsundere Ice Cream, tunnel vision as well. Hextech Ultimatum is going to come out. Shen, you're not going anywhere. You could try and flash, run from it. It will find you in the end, and that is JFS, and that has to be a huge chunk of gold going over New Mexico Tech in this top lane with all these plates and a Herald.
Oh, wow. They're dropping Herald quite early here. Can they get enough damage? The more plates you take down, the harder the turret is to take. So ideally, you want to take the 3 plates first before Herald gets a charge off. Won't matter this time, as we do see first turret go down, and this split pusher, this Camille that we talk so much about, is starting to become a problem.
5 plates going to be given over to that Camille. We'll be split with the Trundle. Get that first tower bonus as well. We're even going to see the Rift Herald get a charge. Sorry, Bamo. The Dark Binding will not stop Shelly when she has a turret in her sight. And now you start to look across the map, random minion casting. You start to look, where can Sac State get back into his top lane? Sort of feels lost. Mid lane, you can look at the CS difference and the kill difference and realize how far ahead Malmay is. Where does Sac State look to get back into this game is becoming a question that I don't nearly have an answer to.
To be honest, Fish, I'm struggling a little bit with this one as well, because XPNX isn't online yet. He's still a ways away from hitting that sort of 2-item power spike with the Service Embrace and with the Everfrost usually we see for the Rise. And Ricardo on this Jinx, you need 2 items as well. You haven't even completed your first Mythic. So it's kind of got to be just keyplated, but I don't even know if he's got his form just yet here. If he doesn't have his form, they just kind of sit back and just watch as New Mexico scales up right alongside them, and they've got people to play around. They've got the Camille. They've got the Cassiopeia. Quick glance at Kayn there on screen. No, he has not got form yet.
We talked about this. When you don't gank on the Kayn, you fall further and further behind. And JFS has done just a really good job in his PvE adventure tonight of just really limiting what Keybladed wants to do, especially in Game 3. Look at the damage that Burrow Bagel is doing. He finally takes a small chunk as Conqueror procs. Tsundere Ice Cream can't fight this 1v1. I don't even know if there's anyone on Sac State who can make this a 2v1. That is in the favor of them. Borrowed Bagel so far ahead, but they do a great job. You can see JFS shadowing. Meanwhile, we go mid. XPNX taking a lot of damage. Malmay, though, doesn't really have the mobility, so this time won't just run into his death like we saw on the Corki in Game
1. With Malmay as well, with Cassiopeia, the build path is very similar to Rise, but because of the Cassiopeia passive, you can't buy boots, which actually means that 300 or 1,100 gold gets put into other items. So we're starting to see that item differential. Herald also being taken is going to accelerate the pace of new miners here. And Quan J, left alone, is about to be in for a surprise. TP behind him.
XPNX looking to try and get his team back. We are going to see the Dark Binding miss. XPNX maybe underestimating how much damage Quan J can do. No! A 1v4, and it's still a 1-for-1 trade. Quan J with the absolutely insane, I don't want to call it outplay, but that was just some insane damage. XPNX was not ready. He thought that was a free kill.
200 years of design. Immortal Shield Bow not even completed yet on Kwanje. Oh, that's brutal to watch. And you don't want to see XPNX be the one to go down. He is one of your carries. He wants to be alive to farm. Shelly getting that mid lane charge off as well. Mid lane inner turret going down gives New Mexico free dragon here. Yes, there's vision. You know they're there, but Sac State Gold, what you gonna do about it? You're not in position.
Maume, we talked about this last game about the Rise has the 2-level advantage on everyone in the game, including his own team. 162 CS, hitting that mythical 10 CS per minute mark on the Cassiopeia. Complete command of this mid lane. And I don't know if you can contest this dragon, but it looks like Keybladed and company staying around long enough to potentially find out. Maume still has the ult, so you've got to be careful the path you take into this dragon pit. They're staring. Keybladed, able to dodge the ult, but it does not matter. Licious D going to go over the wall with the death sentence. Play combo will find himself in a 1v3, but Keybladed finds himself on the same thing on the other side of the wall. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's soul point for New Mexico Tech.
Again, I don't think Cloud Soul is the end-all, be-all of dragons, especially in these particular compositions. But for Sac State Gold, they've got to be sweating a little bit right now. They're really struggling to try and find any avenue to come back in here. And with the way their composition operates, we already said they don't have a good lane to play through. It needs to be Keybladed kicking things off. Keybladed going down there again sets him further and further behind. And the vision right now for Sac State Gold is suffering. I don't even think they can safely get out to ward. If Bamo gets caught alone, he's dead. If Sundera Ice Cream gets caught out alone, he can probably survive, but he's not the one you want to be paying for those wards. And Keybladed as well, running a sweeper instead. This is one of the few games I think I'd rather see a yellow trinket than a sweeper for a jungler.
Oh, there's the pings from Maume letting everybody know Baron's up in 2 minutes and 51 seconds. And that's sort of a side effect of having a really fed Cassiopeia. Her PvE damage is some of the highest in the game. That Baron can easily take in at 20 minutes, and unless Sac State can force a fight, there's nothing you can do because you see Maume has finished the Archangels, nearing 200 CS at 20 minutes. That Baron's just going to fall apart if you let that Cassiopeia get a free attack on it.
Well, you can try and steal. You have a Jinx, you have a Smite, but Cinderella Ice Cream, JFS is here.
Black Shield at least is going to give some spell immunity, but unfortunately I don't think that's going to matter. Hextech Ultimatum, you can't immune that. A Dark Binding from Bamo, and he will run away. JFS will pick up the kill, and meanwhile, all Sac State has to show for it is one lonely control ward in the Dragon Pit.
If anything, Sac State's Gold's path back into the game is just to stall. If you don't lose anybody, if you're just farming up, you're fine. But, Bamo, actually,
stopwatch out there. The chompers aren't going to land. Teleport is going to come in from Maume, but it's really not going to matter. They've already lost 2. Licious D with the box. Maume coming in. Petrifying Gaze going to get the full stun on to XPNX. Rise does get a kill on to Trundle on the way out, though. Keybladed trying to run away, trying to get that healing. We talked about the Kane mobility, but against Camille, it really does not matter. And the only bright spot for Sac State is that Baron still isn't on the map for a minute.
I was half expecting to see pings coming down for Baron from my way there. 1 minute, guys, 1 minute. We got a whole bunch of kills. And for New Mexico,
these death sentences has been insane. We've seen why teams have banned Licious D's Thresh. Ton of damage going on Maume. Eats the turret, but gets to safety. A huge heal from Kwanje makes that play possible. That Cassiopeia should not be alive right now.
No. And we're seeing the bit of game 1 syndrome for Maume right now. He starts getting a little bit big, gets into risky positions. Kwanje being the good guy, helping him out there. But it does delay the New Mexico Tech Miners back here. Ideally, what I would have liked to see is once you know you can't take down that mid lane turret, roughly about 45 seconds, you start basing, you go back, you set up for Baron instead and watch the Sac State Gold. Can't do anything. If they walk into you, you kill them. If they don't walk into you, you take Baron.
Appears to be where everyone on New Mexico Tech is heading besides Borrowed Bagel, but the teleport is up. It spells it up for XPNX, who's mirroring him. I don't think unbeknownst to XPNX, mirroring him in that bot lane, but the setup has begun. Baron has slithered onto the map. But I'm surprised you don't pull the trigger here for New Mexico Tech. If I've had a criticism in them, even in the games they've won, it's almost like they're too scared to win because you could pull this Baron trigger, and as you said, random minion caster, there's nothing Sac State could do outside of maybe force a smite fight. And with the changes to smite, of course, the level advantage for JFS isn't going to matter. But just pull the trigger. What are you worried about if you're New Mexico Tech? That's what I want to know. Who's stopping you on Baron? Finally, they go over there, but your Cassiopeia is roaming mid. You don't have the PvE damage we were hyping up for the longest time. This is going to be a slow burn on this Baron.
I mean, they're still doing it, and Keybladed's looking on the sides to have they caught Malme.
Ammo's going to be able to force out the Stanya's Hourglass. Cassiopeia gets taken out. A huge shutdown. Keybladed it on the backline. XPNX just teleports to his death. Realmworks, to his death. Keybladed will go down as well. Good news, you got Cassiopeia. Bad news, random minion caster. You lost 3, and that probably is your mid inhibitor gone as well.
Yeah, they can use Baron as bait. That was what I thought was the best play around Baron, is that you don't necessarily have to do it, but you get everybody there because you know Sac State Gold has to face check it, right? And with the vision they have in the jungle, if you don't see anybody anywhere near the approach, you turn, you burn. And so now that they've got the kills, they're looking for the inhibitor turret 5 seconds before XPNX comes back up with Keybladed and Bamo here. I don't think that you get the inhib. I think you just do this, you fall back. They're actually going for Dragon first. Okay, I can understand it. Necessary? Not really. Is it still nice for quality of life? Sure, you get more ultimates out. And Hextech Ultimatum as well as the Petrifying Gaze have been pretty spot on this series.
Hey, you've had the Dragon secured stat as well there for JFS. Always a good thing to make sure you keep those in line. But yeah, I agree. I didn't really understand JFS going to the Dragon. If JFS is there, maybe you get the mid inhibitor. You might be able to at least get some chunk damage on it. All right, you've back. Everyone's alive. If New Mexico Tech doesn't just force a Baron to end the game, you have to wonder where the shot calling is coming from because they are so far ahead. It is an 8K gold lead at 22 minutes. I don't think Sac State wins a team fight unless they get another pick onto Malme, who this time positioned a little bit better, it appears.
I honestly don't think they win, even if they do get Malme. We saw what happened the last time. Malme was taken out before the fight started, and New Mexico Tech Miners still won off the back end of that. Anyways, Quan Che is an issue. If they pull the trigger now for Sac State Gold, this is probably the best gun settings they get on New Mexico Tech Miners. But they're so far away, they don't know. They don't know.
They had no idea. The notification, the roar across the map will let them know about what their future holds, and that is Baron empowered minions charging at the base. I mean, we're almost one fight away from this game being over because Sac State is running out of defenses, and with 5 shoving mid, I don't really know what you could do. Is they're going to get a great pillar onto Keybladed. He's forced to get away. Black Shield and a flash. Barely dodged the death sentence, but for how long does Sac State stay in the clear? The inhibitor is going to be burned down with no defense.
Soul Shackles burnt on that as well, and now Ricardo getting caught.
Ricardo gets stuck in the Hextech Ultimatum, barely kept alive, but it's not going to matter. 3 members go down. The rest will fall in short order. JFS just simply has to avoid the laser there at the shop, but it's not going to matter. They'll end this game out in style. New Mexico Tech took them a while to get going, but at game 2 and game 3, they took control of the series. They will move to 3-2 and get back on the winning track here with a win in our final game of the NECC Week 5.
Oh boy, there, Fish. That series was a ride. The ending was clean. I think game 3 was probably the cleanest game we've seen come through in this particular series here. And New Mexico Tech Miners showing why they are ranked 4th in Challenger Cyan right here. Malme certainly put on those carry pants, and his Cassiopeia just kind of tried to dominate. That said, I don't know if I call him best on the team after some of the questionable decisions he's making there. You're good, but best?
We joked about it after game 1 in our break. Malme was the best player for both teams in game 1. Maybe that's where he goes with, I can't be the best player on my team. I'll be the best player on the other team. And for New Mexico Tech, as we wind things down here tonight, random minion caster, I think going forward, the one thing I just want to see is more consistent play from Malme. I think that is a given. Better shot calling seems to be the reoccurring theme. They could have forced a Baron. Malme could have been in a better position. I think if they figure out where they need to go and not just randomly prioritize Cloud Souls, which was also kind of weird, I think this can be a very scary team. They just need to figure out that in-game leadership. And for Sac State, they have some promise. Tsundere Ice Cream outside that Poppy, though, leaves a lot to be desired. They need to find a second champion because once that Poppy was banned away, it felt like a different player had taken over the top.
Unfortunately. And for Sac State Gold here, I'm actually quite impressed with how they could just swap the rosters around and still, be relevant. XPNX definitely a strong player for the team there, but it does feel like they need a secondary star, not necessarily a carry. I think Ricardo did a pretty decent job in terms of putting out damage as a carry, but you need somebody else who you can default to when things are going badly, who can step forward and say, I'm going to make these plays, because that was what felt the most lacking to me when they fell behind. They couldn't quite do that, but still, impressive showing. New Mexico Tech Miners, Boro Bagel. I want to see Boro Bagel on more carries. Like, I just don't understand why you didn't put him on carries. The Camille game was so good. The Scion game, The Ornn game was okay. Yeah, he still carried on the Ornn, but you give him a carry, and I think he just carries so much cleaner here. I hope to see both these teams some more. Just very interesting games coming through tonight. But Fish, it makes for a good ending. We get the full 3 games. We get the side swap. Huge props to both these teams.
Yeah, huge props to both of them. Love to see them again. I think New Mexico Tech, this could be a win that keeps them in the playoffs for Sac State. As we talked about, have 2 teams. It could be a little harder, but I think they're figuring things out. I think this will be a good team down the line. I know it's been a long night for you, Random Minion Caster, doing everything. Well, I think I just got word. You got to cast a best of 5 by yourself. You ready to go?
Let's do this. Give me more New Mexico. Give me more Sac State Go.
I'm just kidding. It has been a long night for Random Minion Caster. Huge shout out to you for joining me. It's been a great night at NECC League of Legends. Cannot wait to see how week 6 goes as we get closer and closer to the playoffs. But that does it for us tonight. We will see you guys next week on Friday for some more NECC League of Legends. But for tonight, we'll say goodnight.